Our story begins at the gates of the free city of Landless. Inside the gatehouse, a carriage driver is stopped for a routine inspection. A young, fresh-faced guard waves the traveler through without a second thought. His partner remarks how busy the city has been since the old lord's passing. But the young guard suddenly freezes, a strange feeling washing over him. He turns to find a towering, pig-faced man looming over his shoulder. The soldier is struck silent, his mind struggling to process what he's seeing. A single, terrified word escapes his lips. Orc. The creature, easily over 2 meters tall, is clearly not here for the local cuisine. The guard's panic fixates on the absurd details, the strange skin, and the sunglasses. The creature calmly takes a drag from a thick, hand-rolled cigar. The guard's eyes trace the bulging veins on its impossibly thick arm. And then, the monster speaks, its voice a low and intelligent rumble. The young guard can only stare, his mind struggling to accept what's real. Its gaze, hidden behind dark glasses, feels like a physical weight. His partner and 2 other guards finally react, forming a defensive line. But the creature seems more annoyed than threatened by their pointed spears. Finding a sliver of courage, the young guard demands to know its purpose. The orc simply smirks, claiming he's half-human, which is a bold claim. He lowers his glasses to reveal eyes that are anything but. The guard's terrified face is reflected in those crimson, slitted pupils. His comrades curse the creature, their fear hardening into revulsion. The orc lets out a weary sigh, clearly unimpressed by the welcome party. He then casually tosses a mountain of paperwork right at the guards. Stunned, the guards confirm every single document is authentic. While they're busy, he casually relights his cigar with a magical spark. The young guard can only stammer, wondering what this creature truly is. He exhales a thick plume of smoke, his patience clearly wearing thin. He introduces himself with a name, Elpus, a registered adventurer. And he asks a simple question, is there any reason he can't enter their city? The young guard can only grit his teeth, his authority utterly shattered. His partner reluctantly concedes that Elpus's paperwork is flawless. He gives the adventurer a stern warning not to cause any trouble. With a dismissive wave, he orders the massive creature to move along. But Elpus just smirks, claiming his keen sense of smell knows all. He then brings up the monk-like man who passed through just before him. He advises the guards to investigate that traveler a little more closely. He reveals the man's amulet is hiding the distinct scent of narcotics. And just like that, the monster does a better job guarding the gate than the actual guards. As Elpus walks away, the guards are left stunned by his sharp perception. With his business at the gate concluded, Elpus strides into the city proper. He seems completely unfazed by the confrontation, ready for the next task. His destination is a familiar sight in any city, the Adventurers Guild. A tiny, cloaked companion observes that this particular guild includes a tavern. Without hesitation, he pushes open the heavy wooden doors. Elpus steps inside, his massive frame filling the doorway and silencing the room. His sharp eyes immediately begin to scan the guild's interior. The local adventurers are a motley crew, and none look particularly welcoming. He takes in their hostile stares, his expression hardening slightly. Others in the guild seem less hostile and more intimidated by his arrival. Unbothered, Elpus takes a long drag from his cigar, smoke curling around him. From a balcony above, 2 silent figures watch the scene unfold. He lets out a low growl, muttering that it's the same reaction in every city. He tells his companion that he's used to the cold, judgmental stares. Elpus finally reaches the counter, ready to get down to business. But the guild receptionist's eye is anything but human, with a slitted reptilian pupil. The man bluntly asks if this half-blood is going to be a problem. The patrons murmur about the city's decline since the Countess's death a year ago. The bartender slams a hand on the counter, impatiently demanding his order. Without missing a beat, Elpus simply asks for a whiskey. The bartender leans in, asking if he knows anything about the local food. Elpus's face falls, his hopes for a familiar meal seemingly dashed. He settles for local spirits and whatever the kitchen can throw together. The bartender stares him down, demanding a steep price of 5 silver coins. Elpus is outraged, accusing the man of blatant price gouging. The tavern owner is unmoved, telling him to pay the price or leave. With a frustrated sigh, Elpus tosses the silver onto the bar. He takes a seat, still fuming over the tavern's special pricing for half-orcs. But his grumbling is interrupted as the server approaches with his order. And what arrives is not just food, but a magnificent, steaming platter. A frothy mug of dark ale is placed before him, promising to wash away his fatigue. Elpus's anger melts away, replaced by the pure, simple joy of a good meal. He notes that both the food and the ale look surprisingly high quality. His only complaint is the modern glass mug instead of a proper ceramic stein. He inspects the drink's deep, almost black color, his reflection staring back. Taking a deep breath, he savors the complex aroma of citrus and fruit. Deciding it's worth a try, he takes a long, satisfying gulp, but his moment of peace is shattered by a bottle flying through the air. It smashes against the wall right beside him, a clear act of aggression. Elpus lets out a weary sigh, more annoyed than surprised by the attack. The culprit is revealed, a man with fury burning in his eyes. The source of the conflict is a young woman berating her party members. She declares that it should be an honor for them to join her party. She strikes a dramatic pose, introducing herself as Margaret von Margareta. Her gloved hand clenches, emphasizing her dramatic declaration. Her eyes sparkle with an almost delusional level of confidence. And the art makes it very clear what her two biggest assets are. She stomps her foot, demanding attention from the entire guild. Elpus can only look on, completely baffled by the sudden theatrics. Margaret laughs triumphantly, utterly oblivious to her surroundings. Her former companion scoffs, dismissing her as a fallen noble playing dress-up. But she proudly announces she reached E rank in a record-breaking 5 days. The men are left utterly speechless by her accomplishment. The entire guild is stunned, as E rank is the absolute bottom of the barrel. Elpus can only watch, the second-hand embarrassment physically hurting him. Margaret, however, seems genuinely confused by the lack of cheering. She strikes another dramatic pose, declaring this the start of a legend. In her mind, she envisions a future leading legions of adoring followers. She winks, radiating a level of confidence that is truly unearned. But back in reality, she's just the center of a very confused, silent room. The guild patrons finally break their silence, erupting in laughter at her claim. Elpus can barely watch, covering his face in a wave of second-hand shame. Margaret's triumphant smile falters, replaced by utter, horrified disbelief. She whirls on her former comrades, demanding to know what's so funny. They mockingly explain that her feat is just grunt work for any new recruit. The self-proclaimed super rookie is left stammering and utterly humiliated. Elpus lets out a heavy sigh, his meal thoroughly interrupted by the drama. But a flicker of amusement crosses his face. This is better than tavern music. The argument spills outside, where the men now ridicule her flashy attire. She stands her ground, proudly declaring the outfit was a gift from her father. Her gloved hand clenches into a tight, furious fist. She screams at them, her pride wounded by their insolence. But her former party members just laugh, mocking her noble pride. The three men begin to close in, their intentions turning sinister. They grab her, sneering that they're collecting the evil lord's assets. With fire in her eyes, she fiercely defends her father's honor. The ringleader grins, claiming the whole city celebrated her father's death. His words strike her like a physical blow, her confidence shattering. The cruel taunt cuts deep, planting a seed of doubt and pain. He cackles, adding that her father died a pathetic, drunken death. The argument ends as Margaret is violently thrown back into the tavern. The ringleader gloats that her father's death is what made this a free city. They corner her in the alley, calling her the daughter of a wicked lord. Her noble blood means nothing to them now. Their intentions are clear. Back at his table, Elpus's dinner entertainment just got a lot darker. A single tear escapes her eye, her pride finally cracking under their hate. She collapses to the ground, trembling with a mixture of fear and rage. A silent scream of pure, helpless frustration echoes in her mind. But someone has been listening, and his patience has finally run out. The man's cruelty culminates in a sharp, vicious slap across her face. The sound of the blow hangs in the air, a line finally crossed. In her despair, Margaret can only whisper her father's name. From his table, Elpus lets out a low, dangerous growl. She remembers a time when a hand on her head meant only kindness. Elpus watches the scene, his reflection hiding a gathering storm. And in an instant, the storm breaks, his patience utterly shattered. The ringleader freezes, a primal fear seizing his very soul. He's left wondering what happened, his face now intimately familiar with the floor. Margaret looks up through her tears, stunned by the sudden intervention. Elpus stands over the thug, his hand pressing the man into the dirt. Her eyes widen in shock, a silent gasp escaping her lips. He offers a hand, a silent gesture to help her to her feet. A deep blush spreads across her face as she looks away. Flustered, she looks up at her savior, a tiny figure before a veritable giant. Elpus walks on, muttering about the sickening feeling in his gut. The two stand facing each other, a silent understanding passing between them. She realizes that her earlier terror has completely vanished. She recalls the feeling of his hand, a source of unexpected warmth. And through that simple touch, she felt his anger on her behalf. He looms over the fallen men, sarcastically complimenting their new position. Elpus calmly asks the man how much he paid for his meal. The other two thugs can only stare, confused by the sudden interrogation. He clarifies, asking what their food and drink cost them. The men exchange nervous glances, unsure how to answer. One of them finally stammers out the price, a mere 3 copper coins. Elpus reveals he was charged 5 silver, a price hundreds of times higher. The revelation only makes the thugs erupt in mocking laughter. The ringleader sneers that it was a nuisance fee, clearly a master of customer service. They turn their venom back on Margaret, calling her the daughter of a villain, and they finish by calling Elpus a half-breed bastard, sealing their fate. The ringleader doubles down, offering a price for the half-orc's head. Elpus looms over them, his voice dripping with contempt for humanity. The thug is left utterly confused by the half-orc's strange logic. Margaret watches on, a flicker of something new in her tear-filled eyes. With a snarl, Elpus decides it's time to teach them some manners. A brutal slam sends the man's world into a splintered mess. Margaret looks on in shock as sweat drips from the enraged half-orc. The 3 thugs are now nothing more than decorations on the tavern floor. Even from the floor, the thug tries to assert his non-existent authority. But Elpus is just getting warmed up, his fury burning away the sweat. Elpus tells them the cheap swill they drink is all they're worthy of. From above, the scene is clear. 1 giant, 3 fools, and a stunned noblewoman. He declares he'll teach them a lesson about the culture they're too crude to understand. Margaret can only watch, completely bewildered by this half-orc's strange priorities. The ringleader finally snaps, grabbing Elpus and telling him to shut his mouth. His eyes burn with rage as he spits out a final fatal insult. He even mocks the half-orc's sunglasses, a truly terrible last decision. And Elpus responds with a punch that redefines the term overkill. The thug becomes a human cannonball, launched across the tavern floor. He smashes into the far wall, leaving a permanent impression on the masonry. The thug is launched with such force, he punches a new skylight in the tavern roof. Elpus calmly delivers a simple lesson. Never touch another man's face. He watches the thug become a star, complaining that the violence ruined his drink. Margaret is left utterly speechless, her jaw practically on the floor. But Elpus just turns away, grumbling about how he hates a woman's tears. She tries to get his attention, her voice barely a whisper. He drapes a coat over her shoulders, a surprisingly chivalrous gesture. She attempts to thank him, but he seems more concerned with his broken table. His eyes scan the floor, mourning the true victims of this brawl. His appetizers. As he picks up a piece of food, she asks if he's really going to eat that. Elpus simply states that it would be a waste of the cook's effort. His simple words seem to strike a chord with the young noblewoman. Through her tears, a genuine, heartfelt smile begins to form. Even his tiny companion seems pleased by this turn of events. Suddenly, the bartender returns with a fresh, steaming platter of food. He gruffly explains it's a thank you for taking out the trash. Elpus is left momentarily speechless by the unexpected kindness. The bartender adds that from now on, his price is only 2 silver. With the drama settled, Elpus can finally enjoy his hard-earned meal. Margaret, now seated with him, formally asks for her savior's name. His companion points out they already heard her name given her loud introduction. With a dazzling smile, Margaret boldly asks Elpus to form a party with her. Elpus just stares back, bluntly asking if her eyes are completely useless. Her confident expression immediately deflates into an indignant pout. He reminds her that he's a half-orc, a walking magnet for trouble. But she waves it off, claiming she's used to a bad reputation herself. Elpus retorts that for him, being hated isn't a phase, it's a lifestyle. He tells her that, unlike him, she's a noble with a home to return to. His words seem to strike a nerve, her earlier bravado fading away. Her hand tightens into a fist, a silent sign of her inner turmoil. Her expression hardens, a flicker of defiance in her tear-stained eyes. She asks if he's searching for something, claiming she knows exactly what it is. With a confident smile, she names a specific rare brand of whiskey. Elpus is stunned into silence by her unexpected and accurate guess. The story then shifts, revealing a young noble facing a terrible prophecy. A letter from the future details a life of utter humiliation and failure. The recipient, a young boy, is told there are no second chances for him. He stares at the letter, a message from the man he is doomed to become. The grim future is laid bare, defeat, disownment, and a broken engagement. An attendant rushes in, calling out the boy's name in a panic. Herbert! The young boy, Herbert, can only stare, his mind reeling from the prophecy. His shock gives way to a flustered, nervous sweat as the reality sets in. His attendant tries to reassure him, suggesting the letter might be a cruel joke. But Herbert clutches the parchment, his turmoil written all over his face. He curses his inability to hide his feelings, knowing his father will notice. He examines the letter again, noting the strange script is not his own. There's no seal, no signature, nothing to identify the mysterious sender. The attendant then reveals the letter arrived via a swirling vortex of dark magic. A new message appears on the scroll, offering a delayed introduction. The sender reveals himself. He is Herbert, 20 years in the future. The attendant realizes the impossible. This is the work of time-space magic, a legendary power once used by ancient sages to seal away the Demon King himself. Its fabled abilities, like teleportation and time travel, are now considered myths. Herbert clutches the letter, the impossible weight of its message crushing him. He wonders if it's a cruel joke, but the evidence is too strong to ignore. The letter is real, and its implications are world-shattering for the young boy. A stunning conclusion begins to form in his mind, swallowing his fear. If his future self sent this, it means he has the talent for time-space magic. The despair from the prophecy begins to recede, replaced by a flicker of hope, and for the first time, a small, determined smile touches his lips. He clutches the letter, a wide, almost manic grin spreading across his face. Herbert erupts into triumphant laughter, his attendant watching with growing concern. The words time-space magic echo in his mind, a key to a new destiny. He realizes that with this legendary power, he can rewrite his own grim future. His small hand clenches into a fist, feeling the weight of this new potential. A determined smirk forms as he vows to make everyone acknowledge his strength. But just as quickly, a foot stomps down on the prophetic letter. His future self's words mock him, asking if he expected praise for his new power. The harsh reality of the message sends a jolt of shock through the young boy. He collapses, the letter questioning if he truly has the will to change his fate. The letter explains there are no second chances, not because he can't, but because he won't. His future self lays out the brutal truth. His failures weren't bad luck. They were the direct result of his own flawed character. A single damning accusation hangs in the air. His very nature is rotten. The words tremble in his hands, a verdict from a future he created. The accusation hits him like a physical blow, and he erupts in furious denial. He stomps his foot, rejecting the very idea that he is the problem. His attendant can only watch, calling his name with growing concern. The young noble screams that no one has ever dared to say such a thing to him. But the seed of doubt has been planted, and it's already taking root. He collapses to his knees, the harsh truth finally sinking in. He realizes no one ever corrected him because he was the heir to a ducal house. The prophetic letter lies crumpled on the floor, a testament to his shattered pride. But he can't look away, forced to pick up the pieces of his broken future. The letter's next line is a gut punch. He has no charm as a human being. Visions of his future failures flash before his eyes, a life of humiliation. He sees the cold, disapproving stares of the very people who once praised him. And he sees the documents that will seal his fate, stained with his own tears. The letter warns that the bill for his arrogance is coming due very soon. His denial finally breaks and he screams that he already knows it's all true. His attendant can only watch, admitting he'd pretended not to see the boy's flaws. Herbert screams that he's always managed to get by on his name alone until now. In the cold rain, the young noble's world comes crashing down around him. The letter details every failure: disownment, a lost duel, a broken engagement. And to twist the knife, it reveals even his loyal attendant Kevin will die. The only sound is the rain and the heartbroken sobs of a boy facing his doom. All his pride shatters, replaced by the raw, desperate wail of a child. It is a truly undignified cry, complete with tears, snot, and everything. Kevin rushes to comfort him as the letter from the future continues its message. It reveals that it took 20 long years to reclaim everything he was about to lose. The letter continues, a confession from a broken man who tried his best. But for all his efforts, he lost far more than he ever managed to save. By the time he understood his folly, his fate was already sealed. But the letter offers a single desperate hope. Young Herbert can still succeed. The only condition is that he must never forget the regret he feels right now. The scene then transitions, pulling away from the rain-soaked room. We're shown a memory of a younger Herbert in a sunlit gazebo with an older figure. Even back then, a quiet determination burned behind the young boy's eyes. Herbert's inner voice admits he hated confronting the ugliest parts of himself. Kevin confesses he never wanted to know about such a bleak, sealed future. His small hand clenches into a fist, a spark of defiance finally igniting. He shouts into the empty air, vowing that he absolutely refuses to lose everything. The letter offers his first instruction: resume the hard work he has long since abandoned. As a new day dawns, Herbert stares out the window, his resolve hardening with the light. The next command is clear: face the upcoming duel with the will to die trying. His future self explains that this duel, which he started, is the very crossroads of his destiny. And with that knowledge, Herbert understands that this is where his new life truly begins. A vision of the man he could become flashes in his mind, confident and serene. A man who walked a long, hard road just to send this message back through time. Turning to his loyal attendant, Herbert prepares to give his first real command. Kevin listens intently, ready to carry out his young master's orders. Herbert asks him to find the head martial officer, a man named Rodeo. The scene cuts to a stern-looking man with a monocle and an impressive mustache. The message is a request for special training, a task Herbert has long neglected. With a new sense of purpose, Kevin sprints off to deliver the message. He wonders what was in that letter, but decides it's probably best not to ask. All he knows is that it transformed the boy's face from despair to pure determination. In his heart, Herbert makes a solemn vow to his late grandfather. He will work harder than anyone to support his family's name. Talk about a productive existential crisis. Elsewhere, the man he seeks is already hard at work, sweat dripping from his chin. Kevin delivers the message, his urgent expression catching the officer's attention. The scene transitions, a symbolic welcome for the young lord's return to form. We cut to a lavish bar, where a wealthy patron calls out to someone named Elpus. His companion, a masked youth, boasts that his wealth is as endless as the bar's menu. The story then flashes back to an older, pig-faced man, his expression one of pure irritation. The masked youth's condescending smile confirms he was the source of the trouble. He recalls thinking that such a creature was one of a kind on the entire continent. The memory shows the pig man passed out drunk, completely at the youth's mercy. But the creature suddenly jolts awake, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated panic. Back in the present, the masked youth's eye glints, reliving the chaotic memory. The memory culminates in a woman straddling Elpus, wishing him a good morning. The half-orc's mind flashes back to the night before, a cold sweat breaking out. He recalls a drinking contest where his tiny companion somehow outlasted him. The woman from his bed smirks, declaring that last night's victory was hers. His hand clenches the sheets, the memory of his defeat still stinging. His mind reels, struggling to piece together the events of the night. His gaze is drawn to her shirt, which is fighting a losing battle, and he becomes acutely aware of the weight pressing down on him. He can only stare up at her, demanding to know what is happening. She leans in close, mocking him for letting a woman best him in a contest. Elpus can only stammer, his mind a cocktail of confusion and regret. She grins, declaring that as per their agreement, he's now her new party member. The half-orc's face contorts in a silent scream of pure, unadulterated horror. His tough guy persona completely evaporates, leaving only a defeated pigman. The art style itself seems to be mocking his profound misery. The story then cuts back to the present, outside the Landless Adventurers Guild. On the roof, workers marvel at the strange, scale-like tiles. Inside, a different conversation is taking place at the main counter. A cheerful dwarven receptionist patiently explains the rules to a familiar face. Margaret slams her hands on the desk in frustration, while Elpus stews in his own defeat. The dwarven receptionist explains that forming a party requires a formal screening. Margaret is completely baffled by this sudden bureaucratic hurdle. The rules are simple. A party needs at least 2 C-rank adventurers, but the receptionist adds that the guild welcomes anyone who can prove their strength. Margaret complains about the city's outcasts, even insulting her new partner. Elpus ignores her, his attention focused on a small object in his hand. With a sharp click, he reveals a rather ornate-looking cigar cutter. The receptionist suggests they take on a quest to prove their capabilities. Margaret seems to think they don't have time for such trivialities. Elpus, however, seems perfectly content to light up another cigar. Elpus takes a drag from his cigar, stating he doesn't turn down a challenge. He exhales a thick cloud of smoke, his decision filling the air. The dwarven receptionist is suddenly jolted by his easy acceptance. She nervously confirms that a certain high-stakes quest is indeed available. With a cheerful wave, she scurries off to retrieve the quest details. Margaret turns away, muttering about how they're being underestimated. But her frustration quickly hardens into a look of fierce determination. Elpus watches her, a smirk playing on his lips at her fiery attitude. She suddenly spins around, a brilliant, almost manic grin on her face, and without warning she latches onto his arm, ready to drag him to glory. She complains that he's pulling too hard, her priorities clearly in order. The quest they're being offered is a simple one. Hunt down a creature called a Haggus. An adventurer with an eye patch explains that the creatures have been multiplying in the nearby forests. Elpus clarifies for his companion that they're just a type of hostile monster. The man adds that while small, they are vicious and specifically target humans. Elpus cuts through the chatter, asking the only question that really matters. What's the reward? The eye patch-wearing man's gaze narrows, sizing up the new adventurer. He names the price, 5 silver coins, the exact amount Elpus was overcharged for his meal. Margaret, now masked and ready for battle, enthusiastically accepts the quest for them both. The dwarven receptionist beams, happy to see Elpus taking on the challenge. Elpus is left stunned, the reward hitting a little too close to home. The story then cuts away to a mysterious wax-sealed letter being delivered. The conversation in the guild turns to the city's new lord. A man named Aruto Oratorio is revealed, his smile dripping with arrogance. Elpus's expression hardens as the chapter comes to a dramatic close. We learn Aruto is not just an A-rank adventurer, but the new ruler of Landless. His smug confidence suggests he's a man who always gets what he wants. The realization dawns on Elpus. He's in the territory of a powerful new player. Margaret, meanwhile, seems to be having a completely different, much louder reaction. She strikes a pose outside the guild, ready to charge headfirst into their new quest. But their quest is interrupted by the arrival of a new player, his armored boot splashing into a puddle. The city's new lord, Aruto Oratorio, appears behind Elpus with a condescending smirk. He dismisses our half-orc, claiming he's never heard of an adventurer named Elpus. Elpus is stunned by the man's speed, wondering if he used magic to appear so suddenly. Aruto recalls the report from the gate. A half-orc with flawless, almost suspicious paperwork. Elpus asks if there's a problem, but Aruto assures him there's no issue with his documents. In fact, he says that's precisely what makes this whole situation so very interesting. Elpus looks up at the A-rank adventurer, his instincts screaming that this man is trouble. The two stand off in the street, a powerful new lord sizing up a mysterious newcomer. Elpus's hand tightens into a fist as his keen sense of smell picks up a strange scent from Aruto. Aruto continues his condescending speech, asking who Elpus is supposed to be. He then offers the half-orc a sealed letter, leaving the choice to open it. With a smug grin, he adds that he'd really prefer if Elpus read it later. He then turns to Margaret, casually revealing that she is his fiancée. The scene then shifts, taking us deep into the woods where their quest awaits. Perched in the trees, Margaret whispers that she has finally found her target. She looks down, getting her first glimpse of the creature known as a Haggus. The monsters are revealed to be vicious, badger-like beasts with glowing eyes. The pack attacks in unison, launching a volley of projectiles from the shadows. But Margaret is already in motion, charging forward with her shield deflecting the assault. The Haggus lunges forward, its maw a terrifying collection of needle-sharp teeth. But Margaret meets its charge head-on, bracing for the brutal impact. She becomes a whirlwind of steel, deflecting every projectile with practiced ease. A flicker of strain crosses her face, but her focus remains unbroken. She plants her feet, digging into the forest floor for a solid stance. Another beast charges from the side, a blur of fur and fury. It's met with a powerful shield bash that sends it reeling backward. She flows into her next attack, a spinning kick that sends another monster flying. Even as she lands, her shield is already up, deflecting another surprise attack. Standing over the fallen creature, she declares this is the end of the line for them. The final beast is dispatched as Elpus watches from the sidelines, but a closer look reveals a flicker of genuine surprise in his eyes. His bored facade cracks, replaced by a look of utter shock. Margaret stands victorious, revealing her skills come from her adventurer mother. Elpus lights his cigar, admitting this was a pleasant miscalculation. She grins, declaring her combat prowess is already near a professional level. Elpus considers her words a thoughtful expression on his face. Even his companion celebrates her complete victory over the monster pack. Margaret proudly declares this a top-tier performance for any rookie, but their celebration is cut short by the arrival of a much larger problem. But Elpus simply dismisses her victory, calling her technique sloppy. With a flick of his wrist, he sends 2 projectiles flying into the trees. They intercept a hidden Haggus, stopping its surprise attack dead in its tracks. His movements are a blur of speed and power that leave Margaret stunned. She turns to him, flustered, insisting she had the situation handled, but he reveals he used his massive blade to block the attack she never saw coming. His tiny companion proudly declares, this is the skill of a true professional. Elpus wonders how, with this level of skill, he's still only considered a C rank. The thought makes Margaret ponder the terrifying power of an A rank like Aruto. His companion, however, is just happy to celebrate their top-class victory. The forest stands silent after the brief, violent battle. With the quest complete, they move to a nearby river to process their kill. Elpus pulls out a small, sharp blade, ready for the less glamorous part of the job. He begins to expertly harvest the valuable materials from the fallen Haggus. Elpus explains the creature's uses, from its valuable pelt to its antidote-rich blood. Margaret proudly states she learned to make antidotes with herbs and alcohol. But Elpus notes that for a fast-acting potion, you need dangerously strong spirits. He grimaces, muttering that strong drink is the worst thing to swallow. The thought triggers a sudden painful memory, and he clutches his head. He recalls the thug's cruel words about Margaret's father dying a drunkard's death. The memory hits him hard, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. Margaret offers a small, sad smile, understanding his sudden distress. Elpus's gaze hardens, the cruel words echoing in his mind. He looks down, a quiet storm of emotions brewing behind his eyes. His companion asks if he'll finish the job, but Margaret eagerly volunteers. She seems pleased by this turn of events, while Elpus just looks tired of the drama. Back from the forest, Elpus stares at the letter Aruto gave him. His keen sense of smell picks up something, a scent that gives him a very bad feeling. The letter feels heavy in his hands, a choice that could change everything. Later, by the water's edge, a heavy silence hangs between the two adventurers. Margaret looks away, a nervous energy about her as she prepares to speak. Elpus remains stone-faced, his patience clearly reaching its limit. He finally speaks, guessing at the painful truth she's about to reveal. Margaret confirms that her father's cellar never held the whiskey he seeks. Elpus cuts her off, coldly stating that he already knew that. His harsh words hang in the heavy silence between them. His frustration finally boils over, shouting that he understands the situation. But his anger is answered by a flash of steel flying through the air. The dagger slams into a tree, inches from his face, a shocking message. And just like that, the half-orc's hardened exterior finally shatters. Elpus reveals he's known since they left the city that Margaret was being followed. He explains he moved them away from the ambush point and the dagger was just a bonus. He brings the blade closer, its tip humming with a strange energy. He identifies the substance on the blade, a potent poison, not the work of some common thug. Margaret, however, seems completely oblivious, proudly showing off her butchering skills. His tiny companion complains that this picnic has become far too exciting for its tastes. As they walk, the reality of the situation hangs in the air. Margaret is a marked woman. Elpus decides he's not one to wait for an attack. They're going on the offensive. The unlikely duo, Elpus and Margaret, now have a new, unseen enemy to deal with. Margaret points ahead, suggesting they rest at an adventurer campsite after gathering firewood. Margaret looks panicked, asking if he's really going to leave her alone. Elpus lets out a weary sigh, confirming he's not abandoning her. Her fear melts away, replaced by a wave of tearful relief. He grumbles that she has a real talent for getting on his nerves, but his words are a cover for a new dangerous plan taking shape. With a grim look, Elpus prepares to set his trap. He decides they'll split up, using Margaret as bait to draw out their pursuers. His plan is simple. If the assassin is reckless, he'll take them out directly. But if their enemy is cautious, they'll regroup and take the long way home. Either way, he's confident he can track them by scent and finish the job. Elpus stands his ground as the forest itself seems to come alive with hostile energy. He notes the sudden spike in killing intent, directed right at him. The ground trembles and vines lash out, a clear sign the trap has been sprung. And in that moment, Elpus understands their enemy's true goal. The assassin wasn't targeting Margaret, the vulnerable noblewoman. With a volley of projectiles screaming towards him, he realizes he was the target all along. But he meets the assault with a blur of motion, his massive blade a shield of steel. The ricocheting projectiles slam into the earth around him, their magic spent. Elpus smirks, recognizing the long-range magic as a textbook move against orcs. From the shadows, a hidden eye twitches, its owner clearly surprised by his survival. The assassin finally reveals themselves, a being of pure shadow and malice. Elpus glares back, completely unimpressed by the dramatic entrance. The cloaked figure seems surprised by the sheer size of its target. Dark energy swirls around the assassin, a sign of potent, dangerous magic. But Elpus notes their height is roughly the same as his own, and more importantly, his keen sense of smell picks up a familiar scent. He braces himself, ready to close the distance and end this fight quickly. Reaching into his coat, he retrieves a small hidden weapon. It's the poisoned dagger from before, a perfect tool for a little payback. With a vicious grin, he launches the blade right back at its owner. The poisoned blade soars through the forest, a silver streak of vengeance. The cloaked figure stands unmoving, a silent silhouette against the trees. But the dagger shatters on impact, splintering against something that isn't flesh. Elpus smirks, his suspicions confirmed in an instant. He knew from the scent that this was no living being. The assassin was nothing more than a wooden dummy wrapped in a cheap cloak. Elpus scoffs at the decoy, clearly insulted by the amateurish trap. But the real attack begins. As magical projectiles rain down from all sides, he becomes a blur of motion, his blade deflecting the volley with contemptuous ease. And from the shadows, the true assassin finally closes in for the kill. The hidden assassin is left stunned, their plan clearly not going as expected. They can't believe their magic was shattered by sheer brute strength alone. Their mana is draining fast, forcing them to consider a recovery potion. Any normal orc would have fallen by now, but Elpus is something else entirely. Elpus realizes this is no ordinary mage. Their ability to hide is far too skilled. The assassin unleashes a new attack, a storm of ricocheting crystal shards. The real threat appears right beside him, a woman in a maid's uniform, because of course it is. The sudden proximity of the attack catches even the half-orc off guard. He grits his teeth as the force of the blow finally connects. A spray of dark blood hits the forest floor, a sign that someone has been wounded. The maid assassin explodes from the shadows in a flurry of acrobatic violence. Her face contorts with rage as she demands the pig return her young mistress. Elpus spits blood, realizing he's facing a rare form of shadow-based magic. The attack came from within his own shadow, a perfect and deadly ambush. Wiping his chin, he grudgingly admits it's been a while since he was hit so cleanly. But her only reply is a venomous insult, calling him a half-blood abomination. The force of the blow sends Elpus to one knee, the battle suddenly turning against him. He adjusts his glasses, catching a glimpse of his companion against the full moon. But from the trees a new figure emerges, complaining that his maid jumped the gun. With a smug grin, the man challenges Elpus by name, ready to see what he's made of. The smug newcomer watches as his maid leaps into action, closing the distance in an instant. She launches a vicious kick, the art style suddenly very interested in her combat form. But Elpus just glares back, his expression a mixture of annoyance and grim focus. With a furious cry, the maid brings her leg down in a powerful axe kick. But the blow is stopped cold, meeting the unmovable wall of Elpus's forearm. She lands, vowing to kill this pig before he can lay a hand on her mistress. Elpus smirks, noting her switch to physical combat and daring her to bring it on. She becomes a whirlwind of blades and shadows, attacking from all sides at once. But Elpus simply braces himself, meeting her flurry with a single, powerful block. The force of the impact sends the assassin flying, spitting blood from the blow. The maid skids across the forest floor, thrown back by his immense power. But she's already twisting in the air, launching herself back into the fray. With a furious snarl, she vows to break every bone in his body. She lands in a crouch, coiling for her next devastating move. Elpus just looks down, muttering about how troublesome this maid is. She flies at him again, demanding he release her mistress from his influence. But his eyes catch a glint of movement, a flicker of something unexpected. A sharp pain registers as a poisoned dart embeds itself in his massive arm. He glances down at the projectile, a small but deadly-looking needle. The realization hits him. It's a poisoned blade, and it's already in his system. The maid lands in a crouch, declaring she's created the opening she needs. From the shadows, she produces a strange rifle-like weapon. With a short chant, she begins to load the magical firearm. It's a glass magic catalyst, a high-tech solution for a low-tech problem. Her bloodied hand grips the weapon, her resolve completely unshaken. Magical runes swirl as she charges the device with immense power. With her preparations complete, she takes aim, shield at the ready. Her eyes burn with fury as she unleashes her shattering bullet. From his perch, the smug newcomer watches the forest erupt in a massive explosion. A flicker of surprise crosses his face. He admits Elpus is tougher than he looks. The assassin is revealed, now Nahatgal, a former thief turned loyal maid. Her master taunts Elpus, claiming his B-rank power is nothing special. Nio unleashes another volley of magic, forcing Elpus on the defensive, but the prolonged fight is taking its toll, and she reaches for a potion. She quickly uncorks the vial, desperate to replenish her dwindling mana. Without hesitation, she downs the recovery potion to get back in the fight. Meanwhile, Elpus's companion has a potion of its own, a handy antidote. Now cured, the tiny creature spins into action, tired of being a spectator. Nio is suddenly struck, her arm shattering from an unseen attack. Elsewhere, Margaret walks alone as two magical staves are discarded behind her. The two combatants now face each other across a massive, fallen tree. Elpus looks back, suggesting it's about time they ended this little charade. But now can only clutch her chest, the recovery potion hitting her system hard. An explanation reveals the potion's secret. It's also a dangerously potent alcohol. Elpus notes that even seasoned adventurers know to only ever drink one of those. Her master realizes she's on her second dose, a fatal miscalculation in this fight. The potent brew takes hold, and the deadly assassin begins to lose her balance. Her face flushes as the world starts to spin, her combat focus completely gone. The proud warrior is reduced to a helpless, teary-eyed mess. Looks like someone can't hold their liquor. Elpus stands completely unfazed, noting that her poison and magic barely left a scratch. Nio realizes the power gap is too vast. This half-blood is a true monster. A flicker of something inhuman shines in Elpus's reptilian eye. He growls that he has no intention of leaving Margaret in her care. He gestures to the crystal shards, the remnants of her failed assault. Elpus repeats her name, now, his tone leaving no room for argument. He dismisses her magic as nothing more than cheap parlor tricks. But now is too far gone, drunkenly trying to remember who he is. Her eyes widen in shock as a new power fills the air. His companion easily dispels the last of her lingering shadow magic, and from the darkness, Elpus summons two massive demonic claws. Elpus reveals he used the fallen tree as part of his own devious trap. He explains he'd already prepared to disarm her so-called shattering bullet. Now is thrown back, wondering if her own magic is about to self-destruct. In her daze, she can only whisper the name of the mistress she failed to protect. With a grunt of annoyance, Elpus grips the hilt of his massive blade. He unleashes a torrent of dark energy, shattering her remaining projectiles. The intricate crystal shards are no match for his raw, demonic power. He calls upon a devastating ability, Orcus, the Grand Duke of Sin. A colossal pillar of dark energy erupts, a declaration of his true strength. Miles away, Margaret looks up, completely stunned by the unexpected light show. Her hair stands on end as she wonders if that was a lightning strike. Her eyes are wide with disbelief, struggling to process the scale of the event. The source of the light is revealed, a massive crater perfectly carved out of the forest. In the center of the devastation stands Elpus, his weapon crackling with residual energy. He holds the unconscious now in his arms, casually asking if she's still alive. His weapon has transformed, now a monstrous war mace that commands the very storms. Nio awakens in his arms, flustered and confused, asking why he would save her. Elpus just looks down, asking if she's the maid who serves Margaret. He figures she acted alone out of loyalty, not wanting a half-blood near her mistress. With a dismissive smirk, he tells her not to worry. For him, this kind of trouble is just business as usual. Nio is left completely flustered, a deep blush spreading across her face. Her expression shifts to one of shame and confusion, her pride utterly shattered. From the trees, the smug newcomer applauds, a slow, deliberate clap. He admits that Elpus's single strike was far more impressive than he'd anticipated. Elpus glares up at the man, his patience for uninvited guests completely gone. The man, Aruto, finally reveals himself, floating down with an arrogant smirk. The two powerful adventurers lock eyes, a silent challenge passing between them. Aruto asks Elpus's companion if it was responsible for Nao's defeat, but he cuts the conversation short by stomping on the tiny creature. Apparently, he's not a fan of small talk. From the edge of the massive crater, Margaret screams Aruto's name in a panic. Elpus's face contorts in a silent snarl, his fury finally ignited. His tiny companion is freed, looking utterly bewildered by the sudden assault. Aruto looks down, casually acknowledging the creature he just tried to crush. But Margaret erupts in a furious scream, her voice echoing through the crater. She roars at Aruto, demanding he get away from her new party members. The new lord simply turns, completely unfazed by her protective rage. Elpus is left holding the unconscious maid, looking deeply annoyed by this family reunion. The story then reveals just what Aruto means to the young noblewoman. Their history began long ago, when he was just a boy from a royal family, a man who willingly cast aside his claim to the throne to become an adventurer. But now he's the man who stole her father's honor and fortune. She lands with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Seeing Elpus and Nao injured, Margaret's mind snaps into focus. Her eyes narrow, correctly identifying Aruto as the source of the danger. With a burst of speed, she closes the distance between them. The story reveals just what Margaret truly means to Aruto. When they first met, he saw a spoiled noble who resembled her adventurer mother. After her mother's death, she agreed to a political marriage to support her father. But now, in the present, he barely even gives her a second glance. With a furious cry, she charges forward, ready to confront her so-called fiancé. She unleashes a furious strike, aiming to cut down the man who ruined her life. but her blade stops dead, her attack completely nullified before it can connect. Her sword is swallowed by a swirling vortex of water that surrounds Aruto. He stands completely untouched, as if simply brushing away a minor annoyance. From the sidelines, Now can only call out to her mistress in a panic. She realizes this isn't just a shield. It's a form of spatial magic she's never seen. Elpus, however, seems to recognize the technique, a grim look on his face. It's a legendary form of absolute defense, turning the concept of water into a barrier, a technique known as the Castle of the Quiet Lake because villains love dramatic names. This is an ultimate art, a level of magic even elven masters deem impossible for adventurers. Margaret stands her ground, facing down the two powerful men in the crater. But she knows the truth. The gap in power between her and Aruto is just too vast. Aruto watches her, his expression one of complete, unbothered confidence. Elpus explains the terrifying nature of his magic, a defense made of literal tons of water. Aruto's eyes gleam with the arrogance of a man who has never known defeat. He turns his attention to Elpus, asking if the Half-Orc has what it takes to break his shield. He even taunts him, suggesting that his earlier lightning strike might just do the trick. The two men lock eyes, the tension between them thick enough to cut with a blade. But Elpus offers a baffling response, admitting he doesn't actually hate the man. The smug lord is left completely speechless, his condescending smirk finally wiped from his face. Aruto's eye narrows, intrigued by the Half-Orc's bizarre choice of words. Elpus's gaze is just as intense, admitting he's never met anyone quite like Aruto. He clarifies that while they may be rivals, he doesn't see the new lord as an enemy. The smug lord just smirks, clearly enjoying this strange verbal dance. But Elpus cuts him off, insisting his words are not sarcasm but a simple truth. Aruto turns away, declaring that for now, Elpus is simply Margaret's adversary. The new lord seems completely baffled by the Half-Orc's strange logic. But Elpus's eyes flash with anger, warning Aruto not to underestimate their leader. That single comment is enough to shatter Aruto's calm, and he explodes into motion. He unleashes a devastating strike, the force of the blow shaking the very air. The blow connects, sending Margaret flying back across the crater floor. Aruto's expression is cold, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. Margaret's world spins, the force of the blow rattling her to her very core. But she roars back, declaring she's an adventurer who will one day surpass him. With a furious cry, she charges back into the fray, refusing to back down. Elpus watches on, his expression unreadable but clearly intrigued by her fire. Nio erupts in a cheer, realizing her mistress just broke through his absolute defense. Aruto is stunned as the narration explains the world's 3 types of magic. The first is general magic, the classic 4 elements channeled through glass. The second is unique magic, an innate power that can't be learned or taught. This power is wielded as naturally as breathing, requiring no chance or catalysts. And the third type is magic tools, items imbued with power, like Elpus's monstrous weapon. The battlefield is set, with Margaret charging headfirst into the fray. Aruto's confident expression shatters, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. Elpus realizes the truth. The absolute defense requires absolute focus. And by drawing Aruto's attention, he created a sliver of an opening for Margaret. Aruto's gaze softens, admitting it's been a long time since he's seen that fire in her. But his moment of reflection is cut short as Margaret's attack connects. Suddenly, a masked figure intercepts her, catching the exhausted noblewoman. The newcomer's eye glares at Aruto, declaring she won't forgive him for hurting her friends. Looks like the party just got a little bigger. The newcomer's eye narrows, a bead of sweat tracing their temple. Aruto scoffs from a distance, claiming that such a weak attack is hardly a threat. The masked warrior intercepts Aruto, moving with a speed that defies their size. The crater becomes a battlefield as the newcomer engages the A-rank adventurer directly. They stand between Margaret and Aruto, a silent, unmovable guardian. The warrior turns back, their gaze falling on the wounded Elpus. The mask comes off, revealing a young woman who asks if Margaret is all right. But her concern quickly hardens into defiance, declaring this is nothing she can't handle. She now stands beside Margaret, ready to face down the new Lord of Landless. Elpus watches with a weary smirk, admitting she might be overdoing it just a little. Elpus is surprised at himself, wondering why he's taking up arms for others. But as he glares ahead, he admits that this feeling isn't entirely unwelcome. Aruto mocks the masked newcomer, sarcastically commenting on her loyalty. A crack spiders across her mask, a sign of the immense pressure she's under. The mask shatters completely, revealing a horned woman with a stunned expression. Tears well in her eyes as she asks him not to comment on her height. But Margaret recognizes her, shouting out the name of her unique eyes, Mazari. The narration reveals she's a half-dwarf, which explains her unusual stature. The half-dwarf warrior notes that another adventurer shares her unique eyes, and with a gesture, she prepares to unleash her own formidable power. The narration reveals the name of Elpus's weapon, Orcus, the Grand Duke of Sin, and Mazzari wields its counterpart, Gueria, the Executioner Princess. The two warriors face off, their legendary weapons ready for a true test of strength. Elpus can't believe it, wondering if this half-dwarf really wants to pick a fight with him, but Mazzari's gaze is just as cold, clearly not a fan of lecturing pigs. With a roar, they unleash the full power of their ancestral magic tools. A storm of lightning and darkness collides, shaking the very foundations of the crater. Nayo shields Margaret from the blast, calling out her mistress's name in a panic. The maid can only stare in awe, completely stunned by the incredible power on display. Margaret is left speechless, her eyes wide with the realization of what her new allies can do. But Aruto stands between them, casually holding the two forces at bay. The three powerhouses are locked in a tense stalemate across the crater floor. Aruto smirks at Elpus, claiming his own party members are just too fond of him. The half-dwarf warrior snaps at her leader, insisting that Elpus is more than capable. But Aruto's gaze hardens, his slitted pupil a silent command to stand down. Elpus's own eye narrows, questioning if this man is truly serious. As Margaret reaches out from the ground, Elpus can only look on in silent frustration. The narration introduces the half-dwarf as Shika, a warrior who once annihilated a bandit group alone, and Elpus, the half-orc who can go toe-to-toe with an A-rank powerhouse like her. Looks like our boy is moving up in the world. Margaret looks on, her expression hardening with a new unspoken resolve. Margaret's eyes widen, realizing she's surrounded by absolute monsters. Aruto mockingly notes how her companions seem to adore their new leader. Her fury boils over as she screams his name, her patience finally gone. The narration confirms this wasn't a fluke. She's reached a new height of power. Aruto's gaze remains steady, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Margaret declares the age of helpless princesses is over. She'll stand as an equal. Elpus can only stare, admitting that she's already proving her point. The three powerhouses stand across the crater, a silent challenge in the air. He glances back at Margaret, who meets his gaze with unwavering resolve. And for a moment, the hardened half-orc is left completely speechless. She roars that he was the one who called her a comrade, who acknowledged her strength. And for the first time, she calls him by his name, a question in her voice. Aruto places a hand on Elpus's shoulder, telling him not to get too worked up. He then reminds Elpus of the letter he was given before leaving the city. The rest of the party can only watch, caught in the middle of this standoff. Aruto's smug expression suggests he's enjoying every second of this chaos. He explains that the letter is likely an invitation to a much higher stage, a challenge from one powerhouse to another, delivered with a condescending grin. Margaret can only look on, completely lost in this high-level power play. But as Elpus finally opens the letter, he finds it's completely blank. Guess Aruto's a fan of minimalist design. Margaret explodes in fury, demanding to know if he's making a fool of them. But Aruto just smirks, explaining that it's a letter one can't simply read. Elpus glares at the blank page, his frustration growing with every passing second. But then, his expression shifts, a sudden understanding dawning on his face. He realizes the message isn't in words, but in the paper's distinct scent. The unmistakable aroma of a very specific, very rare brand of whiskey. He looks up at Aruto, admitting the scent is almost exactly what he's been searching for. The new lord's grin widens, enjoying the half-orc's stunned reaction. The name of the legendary brand echoes in his mind. The Blessed Ballad. A miracle water, a blend of the world's 7 most legendary liquors. So, a really expensive cocktail. Aruto reveals the legendary drink's true name with a triumphant grin. Elpus glares back, demanding to know just how much this man truly knows. The new lord simply states that they are both searching for the very same thing. Elpus roars that this isn't just a drink, it's a memory of his family and friends. But Aruto declares the miracle liquor will be his, and his alone. The two sides stand opposed, the lines of this new conflict clearly drawn. Aruto issues a challenge, daring Elpus to rise to his level. His eyes burn with the confidence of a man who has never known defeat. But Elpus meets his gaze, a silent promise of the battle to come. A new quest has begun, a race to claim the divine liquor, and it's going to be a messy one. Aruto issues his final challenge, a promise to meet Elpus at the very top. Back at the guild, the quest to hunt the Haggus is officially declared complete. A new elven receptionist calmly processes their successful mission report. And for her efforts, Margaret is officially promoted to the illustrious D rank. With the day's chaos behind them, the newly formed party raises a celebratory toast. The unlikely group settles in for a well-deserved meal and a moment of peace. The main course is revealed, a heaping platter of freshly fried Haggus. Elpus's companion raves about the ale, while Now confirms the fresh meat was the right call. Margaret enjoys her drink, her earlier humiliation completely forgotten for now. But for Shika, the whiskey is more than a drink. It's a memory of a cherished friend. Nio reveals that Aruto's knowledge comes from a mysterious otherworlder. Shika just laughs, clearly enjoying the chaos of their new party dynamic. But Elpus dismisses the idea, stating that such things are not important to him. He explains that his quest is for a dear friend who once saved his life. His only wish is to pour that legendary whiskey on his fallen friend's grave. The table falls silent, his companions finally understanding his true motivation. Margaret reflects on her own quest, to honor her father's will by becoming an adventurer. She smiles, genuinely touched that he would share something so personal with them. Elpus is left flustered, clearly not equipped to handle genuine emotional connection. With new resolve, Margaret declares they will beat Aruto to the legendary whiskey. Elpus agrees, stating that her success is now tied to his own quest. His tiny companion celebrates their new camaraderie, much to Elpus's chagrin. But Margaret points out a small problem. There are conditions for forming a party. Elpus recalls the guild's rules. They need at least 2 C-rank members. So Margaret declares their new goal, get her promoted and recruit more allies. The others get excited, imagining a new mage blasting foes from the back line. Elpus grumbles that they need a magic user, and they just happen to know one. The classic strategy, a strong front line protecting a powerful spellcaster. Margaret is stunned by this revelation. Guess charge forward isn't the only strategy. The narration explains that true adventurers must be both self-sufficient and team players. But Elpus's expression hardens, flatly rejecting the very idea of it. Margaret is left completely baffled, asking why he's so against the strategy. He explains that he refuses to accept a plan that anticipates a comrade's death. The harsh reality of his words leaves the young noblewoman utterly speechless. For a true adventurer, he explains, every choice is a matter of life and death. Shika backs him up, revealing the grim statistics of their chosen profession. Elpus adds that of his own peers, only one other adventurer is still active. Margaret's expression sours, clearly not a fan of this brutal reality check. Even Nio objects, insisting her mistress is not yet ready for such risks. But Margaret's resolve hardens, remembering her duty to rebuild her family's name. Margaret's hands clench, her resolve unshaken by their grim warnings. But Nio insists she shouldn't have to team up with a half-blood at all. Margaret can only look on, surprised by her maid's sudden outburst. Elpus just closes his eyes, admitting her argument has a certain cold logic. Nio continues, calling half-bloods like herself and Shika an ill omen. Elpus slams his fist down, agreeing that it's a sound, if cruel, argument. Margaret turns to him, worried that Nio's words have hurt him. But he just looks away, muttering that he already knows the score. He then points, changing the subject back to their need for a mage, and his finger lands squarely on a very stunned, very prejudiced Nio. Talk about an awkward job offer, but Margaret's eyes light up, thrilled by the prospect of Nio joining them. Elpus explains that Nio's agility and rare magic make her the perfect candidate. He then casually brings up her past as a thief, much to her dismay. The proud assassin can only slump over the table in utter humiliation. Elpus seems completely unbothered by her reaction, his point already made. Nio is left sweating, her carefully guarded secret now out in the open. But Elpus adds that the guild doesn't care about one's past. How very progressive of them. The maid looks up, her prejudice warring with this unexpected offer. Margaret's gaze softens as she addresses her loyal, conflicted servant. She declares that together, they will restore her father's honor in this city. But Margaret cuts through the tension, declaring Nio is not just a servant, but her friend. Elpus just watches the scene unfold, his expression giving absolutely nothing away. With a gentle look, Margaret asks if Nio would be willing to officially become her comrade, a true member of their party. But Nio leaps onto the table, flatly declaring that it's impossible. Talk about a flair for the dramatic. The drama is interrupted by a new voice, a blonde elf claiming Nio is her property. Nio can only look down, her face a mixture of shame and frustration. Margaret is left completely stunned by this sudden, bizarre claim. Elpus lets out a low growl, his patience for tavern theatrics officially gone. The man with the elf reveals himself, a merchant who reeks of pure, unadulterated greed. The elf woman smirks, noting the distinct scent of blood in the air. Elpus's eyes narrow, his instincts already sizing up the newcomers. The merchant explains his business, sponsoring adventurers for a tidy profit. He taps the table, a gesture of ownership and condescension. Elpus glares back, his patience for this kind of arrogance wearing thin. Now can only look down, caught in the middle of this humiliating display. The elf woman looks them over, demanding to know who they are. The merchant introduces himself as Kankira, his smile dripping with false sincerity, and his companion introduces herself as Sharbika, an adventurer with a wild grin. She's the leader of a C-rank party, and she's clearly got a flair for the dramatic. She gets right in his face, proudly declaring her nickname, the Orc Hunter. Elpus's eye narrows, finding this whole situation a strange coincidence. Sharbeka announces to the room that she despises orcs, a nickname she's had since she was a rookie. Margaret's eyes widen, a flicker of understanding passing through them. The elf watches him light his cigar, noting the intelligence in the half-blood's eyes. The two adventurers lock gazes, a silent challenge passing between them. She leans in with a sneer, asking if he's been eating with his nose. Classy. But Elpus simply turns away, completely unfazed by her childish taunts. Margaret recognizes the merchant, recalling that he used to do business with her father. Kankira complains about her father's high tariffs, celebrating the city's new freedom. Sharbeka sneers that her father's rule let merchants like Kankira get arrogant. The merchant gloats that with the old lord gone, business is finally booming, but the elf's eyes narrow, questioning his very specific choice of words. Kankira then summons Now, revealing she ran away from him that morning. Now can only look down, her face a mask of pure, crushing humiliation. Margaret calls out her name, completely stunned by this sudden revelation. Elpus's expression hardens, a low growl rumbling in his chest. With a smug grin, Kankira explains the simple truth. Now is deeply in his debt. He declares that in this so-called free city, there is no freedom for debtors. Now stands in silence, her pride completely shattered by the public shaming. Margaret can only stare, her voice barely a whisper as she calls Now's name. She turns to the merchant, demanding to know the exact amount of this supposed debt. Kankira's smug grin widens as he reveals the price, a staggering 10 gold coins. The number hits Margaret like a physical blow, her mind struggling to process the sum. A helpful chart explains that this is an absolutely life-ruining amount of money. So, not your average bar tab. Sharbeka scoffs, noting that this isn't the kind of debt one racks up on a whim. Nao looks down, her own mind reeling, unable to understand how this happened. As the merchant's party looms over her, Margaret reaches out in a panic. She demands an explanation, asking what could possibly cost so much. But Nao just hangs her head in shame, whispering that she cannot say. Nao cuts through the sentiment, declaring she is neither a friend nor a comrade. Sharbeka and Kankira watch with smug satisfaction as Nao is led away. Margaret screams her name, begging her loyal maid to wait, but Nao just shouts back, telling her mistress to stay away. Margaret can only watch, her eyes filling with tears of confusion. Through her own tears, Nao begs her not to follow. The merchant and his elf companion seem to be enjoying the drama a little too much. The young noblewoman is left completely stunned by the betrayal. She demands to know why, insisting her father gave Nao a generous severance. Elpus's companion recalls its own past, remembering the sting of being called a monster. The companion recalls telling another monster that their senses were one and the same. It admits that it can't truly claim to understand Elpus's unique suffering, but it knows that Elpus's nose can perceive the true feelings of others, and only he can decide if that power is a curse or a gift. Back in the present, the party looks on as their new enemies loom large. Elpus's expression darkens, muttering that he doesn't like this one bit. He can sense the deep, genuine bond between Margaret and her loyal maid, and he can smell the merchant's vile methods, twisting that bond for profit. His reptilian eye narrows, his disgust hardening into cold, calculated fury. But Sharbeka just laughs, a chilling, bloodthirsty sound that fills the tavern. Elpus's eye narrows, the foul scent of this injustice finally pushing him over the edge. Sharbeka sneers that her title as Orc Hunter means she won't tolerate a half-blood's arrogance. She declares that in this moment, both the monster and the noblewoman are finished. The rest of the guild watches, content to see the outcast get put in their place. Sharbeka's eye glints, relishing her self-appointed role as the hunter of villains. But Elpus just places a hand on Margaret's shoulder, suggesting they find a new venue. The elf scoffs, calling him heartless for not fighting for his so-called comrade. Margaret's face contorts in a silent snarl, her fury reaching its boiling point. Sharbeka leans in close, her taunts turning into a low, menacing whisper. and from the back, now can only watch, a silent prisoner in her own drama. But Elpus just looks on, vowing that he will absolutely save her. Sharbeka scoffs, asking if the orc hunter is supposed to let him go just for defending a debtor. Shika chimes in, reminding the elf that orcs are still considered demi-humans. With a dismissive wave, Elpus turns to leave, wishing them luck with their work. He walks away without a second glance, leaving the stunned elf in his wake. The elf then turns her attention to Margaret, demanding to know what she'll do. Her expression is one of pure manic glee, eager to see the noblewoman break. Nio looks back one last time, her face a mask of shame and despair. But Margaret just stands in silence, her expression hidden by her hair. She then looks up, her eyes burning with cold fury, declaring she has no dogs among her comrades. The elf is left stunned, her taunts dying on her lips. But her shock quickly turns to mockery, asking if Margaret was just abandoned by her maid. On the dark city street, the two groups begin to separate. Elpus and Margaret are left standing alone as Nao is led away into the night. Margaret takes a single, hesitant step forward, her body wanting to follow. But Elpus simply looks on, grimly acknowledging her powerful declaration. Through her tears, Margaret admits this kind of cruelty is just like the backstabbing of high society. Elpus realizes this was all a setup, a challenge meant to force him into a villain's role. She confesses that until this moment, she didn't know where to direct her own anger. And with that realization, her hand clenches into a tight, determined fist. Elpus tells Margaret that she's just as devoted to Nao as the maid is to her. He explains that he knows this because of her scent, a truth she can't hide. Margaret teases him, admitting his charming nose sees more than just smells. Her hand tightens into a fist, her resolve solidifying into a single purpose. A single tear falls, but her eyes burn with a newfound unshakable fire. With a shared purpose, they vow to take back their comrade no matter the cost. Under the crescent moon, Sharbeka's name is called out in the night. The merchant dismisses his entourage outside a lavish estate, his business for the night concluded. On a rooftop overlooking the city, Kankira asserts his dominance over the captive maid. Nao can only stare ahead, her expression a mask of quiet, crushing despair. Nao's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated misery, but Sharbeka just looks on, a smug, condescending smirk on her face. Kankira addresses his hired muscle, with Nao standing isolated in the background. He explains the situation, focusing on the troublesome half-orc who started it all. The elf warns him not to get ahead of himself, questioning if he can handle the fallout. Her expression remains cold, completely unimpressed by the merchant's scheming. Nio can only look down, her spirit completely broken by the public humiliation. But Sharbeka just grins, declaring that the maid is now her personal prey. Kankira places his full confidence in the orc hunter, pleased with the arrangement. And with her new pet secured, Sharbeka happily skips off into the night. Sharbeka waves a cheerful goodbye as Kankira leads Nao toward his lavish estate. But the moment they're out of sight, she spits on the ground in disgust. The gesture is a clear sign of her utter contempt for the merchant. She mutters to herself that the man clearly doesn't understand the situation at all. She recalls Elpus's calm demeanor, realizing he's not one to brawl without a reason. Deciding this is all too troublesome, she resolves to do a little hunting of her own. Meanwhile, Elpus and his party arrive at the Veruna Trading Company. Inside, they explain their entire complicated predicament to the company's head. Margaret, now in a sharp new uniform, declares they need money to rescue their comrade. Shika looks on, clearly a little uncomfortable with this new diplomatic approach. Elpus looks on, his expression grim as he prepares to make his case. But the woman in charge simply smiles, addressing him by name. She introduces herself as Veruna, noting that Elpus is, as always, a magnet for trouble. Margaret is left completely baffled by their sudden and easy familiarity. Elpus apologizes for being a day late and for the unreasonable request he's about to make. Shika just scoffs, clearly not a fan of these formal business meetings. Margaret realizes he's brought them to one of his personal business contacts. Veruna just smiles, amused by the chaos her old acquaintance has brought with him. The young noblewoman is left completely flustered by this unexpected turn of events. She finally understands that this meeting was one of the reasons Elpus came to this city. Veruna explains the inseparable bond between merchants and adventurers. She lays out the harsh economics of their profession, a constant cycle of expenses. Merchants provide the coin, and adventurers provide the steel to protect it. This, she declares, is the very essence of their new free city. Margaret listens, the weight of this new reality sinking in. Elpus remains silent, his expression unreadable behind his dark glasses. But Shika has heard enough, her patience for this lecture completely gone. She stomps her foot, demanding they cut to the chase and get to the point. Margaret is left completely stunned by her comrade's sudden outburst. Veruna, however, just takes a calm sip of her tea, completely unbothered by the drama. Shika explodes, spitting insults about his half-blood heritage. She gets right in his face, accusing him of being a penniless freeloader. Elpus is completely taken aback by her sudden, aggressive outburst. Margaret can only watch, wondering what just set her off. But Shika's anger suddenly deflates, slumping over in defeat. She tells them to shut up, her rage collapsing into frustrated tears. Margaret looks on, realizing this is all because Shika is talking to Elpus. Veruna tells the young noblewoman to learn from the half-orc's example. Looks like class is in session. The merchant watches the scene with a calm, knowing gaze. Shika declares that as a D rank, she can't even protect one comrade, calling it a disgrace. She gets right in Elpus's face, her frustration finally boiling over. Margaret is left completely lost, unsure what just triggered this explosion. Veruna, however, seems to be enjoying the show, a knowing look in her eyes. Elpus calmly asks if she's still holding a grudge over losing a duel to him. Shika roars back, furious that he'd bring up a fight from years ago. He then twists the knife, asking if this is about him rejecting her party invitation. She screams that he's digging up ancient history, her face a mask of pure rage. Margaret can only stare, her jaw on the floor as this old drama comes to light. Veruna's smile widens, clearly entertained by this very personal business meeting. The entire party is now caught in the middle of this very awkward reunion. Veruna reveals that Elpus and Shika were once fellow adventurers from the same cohort. She takes a sip of tea, recalling that it's been 3 years since she first met Elpus. Margaret is left completely bewildered, asking just who these people really are. Veruna explains that while she and Kankira are both merchants, she despises his methods. Through her tears, Margaret insists that she doesn't see them as the same at all. Elpus can only look on, clearly uncomfortable with being the center of this drama. Veruna just smiles, admitting that Margaret is a rather interesting young woman. She explains that forcing someone's hand is like spreading poison through the city. But what Margaret is attempting to do, she declares, is to fight poison with poison. The young noblewoman is left completely stunned by this harsh assessment. Elpus's expression hardens, a silent declaration of his resolve. Margaret meets that resolve with her own unwavering conviction, a conviction that borders on pure, unadulterated madness. Veruna lays out the terms. They must prove they're worth her investment. She calls them nothing more than moldy trophies, relics of a forgotten time. The harsh words seem to land, leaving Margaret in silent contemplation. Even Elpus is taken aback by the merchant's brutal honesty. Veruna warns him not to coddle the young noblewoman. She declares that the one who must answer now is Margaret herself. Veruna challenges her directly, proves she has what it takes to be a leader. Margaret's eyes narrow, her resolve hardening under Veruna's intense scrutiny. She begins her answer, her voice a quiet but steady declaration of who she is. She recalls a time she made a fool of herself in front of royalty. Back then, she was just a girl, forced into a political marriage to save her family. But that girl is gone, and in her place stands a proud adventurer. Shika looks on, her earlier fire now just a weary ember. Elpus watches in silence, his expression giving absolutely nothing away. Veruna's reflection glints in her blade, a flicker of interest in her eyes. The scene then cuts to a dark, opulent bedroom, a figure hidden in the shadows. A skeletal being rises from the bed, a chilling new player entering the game. Nao is bound and helpless, her captor declaring that it's time for her punishment. A memory echoes, a lesson about never stealing from others. It was a harsh truth learned over a simple loaf of bread. Those words, spoken so long ago, still haunt her, a cruel reminder that has never truly faded from her memory. Her story began in a land ravaged by noble corruption and endless war. She was just a child then, alone and abandoned amidst the city's ruins. But a hand reached out, offering a chance at a different life. She looked up, her eyes filled with a desperate, flickering hope. The man was a righteous bandit, and he took her in as his adopted daughter. Her magical talent was discovered, and she became a key fighter for the bandit crew. As they stole from corrupt nobles, their numbers and influence began to grow. But one day she came across a starving boy, alone on the city streets. She offered him a loaf of bread, completely unaware of the danger lurking nearby. With genuine concern, she simply asks if he's had anything to eat. But the boy's expression hardens, his pride refusing her simple act of kindness. In a flash of magic, he violently rejects her offer, sending the bread flying. He screams at her, refusing to accept food that was stolen from other people. Through his tears, he questions the very idea of a righteous bandit. Nio is left completely baffled, believing they were no different from the nobles they stole from. She recalls how the bandit crew grew, their righteous looting becoming reckless. Looking back, she realizes she never understood the great cause her father preached. She had no pride, no shame, no malice, she was simply surviving. Like a stray dog eating scraps, she lived a foolish, empty existence. And that foolishness led to a brutal, undignified end for her leader. The one who brought that end was a familiar face, the half-dwarf Mazari. Their entire righteous bandit crew was annihilated by a single half-blood. Mazari looks down at the lone survivor, asking if she wants to join her comrades. You know, as one does after a massacre. The young now can only tremble, her world completely and utterly shattered. Her only response is a pathetic whimper, the sound of a broken child. She heard a pathetic whimper nearby, realizing it was her own voice. Broken and defeated, she fled from the east, leaving the battlefield behind. Her desperate flight continued through the bustling city streets. She finally collapsed in the woods, her will to live completely exhausted, and by the time she could even begin to process her past mistakes, she met the one person who would change her life, the young lady, Margaret. She could only ask why a noble would ever bother to help someone like her. The question seemed to catch the young noble completely by surprise. Nao's eyes filled with tears, unable to comprehend this simple act of kindness. Margaret simply explained that those who have must share, a novel concept for a noble. Nao's eye reflects a world of pain she thought she'd left behind. But Margaret explains that people will always try to take what is precious. The simple, profound kindness leaves the former bandit completely broken. And so, the young noble introduces her new friend to her father, the Lord. The old Lord's expression is weary, perhaps seeing another burden to carry. Nao became a maid, learning the truth about the so-called vicious noble. For now, Margaret and her father became the light that saved her from the dark, and in return she became their shadow, the true embodiment of their noble spirit. But the memory of that boy's words still echoes in her mind, a memory that seems to connect to the elf Sharuka in some unexpected way. Nao's eyes burn with resolve. She vows to never repeat her past mistakes. Her thoughts echo Margaret's fierce declaration from moments before. But back in the present, she's pinned to the floor completely at the merchant's mercy. A glass of dark liquid is poured, a symbol of her complete humiliation. Konkira sneers, mocking her for staining his fine bed with her blood. He presses down hard, a cruel display of his absolute dominance. He then produces a small vial, preparing to force its contents on her. Through the pain, her expression remains unbroken, a flicker of defiance in her eyes. Her gaze hardens, her will refusing to be shattered by this torment. She realizes with confusion that he's holding a recovery potion. The merchant muses that after a long career, he now desires things money can't buy, but now knows exactly what those things are: dignity, loyalty, faith, and freedom. For some, their inner light is a curse they are destined to bear. He tells her to prove her submission so he can buy her back and make her his servant. But through the pain, her defiant gaze remains completely unbroken. He offers the potion again, a cruel parody of kindness. With a final burst of strength, she smacks the vial from his hand, shattering it. She glares, refusing to accept any charity from a man like him. Her defiance only seems to amuse the merchant, his smirk never wavering. She vows that if her body can buy back her lady's pride, it's a price she'll gladly pay. Kankira's smug expression shows he's enjoying every moment of this. His eyes narrow, filled with a cold, condescending contempt. He erupts in fury, screaming that a mere maid has no right to defy him, but now braces herself, refusing to break under his violent rage. Through her tears, she accepts this as a just punishment for her past sins, a penance for the broken bandit she once was, a loser who deserves this fate. The merchant forces her down, a final cruel act of absolute dominance. But even now, she knows the truth of what she really wanted. She never wanted to say goodbye to the life she'd found with her friends. She admits she never wanted Margaret to be an adventurer, afraid of being left behind. Elpus reflects on the half-orc's overwhelming power, a strength he could never hope to counter. But despite that strength, Elvis acknowledged him, forcing Elpus to respect the man he once saw as a rival. And in that moment, Elpus finally admits the truth to himself. The memory of that brutal punch suddenly makes everything crystal clear. He sees the three of them, the half-orc, the noble, and the maid. And he realizes all he ever truly wanted was to go on an adventure with them. The impact of that blow wasn't just physical, it was an awakening. A single quiet sound of realization escapes his lips. He finally understands his own heart, his own hidden desire. A silent resolve forms, a new path now laid bare before him. Margaret's words echo in his mind. People will always try to take what is precious. And with a single determined step, the retainer makes his choice. A silent plea for help echoes from a past he can no longer ignore. The pig-faced retainer lets out a furious roar, his decision finally made. He smashes through the wall, a one-man wrecking crew on a rescue mission. Kankira sneers about the vulgar scent, glad to have finally found his place. But his monologue is cut short as the retainer steps into the room. Now looks up through her tears, seeing the friend who came back for her. Margaret's voice rings out, a furious vow to reclaim her companion. The merchant's smug confidence shatters, replaced by cold, dawning fear. She offers her family's silver dagger, a final desperate piece of collateral. Sharuka scoffs, mocking the young noble for always being one step behind. She's clearly annoyed that the retainer chose Margaret's side over hers. A hand clenches, a silent promise of the fight that is about to begin. The retainer accepts her resolve, his loyalty to Margaret now absolute. The two stand united, a small but determined force against the corrupt merchant. Now can only call out her lady's name, her hope suddenly rekindled. Kankira's face twists in fury, demanding to know what they think they're doing. But Sharuka just watches on, completely unfazed by their dramatic entrance. Seeing her friend's pain, Margaret's mind is flooded with the worst possible images. Her earlier fury instantly transforms into a cold, black rage. She points forward, her shock turning to fury as she calls out to her leader. Even Sharuka seems taken aback, calling out the retainer's name in confusion. But Elpus simply turns his back, walking away from the confrontation. He declares that if they're just going to act on emotion, he's leaving the party. Margaret is left completely lost, questioning what she's supposed to do now. He stops her, telling her not to let Nao's sacrifice be in vain. The retainer stands firm, his decision seemingly made. With a quiet resolve, she offers her thanks to the pig-faced retainer. Her eyes snap open, a new and dangerous fire burning within them. Kankira looks up from the floor, completely bewildered by his two new visitors. A heavy bag of coins slams directly into the merchant's face. The force sends him sprawling across the floor as Sharuka watches in shock. The elf sneers, telling him to take the money he so clearly worships. Kankira is left a whimpering, pathetic mess on the cold, hard ground. He clutches the bag, his greed warring with his utter humiliation. He scoffs, questioning if they really think they can pay Nao's 10 gold debt. But the bag opens to reveal a fortune, a staggering 20 gold coins. The merchant is speechless. This is a sum even he can't easily ignore. Sharuka is just as stunned, wondering how they raised this capital so fast. The retainer gently lifts the injured Nao, asking if she's all right. He admits it's a shame she's not in Margaret's arms, noting tonight is a crucial moment. Nao can't believe she's been saved twice by a man she once called a pig bastard. But her inner thoughts betray her, a truth she can't bring herself to say aloud. The retainer's expression is grim, as if he can sense her unspoken words. The truth is, all she ever wanted was to go on an adventure with the three of them. The sudden shared realization leaves her completely stunned. He turns to her, asking why she thinks he came all this way to save her. He tells her that with them, her dream is finally possible. Her eyes widen, realizing he's promising they can do this as many times as it takes. The retainer's gaze is filled with a quiet, unwavering resolve. A single tear escapes Nao's eye, a silent testament to her overwhelming relief. He holds her steady, a silent promise that she is finally safe. But Kankira erupts in fury, screaming that they can't just buy their way out of this. Sharuka just looks on, completely bored by this pathetic display. The merchant declares that in his house he decides what is bought and sold. The elf's cold gaze watches the scene, her own motive still a mystery. He loses his composure completely, screaming that he is the one in control here. At his command, two heavily armored enforcers step from the shadows. Sharuka identifies the guards, her expression shifting to one of mild annoyance. The armored guards stand ready, a clear and immediate threat to our heroes. Nao shouts in alarm, recognizing them as members of Sharuka's own party. But in a flash of motion, something cuts through the tense standoff. The sudden move leaves even the manic elf Sharuka completely stunned. Elpus stands between them armed with a loaf of French bread, because of course he is. The two guards are sent reeling, completely baffled by this culinary assault. One of them screams in disbelief, questioning how this man is a professional orc hunter. Nao can only blush, completely flustered by his unexpected display of power. Sharuka is just as shocked, wondering how he broke through her guard's full-plate armor. But Elpus just turns to Margaret, coolly asking why she looks so surprised. Elpus points, accusing Shiruka of using a technique he recognizes all too well. The elf can only stare back, her composure finally cracking under his gaze. A gasp of realization escapes her lips as the memory suddenly hits her. A flashback reveals a brutal training session, with Shiruka landing a devastating blow. He recalls learning a powerful technique, the ruinous echo strike, a move that Shiruka now uses with practiced vicious ease. A woman with glasses explains the technique's secret, a hollow mace that reflects impact internally. He remembers it as a super high-level martial art, far beyond a rookie's skill. The weapon itself is a masterpiece, a dwarven-forged mace known as the Tulip. She explains it's the perfect weapon for a new adventurer, light, cheap, and brutally effective. The memory reveals the woman's lesson. A simple weapon couldn't possibly harm Aruto. Elpus grumbles, finally understanding the point of her lecture. He recalls how Margaret's attack bypassed Aruto's defense by targeting the moisture within his body. It was a move that even Aruto found impressive, especially from a bare-handed rookie. He remembers Aruto's words, acknowledging Elpus as a worthy rival. The intense memory is cut short by a sudden, rather undignified sneeze. But back in the present, Kankira refuses to admit defeat, his arrogance unbroken. He glares at Margaret, spitting her name and title like a curse. But Margaret meets his gaze with a fury that could melt steel. He reveals a small, intricate box, promising to make her taste true humiliation. He activates a magic tool, unleashing the power of the brush's box. The box summons a nightmarish creature, the evil dragon Ashurahat. But the elf Shiruka is already on it, meeting the beast head-on. Her fist connects with devastating force, a blur of raw power. She unleashes a powerful technique, the destructive sound wave strike. The summoned beast is dispatched in a single devastating blow. Now looks on with a cheerful smile, clearly a fan of the violence. Elpus, on the other hand, looks completely unimpressed. Kankira is left speechless, his trump card swatted away mid-summon. Shiruka just smirks, mocking the pathetic display of cowardice. Shiruka glares, demanding to know if he's forgotten who she is. Elpus just smirks, calling them a perfect match, a half-orc and the city's most hated outcast. His thoughts label Margaret as the vicious young lady, a title she's clearly earned. But Margaret has had enough, telling Elpus their business is finished and to never show his face again. The scene shifts to a quiet room, far from the chaos of the merchant's office. Inside, Shiruka is in the middle of a rather enthusiastic private celebration. Her companion can only call out her name as she lets out a manic laugh. He praises her strength, noting that adventurers are formidable even after dark. We learn her story was told in a minstrel's song, a tale of revenge for a sister slain by orcs. A quiet moment of reflection on her so-called righteous orc hunt. Her manic glee is almost predatory as she leans over her companion. The story then shifts, a new chapter in this chaotic tale beginning. Shiruka mockingly reveals that even her own childhood friend was an orc. For her, hunting orcs is a profitable business of so-called justice. The sheer absurdity of it all brings tears of disbelief to someone's eyes. Elsewhere, the merchant Kankira sits in quiet, contemplative silence. Margaret is left completely bewildered, questioning the turn of events. A single step marks a new morning, and a desperate search for answers. Others can only stare at the destruction left in the orc hunter's wake. We learn Veruna's company is a key ally to the city's defense forces. The elf Shiruka can only stare back, completely baffled by this new line of questioning. It's revealed that the merchant Kankira is suspected of illegal drug trafficking. The news hits Shiruka like a ton of bricks, her smug demeanor completely gone. The unseen interrogator presses on, demanding she tell them everything she knows. Her reaction is a stark contrast to the calm demeanor of her questioner. She flails about, a frantic dance of pure, unadulterated denial. Her scream of disbelief echoes out from the Veruna Trading Company headquarters. But the scene shifts to a quiet cottage, far from the city's corruption. Here, a peaceful picnic is underway, the meal finally ready to be served. The dish is a medicinal porridge, a gentle remedy for a world full of violence. Margaret and Nao are practically vibrating with excitement over the meal's aroma. Elpus proudly presents the finished dish, a spoonful ready for the tasting. He adds the final touch, shaving a rare and expensive truffle over the porridge. It turns out Elpus has a knack for foraging, a skill he picked up while hunting. With the prep work done, he declares it's finally time to eat. The three companions share a rare moment of peace, united by a good meal. And as they eat, Nao finally begins to open up about her past. She recounts her entire history, the war, the bandits, and her life before Margaret. Through her tears, she apologizes for keeping these secrets for so long. Elpus just keeps eating, seemingly unfazed by this heartfelt confession. A man's gotta eat, I guess. Margaret thanks Now for finally sharing the painful story of her past. But with a chibi grin, Margaret admits she already knew the whole story. Turns out, a drunk Now had already spilled the beans when she first arrived. She'd apparently told the same sob story over and over again. Classic. Elpus then asks the one question that remains, the true reason for her debt. Now reveals she went into debt trying to buy back a dress Margaret's mother left her. Elpus realizes it was the same dress Margaret wore the day they first met. Nao tearfully admits she acted rashly, unable to bear seeing her lady without it. The revelation leaves Margaret completely flustered and at a loss for words. She tackles her loyal maid in a fierce, emotional hug, their bond stronger than ever. Nao thanks her lady for protecting the pride of the Marguerite family name. But she sneaks a quick, meaningful glance over at their other companion. The pig-faced retainer, Elpus, is left completely baffled by the sudden attention. He lets out a small, frustrated grunt, clearly not a fan of these emotional moments. Nao then turns to him, offering a tearful and heartfelt thanks for the rescue. Elvis just grunts in acknowledgement, as if saving people is just another Tuesday. Margaret realizes that Aruto didn't just seize some of their assets, he took everything. Elpus notes that those who hunt for money and inheritance have a certain scent. Margaret puts it all together. Aruto needed to secure her father's entire fortune. Now realizes the true lengths their new enemy would go to for that prize. The next chapter of their quest begins centered on the blessed ballad. The retainer realizes the clue they need was part of Margaret's inheritance all along. But Margaret is furious, declaring she doesn't care about Aruto's past actions. Naya worries that they have no leads that their powerful rival doesn't already possess. The retainer's expression is grim, his mind racing for their next move. He shakes his head in denial, but then a sudden idea seems to strike him. He pulls out a thick, worn diary, declaring that they do have one clue. He explains the whiskey was from another world and this is his friend's journal. Margaret's eyes widen in shock, asking if the recipe is really written inside, but the retainer can only look down, admitting he's not entirely sure. So much for a foolproof plan. The journal is a chaotic mix of languages, most of which Elpus can't decipher. He admits his goals and Aruto's are the same, and Margaret's success is the key, but Nao's sharp eyes spot a familiar script among the strange characters. She identifies the language as Japanese, from a land in the Far East. Elpus is completely stunned, questioning how she could possibly read it. Nao admits she can read a little, a skill from a past she'd rather forget. Margaret puts it together. The author of this journal was Elpus's best friend. A man known to the world as the legendary hero Tanaka. Of course his name is Tanaka. The name hits them like a lightning bolt, the S-rank hero who fought with Mazari. Elpus just looks away, completely flustered by the sudden massive reveal. Margaret connects the dots, realizing Tanaka was the leader who once challenged Mazari. The entire party is left reeling from this massive revelation. Nao explains that Japanese is a language from another world, questioning the link. Elpus listens intently, his own past suddenly becoming much clearer. The name Tanaka hangs in the air, a legend made suddenly real. Elpus recalls Tanaka saying his native tongue was similar to their common language. The memory brings a single tear to Nao's eye, a shared connection to another world. Elpus's expression hardens, the weight of his friend's legacy settling on him. The story of the hero Tanaka is shocking, but they know Elpus isn't lying. Nao calls out his name, her voice filled with a new sense of urgency. Margaret's eyes sparkle, asking if Elpus was part of the legendary hero's party. Nao realizes that if true, his incredible strength would finally make sense. The memory of Mazari's overwhelming power flashes through their minds. The two women look down at him with a newfound, almost giddy excitement. But Elpus looks away, admitting the truth is a little different from their grand theory. He explains he traveled with Tanaka after the battle, on a quest to become a brewer. The revelation that the legendary hero was also a merchant leaves them completely baffled. Their journey continues, the weight of this new information settling in. They arrive at a clearing, home to a monument known as the Adventurer's Stone. Nao admits this is the first time she's ever seen one of the legendary stones up close. Margaret explains she learned about these stones during her training. Elvis listens intently, sensing there's more to this story. Nao asks if they know why it's called the Monument of the Defeated. The ominous name seems to catch Margaret completely off guard. She can only offer a quiet, hesitant acknowledgement. It's because the hero Tanaka was defeated here by the evil god Mazari. Now clarifies this all happened before she was even born. Elpus explains that Tanaka was the pinnacle of his era, a symbol of freedom. His defeat allowed corrupt nobles to rise, plunging the lands into conflict. The war in the East raged for years until a figure named Shika appeared. Margaret recalls her father's just rule, a time when all nobles were proud. But Elpus reveals his own past, admitting he was exiled from a monastery as a child. The two women can only stare, whispering his name in disbelief. He then confesses he killed the hero for the same reason Mazari did. The shocking revelation leaves both Margaret and Nao completely speechless. But Margaret suddenly lunges forward, wrapping him in a tight embrace. Her face is a mask of pure, overwhelming emotion. Elpus is left completely flustered by her unexpected reaction. Nao points out the obvious. Elpus is a half-blood, just like Mazari. She seems to understand, a quiet affirmation of this shared, painful truth. Nao realizes that deep down, Elpus isn't a bad person at all. The two women playfully mob him, leaving the stoic half-orc completely flustered. The story returns to the desolate wasteland where the hero Tanaka fell to Mazari. Elpus explains that the peace they now enjoy is nothing short of a miracle. Margaret realizes this means Tanaka didn't actually die in that legendary battle. She pieces together the timeline, the hero's defeat, his survival, and his fateful meeting with Elpus. Elpus admits that when he first met the legendary hero, he was just as surprised. For him, it was the worst possible meeting, a time when persecution was at its peak. Nao asks about the details of the war, but even Margaret is in the dark. It was a subject that the hero Tanaka stubbornly refused to ever speak of. Margaret's expression is one of dawning, uncomfortable realization. Elpus's gaze is distant, lost in the weight of his own history. A single, unspoken question begins to form in Margaret's mind. A question she's not entirely sure she wants the answer to. The two stand in silence, the truth of the past hanging heavy between them. But she holds her tongue, afraid to press him any further on the matter. Some truths, like ice and whiskey, are meant to melt away slowly. Elpus knew that to speak of it would be to lose something irreplaceable. The scene flashes back to a different time, a blonde woman calling his name. Back in the present, Margaret admits their bond is new, asking for his trust in time. Nao can only look on, her expression a mix of confusion and quiet concern. Elpus looks down, the weight of his unspoken history plain on his face. But Margaret offers a warm, disarming smile, asking him to tell her his story. She wants to know everything about the man who has become their companion. And so, the newly formed party continues their journey deeper into the woods. Nao notes his stoic silence, but Margaret seems to understand completely. They walk on, their destination now just ahead of them. Elvis leads the way, his expression as unreadable as ever. They arrive at a simple, unmarked grave, a final resting place for a legend. Elvis closes his eyes, a silent moment of respect for the friend he lost. He admits that even the legendary hero was afraid. A list of the fallen details the brutal end of Tanaka's party at Mazari's hands. Only one survived, a saint who could only watch as the world called his friend a hero. In a memory, Tanaka shares a drink with a friend, the days of peace feeling like a lie. Elvis recalls the story, finding a bitter irony in the hero's tale. Because beneath the legend, Tanaka was just a man, terrified of his own fate. The story then shifts back to the bustling, corrupt streets of Landless. Inside the city guard's interrogation room, a new investigation is underway. The orc hunter, Sharuka, is conducting her own brand of interrogation, for justice. But back in the woods, Elvis's expression hardens, his own path now clear. She erupts in denial, questioning why she'd ever be suspected of drug trafficking. The city guard lays out the facts. Her sponsor, Kinkira, was caught selling information. She deflects with a bizarre tangent about elves' compatibility with other races. Her interrogation methods become uncomfortably personal. She muses that one doesn't often get the chance to embrace an adventurer. The guard is completely overwhelmed as she demands he teach her everything. It seems her brand of justice involves a lot of hands-on investigation. The story then flashes back to a few days prior, to a mysterious cloaked figure. The figure is seen walking away after observing something from a distance. It's revealed that a monk-like man was arrested for possessing illegal drugs. Sharuka tries to deflect, pinning the blame on the half-blood she encountered. The memory cuts to the pig-faced retainer Elpus, his expression unreadable. The interrogation continues, with Shiruka demonstrating her brutal methods on a suspect. Her victim thanks her for the information, vowing to kill the orc she mentioned. She just looks down, completely unfazed by the man she just broke. Elsewhere, the mysterious silver-armored man examines a document with great interest. It's a security roster for the upcoming autumn festival. He learns a powerful figure, St. Alfred, is scheduled to visit the city. Looks like the guest list is getting interesting. Meanwhile, rumors of Kankira's downfall spread through the city's marketplace, and a new chapter begins for the vicious lady and the orc clan's Elpus. Back at the Veruna trading company, a new mission begins. The team assembles early, ready to decipher the hero's journal. Nayo takes the lead, her knowledge of Japanese making her the key. Margaret declares she'll handle the Beastman script, eager to contribute. The unlikely trio combines their skills to decode Tanaka's cryptic notes. At first, Elpus tries to direct the effort, pointing out pages in order. But the task quickly becomes a frantic, high-energy race against time. Nayo realizes they need to cross-reference information between different pages, and Margaret sees the connection, a breakthrough that leaves her absolutely ecstatic. Elpus, however, is completely unimpressed by their chaotic methods. So much for organized research. The three of them huddle together, their combined intellect focused on a single book. Elpus feels his brain shutting down, complaining that he's being used as a mere prop. Their work continues at the Veruna Trading Company, a place to plan their next move. The research devolves into chaos, with Elpus scrambling like a madman. But Margaret's sharp eyes finally land on a crucial clue, a rare type of whiskey. The journal names it, Royal Valwea, a key ingredient for the Blessed Ballad. Nayo is taken aback, recognizing the majestic and rather intimidating name. Elpus pauses, the name jogging a distant, half-forgotten memory. Margaret turns to him, her expression serious as she prepares to ask a question. She recalls her father speaking of a special liquor, one served only to royalty. Elpus admits that for a half-blood, acquiring even one of these liquors is a huge hurdle. Now realizes that for a former royal like Aruto, it would be a different story. Margaret can only agree, the grim reality of their rival's advantage sinking in. They now know the scent on the letter was Valwea, the king's liquor. The scene shifts as a new pig-faced man named Prine walks through the city. He stops to thank a young girl, handing her a book for her help. The girl is left in tears, upset by his formal and distant goodbye. A memory surfaces for Elvis, recalling the time his entire party was wiped out. A younger Shiruka remembers her own loss, a trauma that shaped her entire life. Nayo listens, her own past echoing in the stories of those around her. Nayo's mind races, connecting the eye patch to that fateful day. Elpus offers a quiet, heartfelt thanks for her insight, but he's left completely baffled by the complex device in his hands. Margaret, however, is fired up, ready to take on the role of leader. Veruna watches them with a knowing smile, enjoying the show. Elpus begins a bizarre training regimen. Their first step is a tough one. Veruna offers her support, but wants to hear the plan from Margaret herself. Margaret asks if there's a legend surrounding the elusive king's liquor. But she admits she has no connection to the royal family whatsoever. Veruna just sighs, telling her to change the way she's asking the question. Margaret rephrases her question, asking who else could possess the king's liquor. The entire party hangs on Veruna's answer, their next move depending on it. Veruna offers a hint, speaking of a group close to royalty but separate from nobles. The clue leaves Margaret stumped, her mind racing to find the answer. The answer is revealed. The Goshu border earls, descendants of war heroes. Elpus smirks, realizing his rookie leader might have some useful connections after all. He wonders if this is all just a test, a way for Veruna to gauge Margaret's potential. Veruna explains these earls guard the border to Mazari's untamed lands. Margaret finally understands. These earls are a class entirely apart from the nobles she knew. But Elpus realizes this revelation was just as unexpected for Veruna. Margaret realizes the border earls are their only lead to the king's liquor. Elpus's gaze hardens, the weight of this new challenge settling in. Nayo considers the implications, knowing this path will be dangerous. But Margaret admits that meeting such powerful figures won't be easy. Nayo's expression confirms the difficulty of their new mission. But Veruna chimes in, asking Elpus about a certain travel permit he might have. Elpus is completely dumbfounded, having no memory of such a thing. Guess he should clean out his wallet more often. Veruna then drops a bombshell. The Goshu border earl is already in Landrace. The news stuns them all. He's here to attend the upcoming hunting tournament. The entire party is left reeling, their impossible target now suddenly within reach. Margaret can only stammer the words Autumn Festival hanging in the air. She questions the name of the event, the Ordigra Hunting Tournament. Veruna explains that their rival, Aruto, is sponsoring the event for adventurers. The news sends Margaret into a rage, furious that he'd host a tournament in her city. The conversation continues in the quiet, spacious office of the Veruna Trading Company. Veruna adds that the Goshu border Earl will also be in attendance. The merchant matriarch watches on with a calm, knowing smile. Elpus knows that Margaret has no idea what's about to happen, because the woman standing before them is none other than Veruna Goshu, the border Earl herself. Well, that's convenient. The story then flashes back, taking us 3 years into the past. Elpus recalls a time when his life took a very different turn. He was framed for a series of brutal murders on the border. But his name was cleared by one person, Veruna Goshu. He was hunted, a victim of the world's hatred for half-bloods. She offered him everything, fortune, fame, and even her love. All he had to do was agree to become her personal hero. The offer left the stoic adventurer completely flustered. But he left, unable to accept her kindness while chasing his friend's legacy. The memory leaves the present-day Elpus in a state of utter panic. Guess some memories are best left buried. And Veruna can't help but enjoy his sudden, flustered embarrassment. Veruna recalls hearing from Elpus about his long and desperate search for a whiskey, but she never imagined one of its ingredients was the legendary King's liquor. She remembers her offer, wondering why he still refuses to open his heart to her. Elpus's eye widens, the weight of their shared past suddenly crashing down. He can't even meet her gaze, trapped by a memory he tried so hard to leave behind. But Elpus is slowly changing, and perhaps Margaret is the one who can grant his wish. Veruna sees this as a godsend, a new opportunity presenting itself through Margaret. The young noble is completely unaware of the political game she's just stumbled into. Veruna explains the border earls are always seeking powerful adventurers for a reason. She issues a challenge, win the hunting tournament and prove their worth to her. Veruna's smile is a mix of challenge and quiet amusement. Elpus can only stare, the weight of his past crashing down on him. But Margaret's eyes burn with a new, unwavering determination. Elpus meets her gaze, his own resolve hardening into steel. The three companions kneel, accepting the terms of this high-stakes game. She vows to win the tournament and secure a sponsor for their party. Veruna seems pleased, her intricate plan falling perfectly into place. Elpus and Now stand ready, a silent promise of their shared commitment. She offers them the leftover funds, a small investment in their future success. Their first stop is a shop called Damocles, a fitting name for the danger ahead. Elpus leads the way, his massive frame dwarfing his two companions. The trio arrives at the entrance, ready to gear up for the trials ahead. Inside, they find a treasure trove of weapons, a true adventurer's paradise. Now spots a dwarven crest, a clear sign of the shop's high quality. Their goal is simple: upgrade their gear to survive the coming tournament. Elpus calls out for the shopkeeper, ready to get down to business. But the shop's owner immediately refuses to serve any half-bloods. Elpus's eye twitches, but he calmly states that his money is good here. The owner relents, admitting her shop doesn't turn away paying customers. And the shopkeeper is revealed to be Shika, a legendary figure from the Eastern Wars. Well, this just got complicated. Nayo is completely stunned by the shopkeeper's identity, as Elpus notes that she's a dwarf. A quick rundown of the adventurer hierarchy reveals the daunting odds they face. Elpus and Margaret are just as shocked, questioning why this legendary figure is here. The narration explains that A-rank adventurers are the absolute peak of power on the continent. And this shopkeeper, Shika, is one of them, the number 2 of the A-rank party, Sirius Shield. She recognizes him, calling out Elpus's name and noting the strange coincidence. Now looks to her companions, completely unsure of how to proceed in this high-level encounter. Shika's expression is grim, admitting she knows the terror of a past foe better than anyone. Elpus remains stoic, a silent observer in this unexpected and very tense reunion. Just another Tuesday. But Shika holds up a hand, ordering Margaret to step back at least 6 paces from her. But Margaret puffs up, indignantly declaring that she is the party's leader. Elpus cuts her off, his voice low as he tells her to stand down. The order leaves Margaret completely flustered, her authority immediately challenged. Now questions the shopkeeper's logic, wondering why she isn't being targeted as well. Shika simply dismisses them, declaring that she has no customers here. She gets in Elpus's face, questioning why a half-blood would dare enter her sister's shop. The legendary adventurer then warns him not to mention her height, or there will be blood. but Elpus just smirks, admitting he's considered small for an orc himself. A bold move, let's see if it pays off. Shika's tone suddenly shifts, offering a handshake to make up for the hostility. Elpus's eye narrows, his suspicion growing at this sudden change of heart. Elpus meets her challenge with a confident grin, ready for whatever she has planned. The handshake quickly escalates into an arm wrestling match to settle things peacefully. The sheer force of their struggle shatters the barrel beneath them. Now and Margaret can only watch in shock from a safe distance. Shika's confidence shatters as Elpus's raw power begins to overwhelm her. She can't believe it, questioning how she could ever lose a contest of pure strength. Nio urges Margaret to escape, but the young noble refuses to run. Margaret's gaze is firm, her resolve unshaken by the display of power. Nio can only look on, completely baffled by her lady's decision. But Margaret stands her ground, ready to face whatever comes next. Elpus grits his teeth, admitting that his raw power is superior, but Shika pushes back, declaring that her sheer toughness is on another level. The floorboards splinter and crack under the immense pressure. The two remain locked in a brutal stalemate, neither willing to give an inch. From the sidelines, Margaret watches with an unreadable expression. But a sudden step forward shatters the tense standoff. Shika suddenly erupts, yelling at her sister for her terrible treatment of a customer. The sudden turn of events leaves Elpus completely bewildered. Margaret is just as stunned, her jaw practically on the floor. Even Nio is left flustered, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. The tall, imposing woman continues to scold the legendary adventurer. Shika can only mutter her sister's name, Warabi, under her breath. Warabi reminds her that she's been told time and again to be polite to customers. Margaret and Nio can only watch as this A-rank powerhouse gets a family lecture. Elpus cuts through the drama, asking if this woman is the true owner of the shop. The question seems to catch Shika completely off guard. She's stunned, admitting this is the first customer she's met with eyes like her sister's. And just like that, the tension in the room completely evaporates. Shika's mood flips entirely, now eagerly offering to help them gear up for the tournament. The party can only bow in thanks, completely baffled by this bizarre turn of events. The narration describes Warabi, the scent of fire and iron clinging to her like a master craftsman. Margaret can only stare, asking if this imposing woman is really Shika's older sister. Shika's entire demeanor has changed, now treating Elpus with a strange familiarity. She notes that his scent is remarkably similar to her sister's. Elpus wonders if her eyes are like Mazari's, questioning the nature of beastmen. Nio explains the rarity of half-bloods, a lesson in this world's complex genetics. Margaret realizes that by this logic, half-blood siblings are a statistical impossibility. With the tension broken, Shika begins outfitting the party for the tournament. She points out a common weapon, a mace known simply as the tulip. It's a standard-issue weapon for rookies, perfect for climbing the ranks to C-class. Margaret asks if they can upgrade her weapon, and Shika confidently agrees to the task. She immediately gets to work, taking Margaret's handprint to craft a custom grip. The promise of a more powerful and easier-to-use weapon leaves Margaret a bit flustered. Margaret then declares that they are in direct opposition to the new Lord Aruto. The statement seems to catch the legendary adventurer's full attention. Shika reveals she's already heard about their situation from her sister, Mazari. The mention of Aruto's A-rank enforcer leaves Margaret completely speechless. Elpus and Nio can only watch as their simple shopping trip gets infinitely more complicated. Elpus lets out a quiet grunt, processing this new and dangerous connection. His mind flashes back to Warabi's words, a warning that he might one day face Shika in battle. Shika's tough exterior melts away, calling the young lady surprisingly kind. But Warabi's gaze is cold, explaining a craftsman's duty is to forge, not to judge. She warns Margaret that it's naive to think a blade won't be turned on her own family. Shika agrees, declaring that to create a weapon is to create a tool for killing. The party can only listen, getting a harsh lesson in the realities of their world. Warabi then reassures Shika, noting her sister is strong enough not to worry. But Margaret's eyes narrow, her resolve hardening in the face of their lecture. Elpus watches on, calling their grandstanding nothing more than pure arrogance. Warabi then issues a chilling warning. She's not as soft as Aruto. The threat immediately devolves into a sibling spat, with Shika accusing her of being soft. Shika points, questioning if Elpus truly believes he can handle her in a fight. Her gaze then shifts to the massive, intimidating weapon strapped to his back. She recognizes the great Sinner Duke Orcus, asking if it's been properly maintained. Elpus can only grit his teeth, the pressure in the room becoming unbearable. Shika warns him that as he is now, he'll be completely devoured in the tournament. The harsh but honest assessment leaves Now completely taken aback. Even Margaret is stunned into silence by the legendary adventurer's blunt words. Shika explains the nature of orcish weapons, forged to channel raw muscle into magic. Warabi adds that for years, the orcs' hidden village was a source of great evil, until 10 years ago, when a single rookie adventurer destroyed it all in one go. Shika's eyes narrow, asking if his weapon was a spoil from that very battle. Her mind flashes back to the tavern, to another adventurer who hated orcs. Now's eyes widen in dawning horror as she puts the pieces together. The entire party stands frozen as the truth hangs heavy in the air. The pig-faced retainer, Elpus, finally admits that she's figured it out. Shika recalls her own rookie days, a time of fierce rivals and legendary figures. Elpus confesses he always meant to tell them about killing his own kind, just casual party banter. Margaret listens intently, her expression a mix of shock and dawning understanding. The revelation leaves Now completely speechless, her world turned upside down. The two sisters look on as the party grapples with this impossible truth. The two sisters stand in a tense, chibi-fied silence. Shika suddenly apologizes for speaking so freely about his past. Elpus just grunts, accepting her apology but clearly not forgetting it. But Margaret steps forward, clenching her fist with renewed determination. She then turns away, a sudden blush of embarrassment on her face. The sudden shift in mood leaves even the stoic Elpis completely baffled. Nio chimes in, cheekily asking if she can try out his legendary weapon. The request is met with a furious rejection, sparking a new argument. Because the last bombshell wasn't enough drama for one day. Shika cuts through the noise, pointing out that Elpus is now the party's weak link. She explains that in the tournament, a weapon's true power is drawn from the user's soul. Shika reflects on the Eastern conflict, calling her actions a justified failure. But Now has a suspicion, a connection forming in her mind. A memory flashes back, framing her as justice and her opponents as evil. The memory is cut short as she looks up, completely bewildered. Nio is just as lost, her own theory hitting a sudden wall. Shika recalls meeting this person twice after the war in the East, and with a gasp, Now finally puts the pieces together. Elpus's eye narrows, the truth dawning on him as well. She can't believe it, realizing the impossible truth about Elpis. Shika sighs in frustration, asking if he really doesn't remember her at all. Now can only look on, a quiet anger simmering beneath the surface. But Shika just waves them off, cheerfully thanking them for their business. As they walk, the townspeople whisper about the vicious lady and the orc hunter. But the party seems unfazed, with Margaret admitting it's been a long day. Their minds turn to dinner, planning a stew to celebrate their new gear. Elpus closes his eyes, savoring this rare moment of peace with his companions. Margaret's laughter echoes through the streets, free from the day's tension. Even Nao offers a small, genuine smile, her earlier worries forgotten. The unlikely trio continues on, their journey just beginning. But for Elpus, this newfound comfort feels both welcome and strangely unsettling. A simple thought drifts through the air. Someday, a quiet resolve forms, a silent promise to the future. A determined gaze is fixed on the path that lies ahead. Margaret's mind wanders to a future filled with happiness for her companions. Now seems to share the sentiment, a rare moment of quiet hope. A future where they can finally raise a glass and toast to their success. But that future is shattered by a sudden, violent explosion. Elpus freezes, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. Margaret screams in horror, realizing their own base is engulfed in flames. Well, so much for that stew they were planning. Nio can only stare, whispering that their home is burning to the ground. From the shadows, a cloaked figure watches the chaos unfold. But the orc hunter, Sharuka, can only laugh at their misfortune. Nio is frozen in disbelief, unable to process the scene before her. Their home, the one place they had, is now nothing but an inferno. Margaret's horror deepens as she remembers her mother's dress is inside. Even the stoic Elpis is shaken, a rare look of panic on his face. The sight of the flames seems to trigger something deep within him. A memory surfaces, a story about fire told by a familiar face from Now's past. The man reveals he possesses 3 distinct types of inherent magic. One of them allows him to carve magical runes to aid in spellcasting. His second ability is a teleportation loop, a trick he theorized himself. He tells a young Now he got the idea from his companion's gambling habits. He then reveals a crucial weakness. Beastmen are vulnerable to fire. The young Now listens, absorbing every word of this dangerous lesson. He explains their high body temperature makes fire magic especially debilitating. This is a story he's never told anyone, a secret shared only with her. And now he reveals his third and most powerful inherent magic, a terrifying ability known simply as the Black Fire. He demonstrates, tossing a strange substance that erupts with explosive force. The bandit leader identifies the source as a simple but potent black powder. The bandit leader grins, pleased with the explosive reaction. He demonstrates, flicking a small pellet that detonates on impact. The campfire flares, a testament to his strange and powerful ability. He explains this isn't magic, but a medicine that creates fire. These are the seeds of calamity from his world, contained in small shells. The memory brings a single tear to Nao's eye in the present. Once created, this power could lay waste to entire groups of people. The pig-faced man explains it's a substitute for magic, a gift from another world, so even a kid could be an arsonist. Great. The memory then shifts to the starving boy she once tried to help. He glares back, defiantly declaring that he is nobody's dog. The boy's words still echo, a bitter rejection of her kindness. And in the present, Nao sees that same destructive fire in her reflection. She recalls her leader's lesson. Fire is civilization, but its true nature is destruction. But the flames trigger a reaction in someone else, the retainer, Elpus. A deep, primal terror washes over him. The man is afraid of fire. His nose twitches, sensing something more than just smoke in the air. Margaret is frozen, her mind racing for a way to stop the disaster. She wants to rush in, desperate to save her mother's dress from the inferno. Elpus can only stare, his usual stoicism completely shattered by the sight. But his shock gives way to resolve, his eye narrowing with cold determination. Elpus curses himself, furious at his own hesitation in the face of the flames. But he snaps into action, grabbing a massive barrel of water from a nearby well. Margaret and Nao can only call out his name in shock, stunned by his sudden move. He tells them to stay back, vowing to retrieve the precious dress himself. But Margaret argues, insisting she can use her shadow magic to teleport inside. Elpus immediately shuts her down, his voice cold and absolute. He explains that a raging fire warps space, and her teleport would be a fatal mistake. A failed jump would be like slamming into a wall of pure destructive energy. The boundary between the inside and outside of the inferno is too unstable for her to cross. Nao can only look on, her protest dying on her lips as she sees his resolve. But Elpus ignores their pleas, taking a single powerful step forward. As they scream his name, he charges headfirst into the raging inferno. The searing heat immediately assaults him, a brutal test of his resolve. Instead of holding his breath, he takes a deep, controlled inhale. His powerful sense of smell begins to separate the air itself. Nao realizes the danger, screaming that his nose will suck in the poison. But he filters it, breathing only the pure oxygen carried on the wind. He plants his feet, a lone figure standing against the heart of the blaze. But the heat is overwhelming, his vision blurring as his body begins to fail. And just as he pushes forward, a massive explosion rips through the cottage. He pushes deeper into the inferno, his resolve hardening against the heat. Sweat and tears mix as the searing heat pushes him to his absolute limit. He curses the memory of a fool, a ghost from a past he can't escape. And through the flames, a familiar figure appears, a convenient illusion of his lost friend. Elpus grits his teeth, a mountain of unspoken words for the hero, Tanaka. He remembers screaming at him, asking why he was left behind that fateful day. He recalls asking why Tanaka never told him about the one who defeated him. The hero's face remains a mask of calm indifference in his memory. His only response was a cold, dismissive question. Peak friendship goals. Elpus screams at the memory, demanding to know why he was kept in the dark about the golden-eyed Mazari. He admits he wanted to stand by Tanaka, to be part of his final adventure. But now, surrounded by flames, he questions what being a companion even means. He curses his own weakness, admitting he always wanted to be one of them. He knew he was just a half-blood, despised by everyone and just trying to survive. But even so, all he ever truly wanted was a place to belong. He remembers reaching out, saving Nao from her own darkness. A voice echoes in his mind, telling him this reckless act isn't like him at all. He recalls Margaret and Nao, the two who finally called him their companion. And he admits to himself that he's starting to like this new, reckless version of himself. But his resolve shatters as the inferno finally overwhelms him, sending him to his knees. A city guard addresses the crowd, blaming the fire on the half-blood living among them. A young guard watches on, his expression filled with a growing sense of unease. He tries to warn a local tavern owner, but the man already senses the danger. The tavern owner's eye narrows. He knows this wasn't an accident, but a deliberate act. The young guard looks on, regretting that he ignored Margaret's plight for so long. And from the shadows, the true culprits emerge, a squad of masked enforcers. Outside the inferno, Margaret and Nao can only scream Elpus's name in terror. Margaret is crushed by her own helplessness, realizing she sent her companion into the fire. Through her tears, a painful truth finally dawns on the young noble. She understands she's not yet strong enough to even stand beside him as an equal. Guess the B team is still on the bench for this one. She remembers wanting to be a true companion, to one day ask him what a partner truly is. Her hand clenches her own hair, a gesture of pure, frustrating shame. But that shame hardens into a fierce declaration of her own. She screams that this powerlessness feels like a curse she can't seem to break. She admits she's a fool, watching from safety while Elpus risked everything for her sake. Through her tears, she can only beg for him to come back to them. But Nao cuts through the grief, coldly stating that it's just a dress. The words earn her a sharp, stinging slap from her lady. Well, that's one way to handle grief counseling. Margaret looks away, a single tear tracing a path through the soot on her cheek. She turns back in shock, her friend's name a stunned whisper on her lips. But Nao looks up, her voice steady as she addresses her lady. A memory echoes her promise, even if Margaret were foolish or weak. Even if she were no longer a noble, Nao would always be there for her. And inside the inferno, Elpus knows that dress is more than just an object. It's a symbol of their bond, a truth he understands all too well. Nao declares she'll be a coward as many times as it takes to protect her. She warns Margaret not to become a coward who tramples on her own heart. And with a quiet gasp, the young noble finally understands. She remembers Nao went into debt just to buy back that precious dress. Because for Nao, being Margaret's maid isn't a job. It is her pride. He fights through the inferno, a man who once lost everything, now risking it all to protect a new bond. A single tear falls, a testament to the pain he's pushing through for their sake. The heat is unbearable, his body screaming in protest against the raging flames. Margaret recalls her past, a selfish desire to protect her own heart disguised as helping others. But a new voice cuts in, as the orc hunter Sharuka arrives to mock their despair. With a manic grin, she congratulates them on finally becoming true villains. A new figure appears on the scene, a woman who calls out the elf's full name, Sharuka Sharbek. But Sharuka just skips away, taunting the newcomer about her dead parents. Classy. Her cruel words hang in the air, a final insult to the woman's lost honor. And with a confident smile, she declares this is all to surpass the new lord, Aruto. The masked woman stands firm, her gaze fixed on the manic elf. Sharuka just lets out a wild, unhinged laugh at the chaos. She sneers, promising that this is just the beginning of their suffering. But the newcomer retorts, calling this a taste of misfortune and humiliation. One of the enforcers realizes that with Elpus gone, now is their chance to strike. The masked squad moves in, ready to eliminate Margaret and end this conflict. But Margaret's gaze is steady, her fear replaced by cold, unwavering resolve. With a manic grin, Sharuka gives the order for her enforcers to attack. Nao can only call out her lady's name, helpless on the ground. But a hand flashes out, tossing a piece of equipment into the fray. Margaret catches the gauntlet, screaming her thanks to Nao for the timely assist. The enforcer's attack slams into a newly formed barrier of light. The force of the impact shatters the attacker's mask completely. From the sidelines, the silver-armored Elpus watches because of course he's here for the show. The two women use the opening to create some much-needed distance. Nao prepares a counterattack, channeling the power of fire magic. She unleashes a massive fireball, a desperate blast of raw power. But she's stunned by her own spell, realizing she cast it without an incantation. The flames part to reveal Sharuka, completely unharmed by the attack. The orc hunter just scoffs, finding their desperate struggle predictable and boring. The masked woman's resolve is absolute, her eyes burning with conviction. She unleashes her own attack, a blur of shadow magic striking from below. The blow connects, a brutal kick that sends the orc hunter reeling. Sharuka is sent flying across the clearing, completely caught off guard. The masked woman declares her martial arts are superior, telling Sharuka to surrender. But Sharuka just spits, offering some less than constructive feedback on Nao's fighting style. The masked woman's gaze hardens, knowing this fight is far from over. Her gauntlet flares with power, a hidden ability finally activating. But she suddenly chokes, an unseen force constricting her throat. Sharuka rises with a triumphant grin, revealing this was all part of her plan. Nao gasps for air, her body burning from an unseen magical affliction. This is the seal of the bull's flame, a curse that marks its target with debilitating heat. Shiruka condescendingly taps the maid's head, her victory all but assured. She stands over her defeated opponent, a picture of absolute dominance. The elf mocks her, noting Nao's shadow magic is useless for evasion now. She calls Nao's power a rotting treasure, one she'd gladly claim for herself. It's a shame, she muses, for someone with such rare inherent magic to be so weak. Her gaze is cold, her judgment absolute, a complete and utter waste. She then offers a twisted proposal, a connection between the two of them. Margaret can only watch in horror, completely powerless to help her friend. But a memory of her training cuts through the chaos. A sudden brutal impact echoes as the tide of battle turns. Shiruka looks up to see Margaret standing over her defeated enforcers. Her new weapon, the modified tulip, gleams with latent power. She wields the war mace Heaven's Knocker, a custom piece from Warabi. Guess the shopping trip paid off. Shiruka realizes she misjudged them, recalling the C-rank beast they faced. A flashback reveals Margaret learning to channel fire magic into her strikes. The sudden display of power leaves the remaining enforcers completely stunned. But as Margaret grabs her, she's shocked by the elf's incredible physique. The sheer gap in their physical strength leaves the young noble horrified. But Shiruka's body is tough, absorbing the blow with a pained grunt. The impact triggers a memory, a flash of a painful and unwelcome past. A flashback reveals a younger Shiruka with her sister, who calls her weak but beloved. Her sister tells her to come and try to kill her again and again. You know, normal sibling stuff. She then offers a grotesque gift, a pair of severed ears as earrings. The memory echoes with her sister's twisted declaration of love for Shiruka. Back in the present, Shiruka retaliates with a vicious kick of her own. The blow sends Margaret flying, her new weapon knocked from her grasp. Shiruka shakes off the impact, her arm momentarily numb from the force. But she quickly recovers, pulling out a potion to get right back in the fight. Shiruka downs a potion, finally understanding why Margaret infuriates her so much. Margaret is fighting to reclaim her place, ready to face even A-rank monsters. But Shiruka declares there is a fundamental difference between the two of them. She mockingly offers to hire Margaret, a cruel jab at the fallen noble's pride. But Margaret's fury erupts, telling the elf that defeat is the only title she deserves. With a single word, she rejects the elf's entire twisted philosophy. Her war mace unleashes a massive pillar of light, its true power awakened. Nao can only look up with a proud, tearful smile at her lady's strength. The sudden surge of power leaves even the manic Shiruka completely stunned. Margaret meets her gaze with a confident smile. The tables finally turned. But just as the battle rages, a figure emerges from the heart of the inferno. A massive explosion of steam erupts as Elpus walks out of the flames. He just smirks, calling the raging fire nothing more than a lukewarm sauna. Margaret and Nao rush to him, their relief palpable as he stands victorious. She tackles him in a hug, noticing his hair has been singed by the heat. Nao can only cry, noting the dress he saved is only slightly burned. Through her tears, Margaret thanks her little piggy for his incredible bravery. Nao scolds him for not taking a potion, but he just brushes off her concern. But their reunion is cut short as Shiruka approaches from the distance. She sneers, mocking the orc hunter for nearly becoming a roasted pig. Elpus's eye narrows, his focus locking onto the elf's taunting words. He looks at the ruins, noting that for outlaws like them, city laws are a flimsy shield. A passage from Tanaka's journal explains the harsh truth of their world. Shiruka just laughs, mocking them for thinking the rules apply out here. Nao can only glare, her disgust for the elf plain on her face. Margaret's fury is a silent storm, her eyes promising retribution. Shiruka dares them to report it, knowing a half-blood's word means nothing. But Margaret cuts through the taunts, questioning why Shiruka is so obsessed with Elpus. The masked woman reappears, demanding to know the elf's true objective. Looks like the B-plot is back on. But Shiruka just turns her back, walking away from the confrontation without another word. The question leaves Shiruka completely and utterly baffled. She explains her fame is already set in stone, with fans cheering her on to hunt orcs. Nao can only look on, completely lost by the elf's twisted logic. Elpus just scoffs, clearly unimpressed by her grandstanding. The masked woman's gaze hardens, her patience finally at its end. Shiruka explains the cycle. Adventurers get popular, and merchants profit from their fame. She holds up the burnt dress, asking if they really need an explanation for why she hunts orcs. To her, hunting monsters and hunting orcs are one and the same. She sees their plight as a convenient opportunity, a perfect setup for her own narrative. And behind her, the city's prejudice rears its ugly head, a mob demanding death to all orcs. Elpus just smirks, completely unfazed by her self-righteous monologue. Nao's fury boils over, calling the elf nothing more than a common scumbag. But Sharuka explains that in this world, justice is just a product of fame and results. The masked woman questions her conviction, asking if this is truly a mission or just a game. The elf scoffs at the idea, sneering that people are born with their value already set. She declares that even if the people don't want her, she'll return as this city's true ruler. And behind her, the mob roars its approval, a perfect audience for her twisted stage play. The masked woman calls out her hypocrisy, questioning this twisted sense of duty. Nao can only spit the elf's name, her hatred a palpable force. She steps forward, vowing to kill Sharuka if she dares to insult her lady again. Sharuka sneers, daring Nao to use that same magic to try and defeat her. Nao's gaze hardens, her resolve meeting the elf's challenge head-on. But a flicker of doubt crosses her face. The power gap is undeniable. Sharuka sees it, declaring Nao has the same eyes as her, the eyes of a defeated dog. The cruel words hit their mark, a single tear tracing a path of shame. The scene flashes to a memory of a woman with glasses, her expression unreadable. Elpus looks on, quietly noting the similarity in their defiant gazes. He then addresses Sharuka, admitting her scent is strangely familiar to him. The comment sends the elf into a bizarre, flirty fit of excitement. Guess she has a type, but Elpus's nose picks up something else. The scent of earnest emotion, like a flower blooming in the mud. He reveals she reminds him of a half-blood elf from his past, a mass murderer known as the Ear Collector. But Sharuka just looks confused, admitting she never really listens to what people say. He recalls how she would always speak of her sister with a strange, manic glee. The memory hits her like a physical blow, her composure completely shattering. A flashback reveals they once hunted orcs together, back when she was a true adventurer. Her mission was to liberate the elf servants often found in orc villages. She screams at him, demanding to know just how much he remembers about her past. He recalls that Elpus had already defeated the Orc King back in his rookie days. Margaret can only watch the pieces of this twisted history falling into place. The whole situation leaves her completely baffled and more than a little annoyed. Guess this isn't in the rookie handbook. Elpus continues his thought, questioning why orcs always appear wherever Sharuka goes. The scene cuts to the silver-armored Elpus as a memory reveals a strange armored figure whose mask cracks open. The silver-armored Elpus is caught in a sudden attack, realizing he's been cornered. A massive figure looms over Margaret and Nao, questioning if the higher-ups are finally involved. And the man behind it all, Aruto, appears with a manic grin, welcoming the main act to his stage. He descends before a massive crowd, hailed as their new leader and Sword King. The scene shifts again, showing a different group standing together in the pouring rain. The silver-armored Elpus grits his teeth, his resolve hardening in the face of this new threat. He unleashes a torrent of power, his energy swirling around him like a storm. His gaze is cold and sharp, a silent promise of the battle that is about to begin. Elpus and Nao stand together, their expressions grim under the heavy downpour. The elf Sharuka can only stare in disbelief, her smug facade finally cracking. And in the streets, the mob's cheers for Aruto echo through the rain-soaked city. Margaret stands alone, the weight of the world crashing down on her once again. The rain continues to fall, a cold and indifferent witness to their despair. She remembers another rainy night, the one her father was taken from her. Elsewhere, a shadowy figure stands amidst the ruins of a once grand room. Margaret's scream of anguish cuts through the memory, a cry of pure desperation. She collapses to the ground, broken and defeated by an unseen force. Looks like her bad day just got a whole lot worse. And the cloaked figure looks on, their dark power swirling around them like a shroud. The silver-armored Elpus's eye glints with a cold, sharp light. Elsewhere, Mazari clutches her head, a memory of a golden eye surfacing. Margaret's thoughts drift to her father, convinced he was murdered. Her mind flashes to the man responsible for it all, Aruto. His reptilian gaze seems to watch from the shadows of her memory. The memory of their first clash hangs heavy in the air. Aruto's cheerful greeting cuts through the downpour, directed at the retainer Elpus. The retainer can only glare back, his face grim and soaked. Mazari calls out to her leader, her voice filled with concern. But Aruto just looks on, completely unimpressed by their defiance. Sharuka clutches her chest, telling Aruto this is just a small skirmish. But Elpus tells Nao to get rid of the tail, dismissing the elf completely. Shiruka screams at Aruto, questioning his grand plans for the city. Margaret and her companions can only watch as the villains argue amongst themselves. Aruto just sighs, his patience for the orc hunter clearly at its end. He coldly informs her that she is nothing more than a business partner to him. The brutal dismissal leaves the manic elf completely stunned. She tries to argue, but her words are lost in the pouring rain. Aruto turns his back, his overwhelming presence parting the storm itself. Guess he doesn't do dramatic goodbyes. Shiruka is left in awe of his power, a level of magic she never thought possible. A flashback reveals Shiruka's true mission, given to her by the elven royalty. She was willing to make any deal, just to be acknowledged by her own people. But Aruto coldly reminds her that she will never be on his level. He holds her to their original agreement, a deal she can't escape. Defeated, Shiruka can only offer a quiet, submissive agreement. Aruto then mentions a new name, Casper of the Bewitching Voice. The name sends a jolt of shock through the retainer, Elpus. Aruto reveals his true goal, the secret recipe for the legendary whiskey. Now's eyes widen, the word whiskey hanging in the air, and Margaret realizes he's after the very ingredients they've been searching for. Shiruka can only offer a quiet, defeated agreement. Aruto offers her the recipe in exchange for her power as an A-rank adventurer. But Mazari questions his timing, wondering if this is truly the right moment. The party stands united, a small island of defiance in a storm of power. Aruto's gaze is unreadable, a silent question hanging in the air. Shiruka admits her shame, realizing she's been reduced to exploiting Elpus's weakness. The rain masks the tears on Elpus's face, his resolve completely unbroken. But the elf declares they are her prey, and this hunt has only just begun. Aruto then turns his attention to the young noble, calling out Margaret's name. Margaret meets his gaze without flinching, her defiance burning even in the downpour. Aruto dismisses her concerns, stating he won't engage in baseless arguments. He then turns the question back on her, asking what she intends to do now. Margaret's gaze is a storm of defiance, even as the rain pours down. Elpus just looks on, completely over this villainous monologuing. She points forward, declaring she'll settle this with him as an adventurer. Now worries they'll be framed, but Elpus seems to sympathize with Margaret's stand. Shiruka just smirks, clearly enjoying the escalating drama. Aruto accepts, declaring the hunting tournament will decide the fate of their parties. But Margaret's challenge is for Shiruka, vowing to settle their score in the tournament. But Naoyo interjects, revealing that Shiruka isn't even a C-rank adventurer. Well, that's an awkward detail. Shiruka can only grit her teeth, forced into a contest against Margaret's party. The two factions stand opposed in the pouring rain, the city a silent witness. And in an instant, the news of their wager spreads throughout the entire city. The scene shifts to a bar where the A-rank adventurer Ortho sits alone. But he is soon joined by another figure, the pigman informant. The informant reveals he's been wanting to have a word with the Sword King, but Ortho just smiles, admitting he was the one who invited him here. A memory flashes of a younger Ortho, complaining about the circumstances. And from the shadows, Nao and Naoyo watch the secret meeting unfold. We see Ortho's party, the Shadow of the Stars, a trio of high-ranking adventurers. Naoyo's patience finally snaps, declaring she can't stand this situation any longer. She fumes, annoyed that a poser like Ortho is getting all the attention. A list of past events flashes by, detailing the subjugation of kings and A-rank monsters. Nayo admits that despite his strange history, Ortho is undeniably a powerful figure. She then reveals a surprising fact. She herself is one of the capital's 4 named C-rank adventurers. A new fox-eared woman warns the two girls to stay on high alert. She confirms their target is indeed inside, just as they suspected. The informant cuts to the chase, demanding Ortho state his business. But Ortho just smiles, turning the question back on him with a casual air. His playful demeanor vanishes as he makes a shocking demand for Elpus to join his party. Well, that's one way to handle a rivalry. The informant explains the guild's prejudice against mixed bloods. He recalls the receptionist noting his skills far surpassed their expectations. He turns away, asking if his assessment of the situation is wrong. Ortho looks on, seemingly surprised by the informant's directness. But Casper's voice clarifies the true meaning. This is about separating Elpus from Margaret. Ortho's eye narrows, the weight of that accusation settling in. He looks up, flustered, insisting it's a misunderstanding and he wants Elpus for other reasons. But he regains his composure, deciding to indulge the informant's directness. The informant is left completely baffled by Ortho's strange choice of words. Ortho reveals a bottle of 20-year-old Tannic, a legendary whiskey. The informant notes the strength of the legendary whiskey. From the shadows, Naoyo fumes, wanting to settle this with a fight. But Ortho's gaze is sharp, his mind on a different kind of contest. He proposes a simple drinking game to settle their differences. The informant scoffs, revealing that Tannic is his absolute favorite drink. But Ortho clarifies the challenge isn't for him, it's for Elpus. The terms are simple. For every cup Elpus drinks, Ortho will answer a question. He'll answer anything about the blessed ballad until he's too drunk to continue, the best kind of interrogation. The informant eyes the drink, wondering if it's been poisoned. But he takes a sip anyway, accepting the strange and dangerous terms. The legendary whiskey is poured, the dangerous game now officially underway. Ortho's eye glints, a silent challenge to his opponent. The informant wastes no time, immediately posing his first question. He demands to know the true relationship between Ortho and Margaret's late father. Ortho seems almost amused by the directness of the opening question, but the informant's gaze is unwavering. He's not here to play games. From the shadows, the girls watch on, stunned by his audacity. Ortho admits that the question has struck a very sensitive nerve. He looks away for a moment, a flicker of a painful memory in his eyes. He reveals the Earl was not just a rival, but a benefactor, someone like a father to him. The confession hangs in the air, a painful memory reflected in Ortho's eye. The informant refuses to believe it, accusing the Sword King of lying. But Ortho explains that Margaret's father taught him how to live when he couldn't fit in with the royals. A memory surfaces of a woman with kind but weary eyes. He calls Lord Herbert one of the few nobles he ever truly respected. A flashback reveals a younger Ortho training with Margaret, her family watching like his own. The weight of that shared history seems to catch even Ortho off guard. The informant can only listen, this new truth changing everything he thought he knew. But Ortho cuts himself off, deciding this isn't a story for a stranger's ears. He tells the informant to ask the common folk if he wants to know the truth about their former lord. The bartender quotes a price of 5 silver coins for the information he's selling. The man in the helmet just laughs while the informant looks completely unimpressed. He explains that Lord Herbert was a strict but effective leader of this key distribution city. The city of Landless was once a fortress, a front line in a war hundreds of years ago. He adds that you had to be there to understand what the city was like under the Earl's rule. The informant asks if this means the drug dealers are finally being rounded up. The bartender explains that the old guard supported the Earl's high taxes on outsiders. But now, in this so-called free city, there's no one left to even mourn his passing. The informant asks if they're really saying everyone is happy now except for Margaret. The legendary whiskey continues to pour, the dangerous game far from over. Ortho's gaze is steady, ready for the informant's second question. The informant demands to know why he seized all of the Margaret family's assets. But Ortho's answer is a simple denial. He claims he never stole a thing. He explains he's merely managing the territory, a right granted by his engagement to Margaret. He dismisses her rebellion as a purely emotional problem, not a political one. The informant repeats the word managing, his suspicion palpable. The legendary whiskey is poured once more, the tension rising with every drop. Ortho just grins, announcing it's time for the third cup. Guess he's enjoying this a little too much. The informant shifts his focus, now asking about the whiskey itself. He finally asks the real question, why Ortho is going to such lengths to protect Margaret. The girls watch from the shadows, a silent audience to this high-stakes game. Naoyo's eyes widen, completely baffled by Ortho's response. But Ortho's gaze is sharp, his question a carefully aimed barb. The informant is left confused, the alcohol and the words blurring together. He takes another drink, muttering that he must be mistaken. Ortho asks why he's so fixated on a simple whiskey from another world. He smiles, admitting that he's deeply disappointed by the question. The informant's expression hardens, his patience wearing thin. Ortho then asks if Tanaka never told him about their shared history. Guess some friends are better at keeping secrets. The informant's eye narrows, the mention of that name striking a nerve. Ortho explains that liquor and magic are intimately and deeply connected. He reveals that while alcohol strengthens mana, this whiskey is the ultimate expression of that power. The Blessed Ballad is an item that awakens the drinker's own innate magic. The informant's eyes widen, the true nature of their quest finally dawning on him. Ortho asks if Tanaka truly never told him any of this. From the shadows, Noyo is just as stunned by this shocking revelation. The fox-eared woman erupts, realizing this isn't just a drink, but an S-rank quest item. Now can only admit that Ortho's knowledge is on another level entirely. Ortho gestures to the eavesdroppers, clearly aware of their presence all along. The fox-eared woman explains a key detail. This item is compatible with anyone who wields it. Ortho explains that anyone who drinks the blessed ballad can obtain their own unique magic. He calls it a cheat item, a liquor that can literally bestow the power of a god. He taunts Elpus, wondering what they could do with the recipe in Margaret's old family distillery. The informant finally understands why Tanaka kept the true nature of the whiskey a secret. He recalls how his friend would only ever speak of the drink's taste, never its true power. He remembers Tanaka as a drunk and a womanizer who was terrible at gambling. But in the moments that mattered, he was every bit the hero of legend. The informant admits he didn't just admire the heroic parts of his friend, guess he had a soft spot for the lovable mess too. Ortho offers a quiet, simple acknowledgement of his words. His expression is unreadable as he processes this new perspective on the legendary hero. Ortho's gaze is intense, his true intentions still a complete mystery. He asks what Elpus truly plans to do with a liquor of such immense power. Ortho declares his own goal, to manage the dangerous drink, a power over life and death. The informant asks if this was the true will of the legendary hero Tanaka. He recalls the shopkeeper's words, that for some, living and killing are one and the same. Ortho looks down, the weight of his own philosophy settling upon him. The informant agrees, his words slurring slightly from the potent whiskey. He reflects on the life of a mixed blood, a constant search for purpose and meaning. He realizes this is why Shizuka stands by Ortho's side, seeking her own answers. A memory of Shizuka confirms his theory, her expression one of weary agreement. The informant admits that's why he's chosen to stand by Margaret. His eye narrows, demanding to know what Ortho is getting at. He turns the question back, asking what Ortho's own reasons are. He takes another drink, the legendary whiskey taking its toll. But Ortho's gaze remains fixed, his expression unreadable. The fourth glass is poured, the stakes of their game rising higher. Ortho flips the script, asking why the informant isn't with Margaret now. The informant's eye is sharp, cutting through the alcoholic haze. Ortho scoffs, questioning what difference any of this makes. The informant asks if he's just supposed to sit and console her while she grieves. Ortho tells him he doesn't have the time to wallow in endless despair. He declares that as far as he's concerned, this whole affair is already over. The informant takes another heavy swig, the potent whiskey burning its way down. He tosses the empty vial aside, his body swaying from the alcohol's effects. The bottle shatters against the floor, a fitting end to their tense negotiation. From the shadows, the girls can only watch, completely powerless to intervene. But the informant's gaze is sharp as he tells Ortho not to dare say it's over. He demands to know if Ortho plans to just leave Margaret to suffer in her despair. Ortho admits he's of two minds about him, half impressed and half annoyed. Guess that's a compliment? He says the informant reminds him of Tanaka before he became a true hero. He declares he'll never acknowledge a man who won't save a crying woman. Ortho's face twists in disbelief, asking if he really thinks he can win. The informant roars back, calling the so-called Sword King a damn fool. He declares their negotiation is over, the cup of companionship now shattered. From the shadows, the girls can only watch as the tense meeting falls apart. Ortho vows that one day, Elpus will be forced to kneel before him. He declares that as Tanaka's true successor, he will be the one to defeat Elpus. He challenges them to settle this at the hunting competition, a festival for the strong. But his grand speech is cut short as he collapses, completely drunk. Guess he couldn't hold his legendary liquor. The informant looks down, mockingly asking if the great prince is taking a nap. But the meeting is shattered by a figure flying through the air, blade raised high. Ortho throws up a hasty water shield, barely deflecting the surprise attack. From the shadows, Naoyo can only scream out her leader's name in disbelief. The eavesdropping party is left completely stunned by this sudden entrance. With tears in her eyes, Margaret offers a cold and formal greeting to her rival. She lands with brutal force, her blade now pointed at the fallen Sword King. Standing over him, she wishes him a pleasant evening with a chilling smile. Guess the party's just getting started. Ortho can only look up, completely baffled by her sudden violent arrival. Her companions call her a wicked noble, marveling at the chaos she's created. But a voice from a speaker corrects them, noting there were actually 5 fools present. The scene shifts to a memory, a maid looming over the bar with an imposing presence. It's Casper, who offers a chilling good morning to her captive, a pair of scissors held high. A young man's voice cries out, naming Shiruka as the infamous orc hunter. The informant explains that only Shiruka knows how to make Casper's legendary whiskey. He admits he couldn't bring himself to be a true villain, unlike the prince, Ortho. In the memory, Ortho roars Elpus's name, his demand echoing through the hall. The informant holds up a familiar book, the journal of the hero Tanaka. He offers it as a prize, a wager for the information hidden within its pages. But Ortho makes a counteroffer. If he wins, he gets all of Elpus's ingredients. The memory ends in defeat, with Ortho hailed as the ever-victorious king, some titles you just have to earn. The fox-eared woman and a new cat-like companion stand ready for the coming conflict. Elsewhere, a young man with piercings vows to teach someone the ways of the orcs. Casper of the bewitching voice announces that she has successfully located her target. Her vision extends across the city, pinpointing their location 300 meters away. A frantic chase unfolds across the rooftops, with the party using shadow magic to escape. Naoyo takes to the air on her weapon, planning an ambush just outside the city gates. The Catgirl declares she'll take 2 of them on herself, her confidence unwavering. The informant recalls their true objective, to find Casper and deal with Shiruka. The fox-eared woman sends her companion ahead, promising that she and Ortho will follow. But the plan is shattered by a sudden panicked cry from Naoyo. The fox-eared woman warns her not to do anything reckless. But Naoyo leaps away, shouting back that she can't make any promises. From a distance, Mizari admits to Ortho that they've been completely outmaneuvered. Ortho's expression is a mask of cold, calculating annoyance. Below, Margaret's party flees through the winding city streets. The scene flashes back 9 days to the calm before Shiruka's storm. They were staying in a safe house provided by the Veruna Merchant Guild. Inside, the city guard officer who helped them waits patiently for their arrival. Margaret appears in the doorway, asking if Elpus and Naoyo have a moment. The informant carries the injured Nao, calling out to his leader, Margaret. Margaret asks the bandaged informant how he's recovering from the fire. He explains that the constitution of a mixed blood is a complicated thing. His beastman traits mean the after effects of fire still dull his senses. It's a trade-off. He's resistant to poison but can't use magic. Margaret listens with concern, understanding the price he paid for her keepsake. But as he looks up, a new thought seems to strike him. Margaret's expression shifts, sensing a change in the conversation. He asks if she's come up with a plan of her own. Her face lights up, telling their leader not to hesitate. She gathers her companions, ready to lay out her new strategy. The informant listens, his expression grim and unreadable. Nao looks on, her gaze filled with a quiet concern for her mistress. Margaret declares they will strike Ortho now, stealing the ingredients before the competition. Nao is left completely stunned by this bold and dangerous proposal. But Margaret insists this isn't a reckless whim, but a calculated strategy. She explains that Shiruka's attack taught her the value of a decisive first strike. The memory of their burning home fuels her newfound resolve. With Ortho's guard down, she declares this is their one perfect opportunity. The informant considers her words, the weight of their next move settling in. But the city guard warns her that attacking the city's ruler is a whole new level of war. Elpus's gaze is steady, declaring that he is prepared for what's to come. The informant can only whisper her name, caught in the gravity of the moment. Elpus reveals he's already accepted an invitation directly from Ortho himself. The guard tries to suggest a plan, but the informant isn't interested in his advice. Naoyo can only look on, completely fed up with this entire situation. The informant turns to Margaret, assuring her that no matter what, he is on her side. Margaret's face lights up, telling Elpus not to go off and disappear on his own again. But Elpus adds a single crucial condition to his agreement. Margaret is left flustered, her own complicated feelings for Ortho bubbling to the surface. Nao can only sweat, completely overwhelmed by the sudden emotional turn. The informant's expression is grim, his mind working through the possibilities. But Margaret's eyes are filled with a sudden dawning clarity. The informant explains his keen sense of smell reveals a person's true nature. He tells her that he believes he understands Ortho's current situation. But she argues that understanding the journey is just as important as the destination. And in that moment, a horrifying memory returns. Her father was murdered. The informant is stunned, revealing he was there but can't remember a thing. Nao suggests the trauma of the event must have blocked his memory. But he wonders if his memory was erased by magic, a terrifying possibility. Nao is left completely speechless by this dark and sudden revelation. Elpus looks over, his expression a mask of pure confusion. Margaret admits she doesn't know if Ortho is the killer, but he's definitely hiding something. A key phrase echoes in his mind, the golden pupils of Mizari. Elpus's eyes narrow, the word golden triggering a forgotten memory. And it all clicks into place. The figure from that night had the same golden eyes as Ortho. Margaret's voice is filled with pain as she declares her need to know the truth. Nao can only look on, her heart aching for her mistress's burden. But she agrees, a quiet understanding passing between them. Elpus knows that confronting a man as stubborn as Ortho directly would be useless. He turns to his companions, declaring it's time to formulate a new plan. Nao looks on, her expression a mix of confusion and quiet concern. The informant lays out the plan. Taking out Ortho's companions is their only path forward. With the strategy set, the party races through the city streets at full speed. But Shiruka is caught in the chase, her panic growing with every frantic step. She's suddenly bound by a shadowy sash, her magic draining away with her strength. It's the sash of Shizumi, the very same one Elpus uses to seal his demonic weapon. As an elf, her strength is tied to her magic, leaving her completely helpless. Guess she's all wrapped up in her work. Nao calls out to the now captured orc hunter, her voice cutting through the chaos. Shiruka can only look back in tearful confusion, her grand plan completely in tatters. She remembers being told she'd be put in her place, the words now a bitter reality. Margaret admits to herself that the free city of Landrace has already changed. She knew Nao was right. Her family's honor is gone and her pride is just emotion. She realizes there's no point in returning to the past if her ego only brings sorrow. But Nao cuts through the monologue, telling her to stop with the sentimental backstory. Margaret realizes what she learned from Shiruka, what she was missing all along, was the resolve to become truly evil to achieve her goals. The captured Shiruka can only look on, completely baffled by this sudden change. Nao taunts her, asking what's wrong with the great orc hunter. Even Elpus is left completely confused by Margaret's sudden dark turn. Guess evil monologues weren't part of the plan. Shiruka's mind races, recalling how she created her own legend by staging orc attacks. Margaret's smile is chilling as she asks if being a villain isn't so much better. She threatens to expose Shiruka's drug smuggling if she dares reveal their secrets. The orc hunter can't believe this is the same girl who just hid behind Elpus. Margaret reflects on how a single moment can change everything, like spilled liquor. Even Elpus is left completely stunned by this sudden dark transformation. She declares that only her own noble sorrow can erase the stain of her past. With her shadow magic swirling, she asks if Shiruka will finally obey her. Elpus can only call her a fool, shocked at the monster she's become. Guess he's not a fan of the new management. With their prisoner secured, the party makes a high-speed escape from the city, and Margaret unleashes her full power, a giant of shadow looming over the forest. Margaret's eyes are cold, her transformation now complete. Even Elpus is taken aback by this sudden dark power. Naoyo can only watch, her friend now a terrifying stranger. With a demonic roar, Margaret fully embraces her new villainous persona. She unleashes a devastating attack, carving a path of destruction. 20 minutes into their escape, the vanguard of Ortho's party is met with overwhelming force. Naoyo screams at Margaret, telling her she's completely overdoing it. But their target, the cat-eared girl, looks on from the edge of the crater. She had dodged the attack at the last second with a shadow warp of her own. Guess shadow magic is the new hotness. Elpus and Nao can only stand and watch the aftermath of the chaos. The cat girl scoffs, admitting it's good magic but useless from 300 meters away. From the edge of the destruction, Casper of the bewitching voice looks on. But the cat girl realizes Casper's magic is returning, a fact the maid must know. Her eyes widen in a flash of dawning horror. Casper just smiles, a silent and chilling promise of what's to come. Suddenly, a massive smokescreen erupts across the entire battlefield. The cat girl is left completely baffled, wondering what the point of this is. Guess subtlety isn't on the menu tonight. But from the smoke, a massive crystal projectile is launched through the air. It strikes one of the armored figures with the force of a cannonball. An elven woman with glasses screams out in panic for her fallen companion. The enemy is left stunned. A simple rock bullet shouldn't have a range of over 50 meters. But this is a technique that leverages one of Elpus's greatest strengths, the human talent for throwing. It combines beastman power with human skill, an attack method only a mixed blood can truly master. Casper is left completely flustered, her senses failing to predict the attack. Even the skeletal puppet can't believe it, questioning the reality of what just happened. This technique allows for a maximum sniping range of a staggering 800 meters. It wasn't a spell, but a simple, devastating throw, a projectile launched with deadly precision. The cat girl is struck with brutal force, the impact sending a shockwave through her body. Casper realizes that without her wind barrier, that single throw would have been an instant kill. With the sniper shot landed, the informant charges forward, pressing their sudden advantage. A lesson in biology explains how Elpus combines human skill with beastman power. The Catgirl can only admit that this fight has become truly interesting. She crouches low to the ground, admitting things have suddenly heated up. Her face twists in manic glee, screaming her newfound respect for his strength. Guess getting hit with a rock is a great icebreaker. Elpus braces himself, ready for the brutal close-quarters combat to begin. He stares down the long path he's cleared, his target waiting at the end. From the sidelines, Casper can only offer a sharp, predatory grin. The question hangs in the air. Is Elpus a true hybrid superior to both races? He closes the distance in an instant, claws extended for the kill. Elpus grits his teeth, his expression a mask of pure, focused aggression. The Catgirl leaps into the air, dodging his attack with impossible speed. She lands, refusing to give him an inch in this high-speed battle. She's a beastman from Ortho's elite party, the Shadow of the Stars. Her title is the Sound Chaser, and she unleashes a furious battle cry. From the sidelines, Casper and her puppet companion stand ready to engage. But Elpus lands a brutal blow, sending the Sound Chaser skidding across the ground. He stands over her, declaring that he's here to settle the score. For a moment, it seems the fight is finally over. But Casper and her companion look on, completely unfazed by the display. The Sound Chaser rises again, a manic grin spreading across her face. Guess round one was just a warm-up. Casper, the blindfolded maid, watches with a cold, calculating expression. The Sound Chaser readies her weapon, preparing to re-engage the fight. From the sidelines, Casper watches as her two companions charge forward. The Sound Chaser admits their teamwork is impressive, but it won't be enough. But a sudden, sharp pain leaves her completely confused and vulnerable. An unseen force slams into her, a devastating and precise strike. The Sound Chaser is sent flying backwards, her momentum completely broken. She realizes her femoral artery has been hit, a critical weak point. Suddenly, anatomy class seems very important. She looks back, realizing the attack came from the end of the path Elpus cleared. And there stands Elpus, his blade drawn, the silent sniper of this battlefield. Elpus's eye narrows, his perfect counterattack having found its mark. The Sound Chaser can only scream out her respect for his incredible skill. He's using a technique known as the 8-span mirror, a 2-stage counter. But this isn't his skill. It's a move created by the hero Tanaka himself. With his opponent reeling, Elpus closes the distance in a blur of motion. But the Sound Chaser is far from defeated, her eyes burning with resolve. She turns back, shocked by the sheer speed of his relentless pursuit. She unleashes a powerful kick, aiming to end this chase once and for all. But Elpus ducks under the blow, his own counterattack already in motion. He lands a devastating uppercut, sending her flying into the air. Guess she didn't see that coming. The Sound Chaser unleashes a powerful shockwave, sending both Casper and Naoyo flying. She boasts that in terms of pure physical ability, she is on another level entirely. Even the powerful Maid Casper is sent skidding back from the sheer force of the blast. Naoyo can only look on in shock, calling the display completely and utterly insane. But the Sound Chaser realizes her full power charge was somehow completely sealed. She looks back down the long path, seeing the true source of the counterattack. Elpus just smirks, his complex strategy having worked to perfection. He closes in for the kill, his shadow magic lashing out to bind his opponent. From the sidelines, Casper watches the high-speed exchange unfold. Guess she's just here for the show. The Sound Chaser is stunned by his speed, realizing this man is a true monster. She realizes the counterstrike came a full beat faster than it ever should have. The blade is at her throat, a double-edged sword that struck without a single wasted motion. Elpus calls it a combination of tricky swordplay and inhuman, overwhelming power. He unleashes his signature technique, the devastating single-stroke dragon. The attack sends her flying, a move known as the 3 wrists overwhelming her completely. A memory surfaces of her past, a squire who once struggled to even hold her blade. She realizes this throwing technique is a skill unique to mixed bloods like them. With a furious roar, she unleashes a volley of poisoned knives in retaliation. But Elpus deflects the entire barrage with a single, perfectly timed swing. The Sound Chaser is left suspended in midair, completely defenseless against his next move. The Sound Chaser is ecstatic, reveling in the raw physical power of their battle. She leaps through the air, ready to bring down another devastating blow. But Elpus meets her attack head-on, their weapons clashing with brutal force. She calls out to her companions, admitting this fight is an unexpected honor. Her gaze fixes on Elpus, a predatory grin spreading across her face. Our boy just looks back, completely unimpressed by her sudden admiration. Her battle lust reaches a fever pitch, a disturbing and manic energy taking over. She makes a bizarre wager, a promise of life or a gruesome final death. Guess HR isn't a thing in Ortho's party. Elpus just scoffs, dismissing her beastman traditions as completely outdated. But her eyes gleam with a strange affection, asking to call him by a nickname. But Casper warns her not to get possessive, sparking a bizarre argument over who Elpus belongs to. Casper notes that while her companion's physical power is immense, their teamwork gives them the true advantage. Naoyo prepares to strike, planning to use her poison knives and a concussive blow to immobilize their foe. But the Sound Chaser just grins, eager to face an opponent who can truly go all out. But Elpus's keen senses pick up a new, familiar scent on the wind. And Casper reveals her trump card, a bottle of the legendary liquor, the majestic Valwea. The scene shifts, a memory of Veruna explaining how alcohol can enhance one's magical power. She calls this particular liquor the ultimate expression of that principle. She reflects that even in the heat of battle, Ortho's companions must not be consumed by his shadow. A single cup of this legendary drink, she knows, is enough to turn the tide of any battle. The Sound Chaser holds up the bottle, explaining this is the true purpose of the legendary liquor. She tosses a small vial of the potent drink to her companion. The informant's face falls, realizing this is a very, very bad development. He grits his teeth, knowing this single move could change the entire battle. A memory of Ortho explains how he stores the liquor, a key ingredient for their whiskey. Naoyo recalls that this is one of the 7 pillars needed to create the legendary drink. Casper catches the vial, ready to administer the game-changing power-up. But the Sound Chaser downs the liquor herself, asking if they'll really let her do this. Guess sharing isn't caring. Elpus can only watch, a bead of sweat tracing a path of pure concern. The heavens themselves seem to watch, a new power about to be unleashed on the battlefield. The Sound Chaser screams as the legendary liquor's power surges through her body. She's overwhelmed by the taste, a complex flavor that defies all description. Her body is completely taken over by the drink's arrogant, divine power. Elpus braces himself, his blade ready for the coming storm. For a moment she's frozen, as if the liquor itself is scolding her for her audacity. A spectral king appears behind her, the very embodiment of the liquor's majesty. A massive pillar of energy erupts from her, tearing through the night sky. The drink temporarily amplifies her magic, shattering her body's natural limits. Guess that's one way to break a plateau. Naoyo can only look on, completely stunned by this overwhelming display of power. Even Elpus is sweating, realizing the entire battle has just been turned on its head. Even Casper is stunned. This beastman's magic now surpasses even her own. The liquor was meant to boost her magic resistance, a simple defensive measure. But Elpus's gaze remains fixed, his mind racing to find a counter. This was a change that not even Ortho could have ever predicted. His keen senses detect the coming danger and he screams for the others to run. But he's too late, taking a devastating blow directly to the face. The impact is immense, a shockwave of pure, unadulterated power. Margaret and Naoyo can only scream his name, watching in horror. Guess the power-up is working as advertised. But Margaret's voice cuts through the chaos, ordering them to get Orcus to Elpus. Naoyo understands instantly, ready to deliver the demonic weapon. But the informant intercepts the attack, buying them precious seconds. His blade shatters on impact, unable to withstand her newfound power. He's sent flying backwards, completely and utterly overwhelmed. A single pained grunt is all he can manage as he falls. The Sound Chaser's body is wreathed in a dark, terrifying aura. Her eyes are cold, the power of the liquor now fully under her control. She unleashes a devastating blast, a torrent of pure destructive energy. The attack carves a massive trench through the forest floor. She stands in the center of the devastation, a pillar of raw power. Her body has transformed, a divine and terrifying new form. Guess that liquor had more than just a kick. Her innate magic is revealed, evolution, the power to become a divine beast. For 3 short minutes, she can ascend to a higher plane of existence. But for her, 3 minutes is an eternity, more than enough time to win. Elpus is already on the move, a blur of motion through the trees. He now wields his demonic weapon, a being comparable to the strongest foes she's ever faced. This is Orcus, a weapon forged by the orc's ancestor who stole lightning from the gods. But for that power, the orcs were cursed for all eternity. Guess the gods don't like thieves. Elpus's eye narrows, the weight of that ancient history now his to bear. He lies on the ground, the battle having taken a heavy toll on him. But the demonic weapon speaks to him, calling him by a new name, Susanoo. The demonic weapon's voice echoes, demanding the divine beast submit to its power. But the sound chaser seems aroused by the voice, asking if it truly intends to violate her. Elpus looks up, wondering if he's finally hearing the voice of the Archduke of Sin. She muses that her divine form must be the reason she can hear its call. She makes a bizarre offer. If she loses, he can have her for 3 days and nights. Well, that's one way to raise the stakes. But Elpus's gaze is cold, calling himself nothing more than a leftover. His words only seem to excite her more, telling him not to flirt with her. Against the starry sky, two souls prepare for a final, decisive clash. Elpus raises the demonic weapon, ready to meet her power with his own. She roars back, vowing to devour his heart and become the strongest of all. But Elpus grits his teeth, apologizing that this one is already spoken for. He declares the divine beast is already sold, unleashing a devastating swing with Orcus. The two titans clash, a brutal contest of raw, overwhelming power. The force of their impact sends a shockwave across the battlefield. But she traps his weapon, using her own body in a powerful submission hold. Elpus breaks free, his demonic weapon carving a massive arc through the earth. The attack misses its mark, his opponent already a blur in the distance. He plants his feet, shifting his stance into a pure martial arts form. He unleashes a ground-scraping swing, a technique designed to sweep her off her feet. The sound chaser is ecstatic, thrilled by his incredible speed and overwhelming power. She uses the terrain to her advantage, a footwork style reminiscent of Margaret's own. With a furious roar, she unleashes a torrent of energy, daring Elpus to face her head-on. But her attack is shattered, a strange force deflecting the devastating blow. From the sidelines, the informant watches with a grim and knowing expression. The sound chaser looks on in disbelief, realizing her attack completely missed its mark. She can't believe he dodged her electrified strike and even managed to stun her. She realizes Orcus has evolved, now crackling with a lightning it never had before. The informant notes her speed is now even greater than Pleen's at her absolute best. But Elpus's eye is sharp. He declares that he has now memorized her scent. Guess he's got a nose for trouble. She closes the distance, demanding to know why he would ever refuse Ortho's offer. She screams that a royal like Ortho could never understand their struggle. Elpus roars back, agreeing that Ortho knows nothing of a mixed blood's life. He admits Ortho has his ideals, but his hypocrisy is unforgivable. He can't stand hearing Ortho call Margaret family after all he's done. The sound chaser agrees, furious that Ortho would dismiss her despair as over. The memory of Margaret's own pain fuels their shared rage against the prince. Elpus scoffs, calling Ortho's words nothing more than cheap liquor with a fancy label. With a furious roar, she lunges forward to meet his demonic weapon head-on. Their clash erupts in a massive explosion, shattering the very ground beneath them. The two stand amidst the devastation, surrounded by the raw power of their battle. The sound chaser is stunned, realizing he dodged her attack by a paper-thin margin. From the sidelines, the informant realizes Elpus completely read her movements. She lands hard, digging her claws into the earth to regain her footing. She can't believe it. No one on the continent should be able to match her speed. Elpus unleashes a fiery swing with Orcus, forcing her to backpedal. The impact sends a jolt through her, a feeling she hasn't experienced in years. It's the same feeling she had when she first fought the A-ranker, Shizuka. This isn't just respect she's feeling for her opponent. No, this is something much, much stranger. Guess she has a type, and it's people who can beat her up. And Elpus roars back, unleashing the full unholy power of the Archduke of Sin. His keen sense of smell cuts through the chaos, analyzing every detail. He lands a precise, calculated blow, a test of her defenses. His grip on the demonic weapon tightens, ready for the next exchange. Elpus stands his ground, a silent predator waiting for his moment. The sound chaser is stunned, realizing he's predicting her every move. A pure orc's nose can sense emotion, but lacks the mind to process it. But Elpus combines that instinct with a human brain, a deadly combination. He deflects her attack with impossible speed and precision. Even he is left in awe of the raw power they're both unleashing. With a mighty swing, he meets her divine power head-on. The sound chaser is sent reeling, her divine form starting to break apart. But even now, she grits her teeth, refusing to accept her defeat. She knows she has one last chance to use her innate magic and evolve again. She unleashes her final curse, a desperate gamble to win this fight. Her body crackles with untamed energy, a final, desperate surge of power. But her attack fizzles out, realizing Orcus is now charged with her own lightning. Elpus explains that touching the electrified weapon has paralyzed her nervous system. To unleash its true power, Orcus requires its wielder to acknowledge their foe, and Elpus acknowledges her, loading a special round to end this with respect. He fires, unleashing a familiar black powder from another world. He unleashes the Black Scorchfire, a magic bullet from another world. A memory of Tanaka's lesson, a simple flick of a finger, a power that turns a simple campfire into a raging inferno. Elpus apologizes for using the one magic his friend forbade him from ever touching. He inherited 3 shots from Tanaka, and this is the first he's used since his friend's death. The Sound Chaser is left stunned, never imagining she'd face such a formidable enemy. The battlefield is consumed by the blast, a testament to a hero's forbidden power. Even Casper can only look back in shock, her companion caught in the blast. With their objective complete, the rest of the party makes their escape. Now's expression is grim, the weight of their victory and retreat settling in. Casper can only stare, completely stunned by the battle's explosive conclusion. She's torn between helping her fallen comrade and pursuing the escaping party. Now calls out as Margaret emerges from a shadow portal high above. Using her shadow magic, Margaret propels herself and her companions to safety. Nyoyo flies alongside them on her weapon, their escape now in full swing. The party makes a swift and coordinated retreat through the night sky. Casper realizes that in the chaos, her targets have completely vanished. Nyo points to their destination, a hidden underground cave, so much for a clean getaway. Their plan worked perfectly, sealing off any chance of an aerial pursuit. Defeated, Casper can only resolve to report this failure to Ortho and Shizuka. Nyoyo flies away on her weapon, leaving the explosion's aftermath behind. The Sound Chaser awakens, dazed and confused, but miraculously alive. The informant walks away, casually telling her she should get some rest. The forest still bears the scars of their battle, a path of destruction carved through the trees. He stretches, telling her it's time for them to get moving. The legendary liquor protected her from the flames, but the blast still knocked her out cold. She looks up in a panic, demanding to know why he would ever help her. He tells her he's already patched her up, but she begs him to wait. Guess thank you wasn't the first thing on her mind. She asks if he ever considered she might attack him the moment she woke up. But the informant just looks back, admitting the thought never crossed his mind. The Sound Chaser is left flustered, insisting she's not that kind of woman. But Elpus just looks back, asking if she's absolutely sure about that. Her resolve shatters into a tearful confession, her heart now completely his. She asks him out, but the informant shuts her down. She asks for a hug and gets another hard no. Later, she admits it's a shame because she's really taken a liking to Elpus. Elpus grits his teeth, recalling how he rejected Ortho's offer to join him. The informant begins to reflect on their leader, Margaret. He remembers how she came to him, trembling but determined to strike back. The two now rest, the weight of their recent battle finally settling in. He knows she's still naive, but she faced her fears with everything she had. He looks back, calling out the Sound Chaser's name, Ugaru. She's completely flustered, asking to return the favor for the kindness he showed her. Her intentions are comically clear, offering a love potion to a very confused orc. But Elpus's thoughts are on Margaret, telling her not to be tempted by anyone else's path. He reflects that his contest with Ortho is still far from over. The scene shifts to an arena, where a hooded youth sketches a massive magic circle. A small, elf-like maid watches on as he meticulously completes the design. With a final touch, he places the chalk down, his preparations now finished. He explains that while engraving the magic is easier, it's also far more restrictive. He smiles wistfully, wishing he could have discussed magic with a man named Mani Mahat. The elf-like maid adjusts her glasses, noting that her master is already over a century old. She admits that even as an elf, she can't hold a candle to his magical prowess. Ortho, on the other hand, is a prodigy who can accomplish anything on his own. A new masked figure appears, speaking in riddles about the nature of existence. He calls himself the figurehead of a ship, his purpose still shrouded in mystery. But Ortho's focus is on his magic, weaving through the air and tracing the water veins. He unleashes a massive surge of power, a technique of incredible scale. The technique is revealed, the aqua compass of the lake's surface. It's a detection spell with a 300-kilometer range that doubles as his long-range teleport. Guess he doesn't need to pay for travel. Mazari is drenched by the resulting surge of water, a look of pure awe on her face. The narration explains the nature of teleportation, once a flawed and unstable magic. But the Magic Academy perfected it, creating a revolutionary new technique. A theory first proposed by none other than the legendary hero Tanaka, and in the present, Ortho demonstrates the pinnacle of that very power. His focus is absolute, his control over the magic complete. The text explains a unique magic, one that doesn't circulate through the body. But for Elpus, this complex theory is surprisingly easy to understand. Mazzari can only watch as Ortho's power erupts from the ground. In an instant, he's transported several kilometers to a desolate wasteland, and there, two men meet, their long-awaited confrontation finally at hand. The scene shifts, taking us to an underground cave in the eastern lands. And at that very moment, Casper comes face to face with the rabbit-eared adventurer, Pleen. Pleen's gaze is sharp, asking if their little game of tag is finally over. She had tracked her quarry across the desolate landscape to this very cave. With quiet confidence, she descends into the rocky maw of the cavern. Her expression is a mask of grim, unwavering determination. The text confirms this is Mazzari's domain, a cave of mud and stone. Through her blindfold, Casper's eye remains cold and unreadable. Pleen stands ready, her weapon held firm against the looming darkness. Guess this isn't a friendly visit. Her focus narrows, a silent declaration that this fight is about to begin. Casper adjusts her cuff, a small, precise motion in the gloom. Her skeletal companion's hand rests on her arm, a silent presence. The sleeve pulls back, revealing the puppet's true bony form. The blindfolded maid stands ready, her posture a silent challenge. A single tear escapes Pleen's eye, a memory of a long-lost hero. The two women face each other in the vast, silent cavern. Pleen admits that she once met the legendary hero Tanaka. Casper recalls her own impression, that he was just a frivolous man. Guess heroes don't always make the best first impression. The memory seems to weigh heavily on the rabbit-eared adventurer. Even the stoic maid looks down, lost in a shared, complicated past. A single tear falls, a testament to a long and painful history. Pleen recalls facing Mazzari, whose true power was far beyond her initial impression. She remembers challenging the golden-pupiled foe based on that first glance, and losing. The lesson was a simple one. Don't get cocky. Her own ancestor died fighting Mazzari with the very same weapon she now wields. She reflects on the persecution of mixed bloods, all stemming from a man who stole liquor. And in that moment, she admits she felt a deep sympathy for that orc's anger. She understood the life of a mixed blood, a constant and bitter struggle. She tells Casper she despises those who wallow in self-pity. Guess she's not a fan of emo phases. The blindfolded maid's expression remains cold, completely unfazed by the accusation. Her weapon slams into the ground, a sharp crack echoing through the cavern. Pleen roars at Casper, telling her to take her death wish somewhere else. But the blindfolded maid is unfazed, telling Pleen not to drag her into this mess. Pleen's anger boils over, tired of being dragged around by her fiancé, Ortho. Wait, fiancé? That's a new development. She laments how a simple liquor from another world has led to all this chaos. The rabbit-eared adventurer grabs her ear in pure, unadulterated frustration. Casper asks if Pleen can finally understand the source of her irritation. The maid's expression is a perfect mask of condescending boredom. With a furious cry, Pleen unleashes a devastating arc of energy across the cave floor. She offers Casper a single chance to surrender and be spared. Casper stands amidst the dust, her aura pulsing with dark energy. She reveals this is the second time they have met. Pleen is left confused, asking if the maid even remembers her. Casper admits that while she sympathizes with mixed bloods, Pleen is different from the person she read about in Tanaka's journal. A memory surfaces of a legendary party, their journey born from the sorrow of fallen comrades. Amidst the pain, they found a glimmer of hope in a new companion. Casper explains the journal is filled with the pathetic life of a man, a story that would shatter any heroic illusions. But she admits she never felt different from him, acknowledging she lost to the man they called a hero. She tells Pleen that despite their differences, there is one thing she can relate to in her complaints. Pleen's eye narrows, her patience officially wearing thin. Casper admits there is one simple reason she continues to fight. And it's for the man she fell for, the pigman informant, Elpus. Well, that's a plot twist nobody ordered. The revelation reminds Pleen of another unexpected moment back at the shop. The scene shifts, showing the aftermath of a brutal fall from a high cliff. Elsewhere, Casper has found the captured orc hunter, Sharuka. With Ortho's forces now completely split, their strategy is in disarray. Having served her purpose, Casper releases a very grateful Sharuka. The blindfolded maid stands alone, her part in this game now played. But back in the cave, Pleen's rage finally boils over at Casper's words. Shiruka scoffs, calling Margaret a naive little girl for ever letting her go. Shiruka questions Casper's motives, asking if she really expects no retaliation for this. But in Casper's mind, the rankings of this world are already set in stone. She coldly explains that Shiruka lost to Margaret, and a broken spirit never truly recovers. The maid sees a kindred soul in the orc hunter, another defeated dog just like her. The insult hits its mark, leaving Shiruka completely and utterly speechless. The scene shifts to a new horned figure, her expression a mask of pure arrogance. She taunts a fallen foe, calling them a foolish commoner who has been thoroughly tamed. Elsewhere, Elpus ponders the phrase, wondering if he too is just a defeated dog. The horned woman smirks, revealing she heard all about Naoyo's defeat at the hands of Shizuka. Guess gossip travels fast in the A-rank circles. Casper's expression remains a perfect mask of stoic, unimpressed annoyance. The horned woman smirks, asking Naoyo if she truly understands the difference between them. She scoffs that a band of defeated dogs could never hope to beat Ortho's elite party. She mockingly suggests Naoyo should have just become her lover and worn a maid outfit. Guess that's one way to recruit. But for now, her maid uniform is not a costume, it is her pride. They may be defeated dogs, but unlike their enemies, they fight for their bonds. The weight of their situation seems to finally hit Elpus. The horned woman's condescension finally shatters into pure, unadulterated rage. Her fury mirrors Shiruka's own, a deep-seated hatred for being looked down upon, a burning resentment at the thought of anyone daring to mock the great Shiruka. The horned woman's taunts turn to desperation, now begging to be spared. The orc hunter's bravado shatters, her voice trembling with a forgotten fear. A memory takes us back to a time when she was just a normal elf in her village. A young maid's face appears, a silent witness to the unfolding tragedy. Shiruka recalls being summoned by the elders. Her life changed in an instant. They told her of a long-lost sister, Sherry Sharbeck, the infamous ear-rot collector. It was Shiruka's mission to hunt down this cursed child and end her reign of terror. She was cast out from her home, exiled until she could bring her own sister to justice. But Sherry was a master manipulator, staging orc attacks just to play the hero. Guess villainy runs in the family, Shiruka sneers, questioning how anyone could live a decent life with such a past. But back in the present, Casper's expression is one of cold, utter disinterest. The defeated orc hunter sits on the ground, her bravado completely shattered. Through her tears, Shiruka admits she finally understands the kind of life she's been forced to live. She forces a pained, mocking laugh, a sound of pure self-loathing. But Casper just watches on, her expression a perfect mask of indifference. Elpus's own memory surfaces, a voice telling him to just laugh it all off. But Casper's voice is cold as she tells the broken elf she can't bring herself to laugh. Shiruka is left completely stunned by the maid's quiet, cutting words. She remembers the hope of having someone who would come and save her, and the dream of finding someone who could truly understand her pain. But she knows she was never lucky enough to have companions by her side. Casper tells Shiruka that she has no intention of getting involved with her. The orc hunter can only stare back, her mind reeling from the cold rejection. A voice declares that this is it, the moment of truth. Casper's expression hardens, ready to show them the answer she's found. An answer for herself and for Naoyo from that fateful day. Back in the cavern, Pleen scoffs at the pathetic fangs of a defeated dog. But a single tear betrays the weight of her own past defeats. Meanwhile, Elpus and Nao prepare to enter a different cave, their plan in motion. The narration notes that black powder now drifts through the cave where Shizuka waits. But Casper's focus is elsewhere, her expression one of cold calculation. A voice roars out a single, devastating command: explode. The black scorch fire erupts, a forbidden power from another world. The plan is simple. Use the fire to trigger a chain reaction in the peat. The resulting collapse is meant to crush their enemies where they stand. This was Naoyo's ultimate gambit, a sure-kill curse of her own design. The earth itself is torn asunder, a massive crater left in the attack's wake. Pleen can only stare in disbelief, screaming Naoyo's name into the chaos. But from the smoke, Casper looks on, completely unimpressed by the display. Pleen questions how Naoyo could have defeated the A-ranker, Shizuka. She knows no dwarf could survive a blast of that magnitude. Guess that's one way to end a fight. Pleen's voice is quiet, acknowledging them as fellow defeated dogs. But Casper's question hangs in the air. Won't she become her companion? Pleen's answer is a roar, declaring this is Naoyo's victory. The blindfolded maid can only look on as the cavern's maw yawns before her. From the darkness, a new attack erupts, a sphere of pure shadow magic. The attack is a pinpoint strike aimed with deadly, unwavering precision. But a transformed Pleen emerges, mocking Casper for falling into her trap. The two now stand separated by a vast, desolate landscape. Casper remains perfectly still, her expression unreadable as always. Guess she's not easily impressed. But the transformation takes its toll, leaving Pleen exhausted on the ground. Pleen realizes she had to surpass her own limits, a deliberate and terrifying choice. She has now become an A-rank monster, one of the strongest beings on the continent. But through her tears, she knows that even this power isn't enough to face a true titan. And from the chasm below, Casper's manic laughter echoes through the cavern. Naoyo can only look on, completely baffled by the maid's sudden unhinged glee. But Pleen's gaze hardens, her resolve returning in the face of this madness. Casper reveals she's been waiting for this moment, that this was always meant to be. She recalls the black punishment, a power born from a past betrayal. Her own magic is a perfect counter, a trap that triggers an explosion in response to light. A technique known as the Burial Princess, a name that sends a chill down Pleen's spine. Shadowy magic pools at Casper's feet, her power gathering in the darkness. She mocks Pleen's shadow magic, a power she claims even a defeated dog like herself can wield. But Pleen retorts that a woman like Casper could never understand the true power of a demon artisan. She roars back, asking if the maid realizes she's been marked for death by a superior power. Guess someone's not getting a tip. Elsewhere, Naoyo buys time, knowing Nao and Elpus are on their way to join her. Nayo races across the landscape, closing the distance to rendezvous with her companion, and Margaret's resolve hardens, vowing to get the truth about her father's death from Ortho. Pleen looks down into the chasm, putting all her faith in Naoyo's explosive plan. But inside the cave, Casper notes that while Pleen survived the blast, the situation is far from good. The blindfolded maid draws her weapon, declaring that there is still a chance for her to win this fight. The dagger is revealed, the Savaori, forged by a master smith named Warabi. Pleen recognizes the blade, asking if this is the work of her sister Warabi. But Casper just scoffs, calling it far too fine a weapon for a simple maid. Pleen's eye narrows, questioning if the maid truly believes she can win this fight. Casper remains unfazed, declaring a maid is invincible when fighting for her friends. The scene shifts to Nao, who vows to weaken Shizuka for Margaret and Elpus's sake. With a firm step, she declares she'll show them what she's truly made of. She leaps into battle, ready to prove that even a defeated dog can rise up. Back in the cavern, Pleen cuts through the darkness, a blur of transformed fury. She clashes with Casper, who meets her attack with a shadowy power of her own. Pleen dodges a whip-like tendril of pure, unadulterated shadow. She's left completely stunned, unable to believe the attack could even reach her. From a distance, Nao realizes their plan has failed. The cave is completely sealed. Casper's technique is revealed. The Shadow Punishment, a magic designed to block physical force. Her every step is charged with this dark, volatile energy, a power so potent it can tear a person apart with a single touch. Guess you don't want to step on her toes. She unleashes a flurry of shadowy kicks, each one a deadly blade. But Pleen's eyes narrow, recognizing the technique of the Burial Princess. An observer is stunned, realizing Pleen is neutralizing the attack with her own shadow magic. The two shadow wielders finally clash, a brutal contest of skill and power. Pleen unleashes her own Burial Princess, meeting shadow with shadow. But Casper's gaze is cold, her own dark power surging to meet the challenge. Pleen's weapon begins to crack and splinter under the immense pressure. The skeletal puppet joins the fray, turning the duel into a 2-on-1 assault. Pleen is sent flying, overwhelmed by their coordinated shadow attacks. Casper closes in, a sphere of dark energy crackling in her hand. The rabbit-eared adventurer is thrown back, the gap in their power now painfully clear. From the outside, Nao has a sudden revelation about Shizuka's magic. A lesson explains that a normal shadow has no physical power to interfere with the world. But Pleen's technique redefines shadow as a physical object, giving it the power to strike back. Guess that's one way to weaponize your dark side. Pleen lunges forward, her transformed body a blur of motion. She uses her own shadow magic, teleporting in a flash of darkness. She reappears instantly behind the maid, ready to land a decisive blow. But Casper realizes her every move is being perfectly anticipated. From a distance, an elven observer watches with growing concern. A lesson explains Naoyo's shadow is powerful but relies on items. But Naoyo's own innate magic can neutralize Casper's shadow attacks. Her fine control gives her an edge that item-based magic lacks. She unleashes a martial technique, a direct attack that can't be nullified. The blow connects with brutal force, sending the blindfolded maid flying. Pleen is left stunned, unable to process the speed of the counterattack. Casper realizes their shadows are overlapping, a direct contest of their innate power. Pleen's blade flashes, a strike she believes will end the fight for good. The full force of her attack slams directly into the blindfolded maid. But Pleen's expression shifts to confusion. Something is terribly wrong. Casper looks just as shocked, realizing the devastating slash had no effect. Instead of flesh, Pleen's weapon met the unyielding resistance of solid iron. Pleen's pride roars. Her transformed body is too tough for any third-rate swordsman to cut. From the sidelines, the observer confirms Casper used no defensive magic to block the blow, and now has a sudden, shocking realization. This is a unique trait, just like Elpus's own. Pleen's eye is cold and reptilian, her transformation now complete. A memory flashes of now facing Shizuka, the strongest dwarf of her generation. The battle maid can only watch as the massive blade descends upon her. Her own weapon shatters, completely unable to withstand the A-ranker's power. Shizuka's hand reaches down, a predator closing in for the final blow, but now refuses to back down, charging forward with a desperate cry. The two clash, a battle of a titan against a determined but outmatched maid. Nao takes a brutal, direct hit, the impact staggering her completely. She's sent skidding across the ground, her body battered by the overwhelming force. A shadow looms over her, her opponent ready to deliver the finishing strike. Shizuka brings her weapon down, a devastating technique called the head horn splitter. From the sidelines, Shiruka can only stare into the massive crater left by the attack. The sheer destructive power leaves her completely and utterly stunned. But Pleen now stands over Nao, her gaze fixed on the monster before them. A close-up on Pleen's eye reflects her grim, unwavering determination. Shiruka collapses, convinced that all mixed bloods are terrifying monsters just like Shizuka. She weeps, believing it was a mistake to be born from the same womb as her sister. In her mind, mixed bloods are just monsters in human skin, born of an evil god. Guess family therapy is off the table. Pleen grits her teeth, the weight of the battle pressing down on her. But from the ground, Nao looks up, her spirit far from broken. But Nao's will is a force of its own, a power that Pleen cannot seem to break. She looks down at the fallen maid, acknowledging her as Naoyo's companion. She admits that with her power, she should have ended this fight several times over. She wonders if it's a miscalculation, but dismisses the thought, certain of her victory. But Nao grits her teeth, refusing to yield under the crushing weight of Pleen's power. Pleen tells her to take her death wish somewhere else and not to drag her into this. Nao glares back, screaming at Pleen not to mock her resolve. But Pleen scoffs, saying she's fighting with true resolve, not a simple death wish. And then she starts barking, a bizarre and deeply insulting taunt. Guess she's all bark and bite. Nao can only stare in utter disbelief, completely baffled by the display. Pleen's cold gaze falls on the maid, mocking her as a thieving dog. With a brutal slam, her weapon crashes into the earth just beside Nao. She calls Nao a fool, saying this is what happens when you forget your place. From the sidelines, the defeated orc hunter, Shiruka, can only watch in shock. The sheer power on display reduces her to a weeping, terrified mess. Believing the fight is over, Pleen turns her back on the fallen maid. But a sudden sound cuts through the silence, a sharp intake of breath. She looks back to see Casper, a bottle held high in the darkness. Pleen roars in disbelief, unable to believe her opponent is still alive. But Nao's eye burns with resolve. Her pride was stolen, and she won't die here. Nao holds the legendary liquor, majestic Valwea, her eyes burning with defiance. Elsewhere, Shiruka watches as a beam of light erupts from the crater Naoyo created. A figure bursts from the ground, carried on a wave of overwhelming power. Shiruka recognizes the magical amplification, a power Ortho had warned her about. The figure's gaze is cold and sharp, a being of immense and terrifying strength. Nao's own resolve hardens, her fight far from over. A dawning horror crosses Shiruka's face as she recognizes the emerging warrior. It's Shizuka, who sneers that with this power she can finally defeat her own sister. Guess family reunions are off the table. The orc hunter can only shake her head, refusing to believe what she's seeing. Shiruka calls her enemy naive, a desperate taunt in the face of overwhelming power. Pleen stands in her full A-rank glory, a being of overwhelming power. Nao can only scream, calling her opponent a true and terrifying monster. The two now face each other, a titan against a lone, defiant maid. Pleen's gaze is cold, dismissing her opponent as a complete and utter fool. But she's left confused, wondering how she was tricked into delivering the final blow. She recalls the moment she saw her opponent's skull completely shatter. But now's gaze is steady, her spirit far from broken. Guess skull-shattering blows aren't what they used to be. Shiruka admits that even with the stolen liquor, the tide hasn't turned against an A-ranker. Nao stands her ground as Pleen demands she get out of her way. Through her tears, Pleen questions if Nao truly believes she can win this fight. Shiruka's bravado melts into desperation, knowing she's been underestimated. But Nao's voice cuts through the chaos, asking Naoyo to show her what she's truly made of. A flicker of hope crosses Shiruka's face. Maybe she has a chance after all. But Nao's gaze is afire, refusing to be dismissed as a mere defeated dog. She's fighting for the one thing they all thought they had lost. Hope. A memory flashes, a quiet moment of understanding between companions. From a distance, Elpus watches, the weight of their struggle reflected in his eye. Pleen roars, her voice raw with fury, promising to let Nao taste defeat once more. But Nao screams back, her spirit unbroken, vowing that this time she will win. Guess round 2 is officially on. With a furious cry, Pleen charges forward, demanding the maid get out of her way. Pleen descends from the sky, her weapon a blur of destructive force. But Nao just grins, daring the A-ranker to try and shut her up. The sheer audacity of the maid leaves Pleen momentarily stunned. Nao uses that opening, exploding forward with newfound speed. She dodges the devastating swing, moving faster than Pleen can track. In a flash, Nao is behind her, her own attack already in motion. But then a second Nao appears, a perfect copy of the first. Wait, since when could she do that? Pleen is caught completely off guard as the two maids attack in perfect sync. She grits her teeth, her overwhelming power useless against this strange new tactic. But from the sidelines, Shiruka realizes this isn't a simple clone technique at all. Pleen charges forward, her spear ready to strike down the twin maids. But the two Naos stand firm, a perfect mirror of each other's resolve. Pleen can't understand it. This isn't a simple clone used as a decoy. Even Shiruka realizes the mana signature is all wrong for a simple illusion. This is something far more complex, a higher level of magic entirely. The technique is revealed. Nao's innate magic, the doppelganger Kuroko. The A-rank monster now faces two identical determined opponents. Guess two heads are better than one. It's a magic that redefines her shadow, creating a perfect copy of herself. The copy, Kuroko, is not a clone. She is Nao with all the same abilities. And with that revelation, a new attack erupts from the ground before Pleen. Kuroko teleports instantly behind Pleen, a perfect and deadly surprise attack. The A-ranker's eyes widen in shock, realizing this is teleportation magic. She's caught in a pincer, questioning if the clone can use magic too. Shiruka realizes the truth. It's a coordinated chant from two mages. Nao channels her power, preparing to unleash the fire dragon's fang. A massive torrent of fire magic erupts from the determined battle maid. The two Naos unleash a double fireball, a perfectly synchronized assault. Pleen is forced to leap away, narrowly dodging the fiery pincer attack. Nao knows that even Elpus couldn't have survived a direct hit from that. From the sidelines, Shiruka wonders if the battle is finally over. Guess she's never seen a shonen anime before. The smoke clears, revealing the two maids standing amidst the devastation. But from the blast, a sphere of thorny shadow erupts, shielding their target. Pleen emerges unscathed, declaring that their light-based attacks are useless against her. From above, Shiruka can only watch as the battle rages in the massive crater below. The A-ranker stands ready, her spear held firm against her twin opponents. Shiruka recognizes the weapon, a ridiculous magical tool from the legendary Benkei series. The spear itself seems to pulse with a life of its own, its magic unsettling. Pleen scoffs, asking if their little clone trick is all they have left. But she's confused, wondering how Nao could create a second doppelganger. Nao just smirks, asking if the A-ranker needs her to draw a diagram. Nao admits that her usual self could never have accomplished this. But now she stands with 4 perfect copies, a small army of one. From above, Shiruka can only stare, her jaw practically on the floor. Nao's gaze is sharp. With the power of the legendary liquor, she feels invincible. Pleen finally understands this is the result of the liquor's magical amplification. The technique is explained when Nao and her Kuroko copies overlap. Their power multiplies, turning a single maid into a 5-woman assault team. Pleen hurls her spear, a desperate attempt to break their formation. but Nao's physical abilities are now 5 times stronger, a force to be reckoned with. She unleashes a new technique, the devastating Shadow Instant Fist. Guess the Maid Cafe offers self-defense classes. The 5 Nows unleash a synchronized barrage, a storm of fists flying forward. The sheer force of the combined attack sends the A-ranker flying backwards. Pleen slams into the crater wall, shattering the very earth with the impact. She's left completely stunned, unable to process the overwhelming assault. Nao looks down from above, telling her defeated opponent to get back on her feet. Pleen realizes the maid's physical power now surpasses even the sound chasers. Nao's gaze is cold, asking if it's Pleen's turn to imitate a dog now. Well, turnabout is fair play. From the sidelines, even Shiruka can only watch in stunned admiration. But Nao's expression is all business, her focus absolute and unwavering. Pleen is left embedded in the wall, trapped in a spiderweb of her own defeat. From the crater wall, Pleen lets out a broken, manic laugh, but the laughter dies on her lips, her expression turning to grim resignation. A memory reveals Shizuka once understood Nao's magic and simply sneered at it. But in the present, Nao stands as the victor, her power undeniable. Her hand drips with a dark liquid, a sign of the power she's unleashed. Elsewhere, Elpus recalls a name that appeared often in Tanaka's journal, Gaheria. Back in the crater, Pleen admits the attack was effective, almost bringing her to tears. She mockingly suggests it would take 200 more hits to actually defeat her. Guess A-rankers have a high pain tolerance. She even offers to do push-ups, completely unfazed by the brutal assault. But Nao knows her time is limited. The legendary liquor's power is already fading. But Nao just snaps back, telling her to mind her own business. She knows that even Elpus would be bleeding after a hit 5 times that strong. A page from Tanaka's journal explains it all. Dwarves have the highest endurance of the 4 great races, and Shizuka's iron-like skin is a testament to that very power. The A-ranker stands completely unfazed by the multi-pronged assault. But Nao's gaze is steady, her resolve unbroken. She explodes forward once more, a blur of motion across the crater. Her eyes burn with a fire that refuses to be extinguished. The name Shizuka echoes, a testament to the wall she must overcome. Elsewhere, Ortho confirms it. Shizuka is so strong, only 5 people on the continent can beat her in a straight fight. Guess she's the ultimate tank. Ortho explains that in terms of pure combat, Shizuka has no weaknesses. But Elpus ponders her role as a dwarf, a race known for their craftsmanship. Nao's gaze is sharp, her own determination burning bright. Ortho continues, noting that a powerful trait like iron skin must have a downside. Elpus recalls that Shizuka is the descendant of a legendary master smith. Nao understands the real reason Shizuka became a warrior. The pieces of this tragic puzzle begin to click into place for Elpus. The truth is revealed. Shizuka is a dwarf who cannot forge weapons. Ortho explains that a dwarf with no talent for smithing is like a beastman without a tail, or an elf with no magic. Guess some stereotypes are just harsh realities. Ortho explains that Shizuka once told him her story. Elpus listens intently, the pieces of the puzzle clicking into place. He understands her struggle, a mixed blood persecuted just like him. But Ortho clarifies that for dwarves, the pride of a craftsman is everything, and that is why her family desperately hid the weapon she couldn't forge. A legendary demonic spear, a weapon known only as Gaheria, a new Benkei series created so a mixed blood could survive in a dwarven village. The name strikes a chord, a memory from the pages of Tanaka's journal. He knows it can't be a coincidence that her spear shares the same name. Guess legendary heroes have a thing for legendary weapons. And if Nao's magic uses the same material, it all starts to make sense. The A-ranker stands revealed, her true name finally spoken, Shizuka. Nao realizes the voice she heard was that of the demonic spear, Gaheria. But Shizuka roars back, ordering the weapon not to give her orders or harm Naoyo. With a furious cry, she unleashes a wave of dark power demanding silence. Through her tears, Nao understands the spear itself is the burial princess. Elsewhere, Elpus reflects on how this all began the night he met Margaret. He wonders if this is what his old friend Tanaka would have called fate. A memory surfaces of Tanaka himself, telling a younger Nao he could always feel her near. Guess the hero had a soft spot for the future battle maid. The scene shifts to Elpus's past, training under the watchful eye of a young, horned girl. The girl Warabi can only swallow nervously in the face of his intense training. In the past, Elpus's focus is absolute as he prepares for the next test. His hand tightens around the hilt of his blade, a silent and steady grip. He faces a bundle of tightly bound wood, a simple but effective training tool. With a single precise strike, the bundle shatters into a dozen pieces. Guess practice makes perfect. Warabi cheers him on, completely impressed by his incredible skill. But Elpus turns the praise back on her, crediting the weapon she forged. It's a nameless black sword, a blade of first-class hardness and exceptional quality. He bows deeply before her, a sign of profound respect for her craft. Warabi is left completely flustered, admitting she's never met a craftsman like him, but she insists that he is the one who truly deserves her thanks. But Elpus can only look on, completely and utterly confused. Warabi recalls their first meeting, wondering what to make of the strange orc. She explains that she was once attacked by orcs while mining for ore, but she was saved at the last second by a newly minted C-rank adventurer, a helmeted figure who hated orcs so much he left without a single word. Elpus points to himself, the memory clearly not ringing any bells. But Warabi just smiles, confirming that it was indeed him. She reveals the black sword he now wields was forged from that very ore. Elpus is still baffled, unable to connect the dots. Guess his memory is a little spotty. But for Warabi, this is a clear and simple sign of fate. Elpus agrees, his expression one of quiet, weary acceptance. Warabi tells him to head to the workshop, assuring him she'll handle Orcus's adjustments. But the demonic weapon comes with a heavy price, a gradual loss of physical strength. As she works the roaring forge, Elpus can only watch, aware of the trade-off. He reflects that his arm is weaker now than it was just 3 years ago. He remembers the previous Orc King, a being so massive he was trapped by his own power. Warabi admits that mastering a weapon like Orcus is a long and difficult road. Elpus's thoughts drift back to the past, to a time long before this. The memory is of a blade being forged, a clash of hammer against steel. A goggled youth recalls the words of a certain man from that very time. The narration explains that to wield innate magic, one must borrow the limbs of others. She questions if the price for wielding a Benki weapon is the same as a medium. She is the successor to the demon artisan, a legacy she carries with every strike. The goggled youth suggests it might be best to speak with Elpus, the weapon's master. The Benkei series are not just weapons, but tools to wield another's innate magic. The training post spins through the air, a testament to his focused power. A question hangs in the air. Can he hear the voice of the Archduke of Sin? Warabi looks on, her expression a mix of surprise and admiration. Elpus can only offer a quiet, weary acknowledgement. Guess he's heard this story before. He explains that from Orcus, he can sense the emotional scent of living things. Warabi's eye narrows, her suspicions finally confirmed. She explains the horrifying truth of the Benkei series. Its core material is a human, their body turned to ore by a rare disease. Guess ethically sourced wasn't in the job description. She confesses that she was the one who forged the demonic spear, Gaheria. A blacksmith, she says, has no control over how their weapons are used. But this creation was different, a turning point in their lives. As Shizuka grew into a cold warrior, Warabi created her first true weapon. The weight of that memory brings a fresh wave of tears. She admits that she is the one who turned her own sister into a killer. Elpus can only listen, the weight of this tragic family history settling upon him. She explains that a craftsman pours their very soul into the weapons they create. It's a painful existence for the person who becomes the living steel. She wonders if helping Elpus is just an act of simple, misplaced pity. She recalls her own struggle, unable to surpass her sister's overwhelming power. But Elpus cuts to the heart of it, asking if this is all to protect Shizuka. Warabi confesses she faked reviving the Benkei series to give her sister a place. She saw a kindred spirit in Elpus, a reflection of her sister's own painful journey. With a sigh, she admits she's no match for a guy like him. Guess he's just that charming. The horrifying disease is explained. It turns the body to ore, erasing the self. But the Benkei process preserves their ego and their innate magic. Elpus reveals it was Gaheria herself who proposed a deal with him. The story flashes back to a woman afflicted by the incarnate steel disease. She was a legendary figure known only as the Witch of the Far East. Back in the present, the crater stands as a testament to their battle. Shizuka admits Nao's clones and physical enhancement were impressive. She offers her respect to the fangs of a so-called defeated dog. But now she declares the real fight is about to begin. She unleashes her true power, the shadow-clad Black Rose. Guess someone's going full final boss mode. Her eye gleams with a terrifying, inhuman power. Nao and her copies brace themselves, preparing to unleash their own Shadow Frost. Shizuka dares Nao to try and neutralize her overwhelming power. She explains that to break her curse, Nao's shadow magic is essential. Without her magic, she declares she can win with martial skill alone. But Nayo knows her time is running out. The liquor's power is fading fast. Shizuka lunges forward, her demonic spear a blur of destructive energy. Her gaze is a predator's, a silent promise of the coming end. The five nows brace for the impact, a final desperate stand. And in an instant, the Kuroko copies simply vanish into thin air. The scene shifts to a desolate coast, where two figures stand apart. Ortho reveals he understands why Elpus recommended Naoyo for this fight. Elpus's expression is grim, his mind on the battle raging elsewhere. Ortho admits he's been evaluating Naoyo's true strength this entire time. He explains that Shizuka is easily in the top 5 strongest on the continent. In his mind, defeating a monster of that caliber should be impossible, but he knows that with the right compatibility, even a huge power gap can be overcome. Elpus's gaze is sharp, cutting through Ortho's cold analysis. He calls out to Ortho, accusing him of merely borrowing Naoyo for his own ends. The prince can only look back, completely baffled by the accusation. But Elpus's expression is unwavering, his conviction absolute. He tells Ortho that he has completely misjudged the kind of person Naoyo truly is. The scene shifts to a memory, a young Ortho by a campfire with a helmeted man. He recalls being called the Merchant of Death for his skill in judging weapons. He explains that dwarves are different, a people without faith or pride. In the present, Elpus reflects on the colors of stone and water, a fundamental divide. Ortho remembers the descendant of Benkei, a child who was like a god of death. A memory of a younger Pleen surfaces, recalling a time before her battle with Mazari. She remembers a chill down her spine, not from Mazari, but from a kid who was like a living weapon. Back at the campfire, the helmeted man asks about a mixed-blood dwarf. He recalls hearing rumors of such an adventurer during his second term. Guess word gets around even in Fantasyland. The news leaves the young prince completely and utterly stunned. The helmeted man asks the young prince if Tanaka has any children. Ortho stammers, admitting it's not that he doesn't have any. The man dismisses it, saying he's an orc who never knew his parents. He then speaks of the witch of the Far East whose magic brought him here. And Ortho reveals that he and this very witch have a child together. The helmeted man is stunned. He'd heard of Ortho's affairs, but never this. This witch was a former professor, exiled for her forbidden research. The two can only wonder how Ortho got involved with such a woman. Guess even princes have questionable taste. Ortho buries his face in his hands, the weight of his past catching up. He admits he never truly became a father and can't face his own child. The helmeted man asks if Ortho's child can truly be happy. The young prince looks back, his own doubts reflected in his eyes. He can only offer a quiet, uncertain, probably into the crackling fire. The orc then asks a simple question under the moonlight. What is the child's name? Ortho reveals he gave the child a name that means blessing. He explains the name is tied to the 7 legendary liquors of the world. Each one is a key ingredient, a pillar of a much greater power. Guess this is the world's most complicated cocktail recipe. To create the blessed ballad, one must first be given all 7. The orc's eyes widen, recognizing the name from another world's language. And in that moment, Ortho's own path seems to crystallize before him. The orc asks how to read the strange characters, a language from another world. The two men stand opposed in a desolate, rocky wasteland. Ortho's eyes widen in disbelief, the pieces finally clicking into place. Elpus admits that when they first met, he only had a vague suspicion. Elsewhere, the crater stands as a silent testament to Nao's desperate battle. Shizuka stands amidst the chaos, her demonic form deflecting every blow. The lone battle maid stands her ground against the A-rank monster. Her raven-black hair is soaked with tears, but her spirit is unbroken. It's a fundamental difference, the eye of stone versus the pupil of water. And only someone from the Far East can read the language of another world. Now closes her eyes, a single tear tracing a path of grim determination. The truth is finally revealed. She is the daughter of the legendary doppelganger Kuroko, and her power is inexplicably linked to the golden pupil of Mazari. Shizuka scoffs, wondering which one of them is the true god of death on this field. But Nao's gaze is afire, declaring that it's time to settle this once and for all. A cross of light shines in her eye, a symbol of her awakened power. A memory flashes of her right eye glowing with a strange, fiery aura. She recalls the night of the murder, seeing that same golden pupil in her own reflection. The revelation leaves Margaret completely stunned as Elpus calls out her name. Guess family secrets are always the messiest. It's a strange phenomenon. When her magic surges, only her right eye is ever affected. Margaret can only stare, her mind reeling from this impossible connection. Elpus recalls another moment, When Naoyo faced Shiruka, her right eye flashed with that same light. The two stand together, a new and terrible suspicion hanging between them. Naoyo's past is a blank slate, an orphan of war who doesn't even know her own heritage. But Nao's loyalty is absolute, vowing to stand by her mistress no matter what. And with that, Margaret's resolve returns, a bright and sudden clarity in her eyes. Elpus asks for her decision, and she agrees without a moment's hesitation. But she insists Naoyo can't be the killer. The figure she saw had a glowing left eye. She struggles to understand why the murderer would share Naoyo's unique golden pupil. Elpus ponders the true identity of the killer and the mystery of Naoyo's bloodline, and now reveals her true lineage, the daughter of the hero Tanaka and the witch Gaharia. The demonic spear itself seems to whisper her name, a voice from a forgotten past. With a fire in her eye, Nao vows that she will get her mother back. She charges forward, a lone maid against a demonic A-ranker. Her blade meets the demonic spear, fulfilling the very deal her mother once made. Shizuka's demonic form scoffs, sarcastically asking not to be treated like a villain. Guess family reunions are always awkward. A storm of dark feathers erupts, but the battle maid stands her ground. Her eye gleams, unleashing the legendary martial art, the 8-span mirror. Shizuka is stunned. A physical attack has actually managed to wound her. Nao leaps forward, unleashing a technique named for her own mother, Gaharia's thorns. The thorns connect, tearing into Shizuka's demonic form with brutal force. For the first time, the A-ranker looks truly stunned, blood dripping from her lips. The two are now connected by a web of shadow, a deadly tether across the battlefield. But Shizuka unleashes her own shadow punishment, a storm of dark projectiles. The attack erupts from below, a perfectly mirrored and redirected assault. Nao realizes Shizuka has turned her own magic against her. Well, that's just rude. Shizuka's eye gleams, telling Nao she should know this power better than anyone. She calls it the taste of a princess who would strike down her own mother. Her demonic form begins to crumble as she roars in pure, unadulterated fury. She unleashes a final, desperate barrage, vowing to shatter Nao completely. But Nao unleashes a new technique, a storm of redirected projectiles. Shizuka is caught in the inescapable barrage, her own power turned against her. A lesson explains that while most mixed bloods are cursed, there is one special exception. A child born from a human of another world, a being of immense potential. Elsewhere, Ortho looks on, this revelation changing everything he thought he knew. And it is Nao who bears this power, the legendary golden pupil of Mazari. This trait allows her to inherit her parents' skills, memories, and even their personalities. Talk about inheriting your parents' baggage. Elpus realizes this is something akin to a form of reincarnation. These beings are known by another name, the reincarnated. And Elpus asks the question that hangs over them all. Is Naoyo the reincarnation of the hero Tanaka? Ortho scoffs, saying the title reincarnated is nothing more than a metaphor. But Elpus disagrees, calling reincarnation a pipe dream in a life you only get to live once. Ortho theorizes that Naoyo is incomplete, with the golden pupil in only one eye. He reveals there is only one true reincarnated, a man with the golden pupils in both eyes. The weight of this revelation seems to settle heavily on the prince. But Elpus's focus is clear. He knows Ortho is hiding the identity of Margaret's killer. Ortho's expression confirms it. He's keeping the secret to protect them all. His keen senses pick up a familiar scent, the same quiet resolve Tanaka had on his final day. It's the scent of a man trying to bear the world's burdens all on his own. Guess heroes have a type. As Ortho leaps away, Elpus can only call out his name into the empty air. But Elpus declares this has always been their fight over the legendary whiskey. Ortho just smiles, asking if that's truly all this is about. He admits that for a year he was worn down by the sorrow of Margaret's situation. A feeling so unlike him, it forced him to reevaluate his own path. And that's why, he confesses, he was so excited the day he finally met Elpus. The informant can only stare, caught completely off guard by the sudden sincerity. In a blur of motion, Ortho leaps from his position, closing the distance. He declares this is their war, a contest for the legendary Blessed Ballad. His eyes gleam with manic energy. In this moment, nothing else matters. And Elpus grins back, finally finding someone who speaks his language. Dramatic monologues. Ortho's eye reflects a quiet, dawning understanding of the man before him. A memory of Margaret's own journey cuts through the tension. A flashback to her desperate flight, a race against time and fate. And now can only look on, the weight of their shared history in her eyes. But Elpus's voice echoes, a man who is an adventurer to his very core. Ortho admits that their meeting, all of it, feels like it was leading to this very day. He asks Elpus if he truly believes he can surpass the legendary hero Tanaka. But the prince just smiles, admitting that he feels the exact same way. Elpus's blood boils. He's itching for a fight with the strongest man he's ever met. He declares that everything is on the line, Margaret's whiskey and his own destiny to surpass a legend. Elpus confirms the terms of their wager, winner takes all. Ortho just grins back, finding the simple terms perfectly acceptable. Back in the crater, the final showdown between Maid and Monster is about to begin. The two glare at each other, both resolved to fight this to the bitter end. The lone Maid stands her ground against the A-ranker's demonic power. But Shizuka reveals she still has a trump card, a recovery potion. She downs the potion, telling herself that nothing has truly changed, except, for the part where she was just beaten senseless. But Nao knows her victory is assured, a combination of the liquor and Tanaka's own techniques. Shizuka knows this is a battle against the clock. She just has to outlast the liquor's effects. But a voice echoes in her mind, questioning if simply stalling is a worthy strategy. Shizuka looks down from her perch, calling the maid a complete and utter fool. She sneers, questioning what a mixed blood could possibly know about a warrior's pride. Nao can only listen as Shizuka claims that true warriors are not decent people. The words cut deep, a painful reminder of her own mixed heritage. Shizuka declares she won't reason with her, but will save her with her own twisted justice. She laughs, admitting she was raised in persecution and has a natural talent for this role. She boasts that her stone skin makes her invincible, a power beyond any magic. But Nao's eye gleams. She knows she must abandon pride and think more humbly than anyone. And with that humility, she will carve a new path through her cursed life. Elsewhere, Elpus's voice cuts through, offering a deal. Spare Nao, and he'll tell them a secret. The demonic spear Gaharia pulses with a dark, sinister energy. Shizuka asks if the orc hunter Shiruka is hidden within Nao's shadow. Nao is left confused, insisting her only goal was to retrieve Shiruka. But Shizuka dismisses her, revealing Shiruka holds a secret recipe vital to Ortho. And in that moment, a new, terrible idea sparks in the battle maid's mind. The A-ranker can only look on, completely unaware of the shift in the battle. Nao's expression shifts to one of pure, unadulterated shock. This was all part of Shizuka's truly demonic strategy. She looks down, asking the demonic spear what it truly desires. She taunts Gaharia, knowing its only wish is for its daughter Nao to survive. Nao's eye gleams with a sudden, brilliant clarity. The trauma of her past defeats awakens a new, euphoric foresight. The demonic spear Gaharia seems to pulse in response to her daughter's power. Shiruka explains the difference between them, Elpus's arrogance versus Nao's quiet calm. But Shizuka realizes she can't sense Shiruka's magic at all. With a furious roar, she abandons the fight and lunges into the sky. Nao can only watch as the A-ranker seems to be making a full retreat. But Shizuka just grins, vowing to run until Nao's magic finally runs out. Guess a tactical retreat is still a retreat. The battle maid gives chase, desperately trying to close the distance. But her body and magic are already at their absolute limit. The clock is ticking. In just 30 seconds, the liquor's power will fade completely. Shizuka taunts her from a distance, having no problem with turning her back to flee. But her gaze is firm. She will do anything for the sake of her companions. A memory of the sound chaser, asking if this is the same mixed blood who won in the arena. A quiet thought echoes. There's nothing shameful about this path. Mazari admits she likes Shizuka precisely because she isn't like other dwarves. And Shizuka herself declares that she can be proud of her own humility. The pierced youth vows to protect the place that Ortho gave him. Guess loyalty is a big theme in this party. Shizuka declares she's had enough of this pathetic revenge plot. With Shiruka no longer a hostage, she'll just capture Margaret and force a trade. But from above, Shiruka launches a surprise attack, kicking down at the fleeing A-ranker. She taunts Nao for her naivety, revealing this was her plan all along. It's confirmed. She was hiding in Nao's shadow, just as Shizuka suspected. Shizuka's fury boils over, realizing she's been played by the backstabbing elf. The orc hunter looks down, her expression one of cold, calculated victory. The entire battlefield dynamic has been flipped on its head. Guess you can't trust a professional liar. A lesson explains a fire magic that uses heat to enhance the body. Another technique creates wheels of flame, allowing for incredible speed. Nao realizes she has one last gambit, a hidden magic she must unleash now. Shiruka looms over the demonic A ranker, mocking her for not understanding her own dire situation. Shiruka's expression is a mask of pure, unadulterated glee. Now can only look on, completely baffled by this sudden betrayal. A single tear of frustration falls from Shizuka's eye. The orc hunter reveals she never asked for help. She's after Casper's recipe. She declares she made a personal deal with Ortho and won't be sold out to his lackeys. Now remains on guard, this chaotic battlefield shifting by the second. Shizuka demands to know why the elf would ever side with Now. Shiruka just scoffs, calling the A-ranker a foolish dwarf. She roars that it's elven culture to support a good magic user. Guess that's one way to pick a side. She declares her loyalty to Ortho and Now, but refuses to work with a fellow dwarf. Shizuka looks back, admitting she's almost envious of the orc hunter's carefree nature. But Shiruka just roars back, questioning if she'll really let a dwarf get the better of her. She taunts Shizuka, comparing her to her own sister who abandoned her long ago. With a manic grin, Shiruka declares her entire life has been one long, desperate retreat. But she's the one who decides where she runs and who she runs with. From below, Now's gaze is sharp, her final gambit now in motion. She plants her foot, a silent declaration that this chase is officially over. The battle maid screams out Shiruka's name, a final desperate signal, and the orc hunter explodes forward, a blur of impossible ground-shrinking speed. Shizuka can only stare in shock, her tactical retreat suddenly and violently cut short. In a flash, the orc hunter closes the distance, her speed defying all logic. Shizuka's fury boils over, disgusted by those who live by instinct alone. Shiruka grits her teeth, the pain of a mixed blood's life fueling her charge. From below, Now watches, her signal having set this desperate plan in motion. Shiruka cries out, her body heavy from a lifetime spent running away. But Now offers a chilling promise. She's about to lighten that load for her. A scream of pure agony rips through the air as the plan reaches its climax. A severed arm tumbles from the sky, a horrifying sacrifice to gain an edge. Even Nao is left completely speechless by the brutal reality of her own gambit. Shizuka catches the now one-armed elf, this battle descending into pure madness. Nao can only stare, horrified by the price of her own desperate strategy. The one-armed elf plummets from the sky, a living weapon aimed at the A-ranker. Shizuka knows that potions can't fix a missing limb, but the recipe is worth any price. But Shiruka just smiles, ready to go out with a bang if this is the end. Now screams the signal, calling for Naoyo to match her timing for the final blow. And that is why Shizuka stands her ground, a pillar of demonic power. Elsewhere, Elpus's eye narrows, sensing the climax of their desperate gambit. With her last bit of strength, Shiruka grabs her foe, vowing to teach her defeat. She roars that she'll give her the arm, a final bloody sacrifice for victory. Guess she's really going out on a limb. Now screams her name one last time as the two warriors are locked in a death spiral. But Shizuka's gaze is firm. This fight is far from over. Nao can only scream, questioning what they've just done. She leaps across the chasm, ready to unleash the final blow of her life. And Shiruka roars back, vowing to pay any price for this victory. A key detail is revealed. Shiruka has no innate magic of her own. Innate magic is a rare, inborn talent, a power fundamentally different from learned spells. Ortho, on the other hand, is a master of general magic, honed to perfection. Just as Ugaru's awakening was an exception, a shock her race should never experience. The narration confirms it. These two are exceptions among all exceptions. Because with enough power, learned magic can surpass even the rarest inborn talent. The narration explains that to bridge the gap in talent, one must pay a heavy price. A lesson on forbidden magic reveals the ultimate cost, offering one's own flesh for power. One can trade muscle for lightning, or sacrifice their sight to command the shadows. Shiruka knows that to surpass a true genius, simple effort is never enough. And with that, a new power is unleashed, the great spire of the volcano god. A massive pillar of earth erupts from below, a spell of truly devastating scale. A memory reveals the price Shizuka paid for her power, her right arm and a finger from her left. Now can only stare in awe, recognizing this as the highest level of fire magic. The narration continues. It is madness, not reason, that allows one to surpass their limits. And Pleen unleashes her own power, the terrifying Briar Staff Princess. Pleen roars that this entire conversation is beneath her. Nao realizes her flame magic is a terrible match for Shizuka's counterattacks. But Shiruka just laughs, revealing she is one of the legendary Benkei series. Guess living weapon was more literal than we thought. The revelation leaves even the A-ranker Pleen completely stunned. Nao is just as shocked by this sudden, horrifying twist. Pleen's weapon pulses with a dark, thorny energy. Her shadow magic materializes, a power immune to simple fire or explosions. Pleen grits her teeth, calling out Shiruka's name in pure fury. The volcano god's spire will remain, burning everything even after her magic fades. Shiruka clarifies that her shadow agent absorbed the attack, not because of a type advantage. Pleen's eye narrows, analyzing the continuous burn of Shiruka's plant-based magic. She knows that once an innate magic is understood, it can be countered by anyone. She unleashes her shadow punishment, mocking Shiruka as a fourth-rate mage. Shiruka admits her magic can't land the final blow on the A-ranker. With her last bit of strength, she tells Nao that the rest is up to her. From across the crater, Shiruka calls out to her new ally, Nao. Nao prepares her final gambit, teleporting a fire bullet inside the enemy's defenses. She knows that if she can just dispel the shadow barrier, her attack will land. The cross of light gleams in her eye, her full power now focused. She unleashes the massive fire bullet, a final desperate shot. The A-ranker is stunned, blood trickling from her lips from the force of the blast. But Shizuka grits her teeth, her demonic form still holding strong. A sudden flash of inspiration strikes the battle maid, a final desperate idea. Nao unleashes a pinpoint strike, a beam of pure concentrated light. From the sidelines, the one-armed Shiruka can only scream out Nao's name. The beam of light slices through the darkness, shattering the shadow barrier. Shiruka leaps away, shocked by the sheer power of the counterspell. Her face is a mask of pure, unadulterated disbelief. The plan is revealed, not to attack Shizuka, but to dispel her demonic armor. With her defenses shattered, the A-ranker is left completely vulnerable. But Shizuka lands with a firm step, her body still far from broken. Nao can only stare as two massive skeletal weapons materialize beside her foe. A new terrifying power gleams in Shizuka's eye, her true form awakening. She reveals her true innate magic, the legendary blue flower mermaid. Her body transforms, a being of ethereal beauty and immense power. Nao is left completely stunned, realizing the A-ranker had yet another form. This is the second of the legendary Benki series, a power beyond comprehension. A memory reveals a dwarven woman who gave her life to save her mixed-blood child. That child was born with iron skin, her body a living vessel for a demonic weapon. And in the present, Shizuka unleashes the full, devastating power of that very legacy. Shizuka unleashes a blinding barrage of light from her new floating weapons. Shiruka is thrown back, realizing the horns from her last form are now the weapons. The logic of this transformation completely escapes the one-armed elf. This is it, the final and most powerful form of the A-ranker, Shizuka. Her gaze is cold as she calls out Shiruka's name from across the crater. The orc hunter can only tremble, completely powerless before this new threat. Shizuka declares she has no time for bargains. If Nao dies, Shiruka is next. Her resolve is absolute, her voice echoing with a single chilling promise to kill Nao. She warns the elf to stay quiet, or she'll be the next one to fall. Guess playtime is officially over. Shiruka is left a drooling, terrified mess, the threat hitting its mark perfectly. Shizuka's final form gleams, her voice cold as she rejects the coming attack. A devastating beam of light slams into Naoyo, the impact echoing through the crater. But the battle maid stands firm, unleashing the power of the Briarstaff princess. Her face is a mask of blood and resolve, ready to face her mother's demonic power. Shizuka explains she's transferring the power of the burial princess to Gaharia. She declares the legendary liquor's power has faded, offering Gaharia to her daughter. Guess that's one way to end a family dispute. Naoyo can only look on, her body and magic now completely spent. Shizuka admits she's grateful for their deal, but she won't follow her into battle. She declares she has no need for it, her blue flower mermaid form absolute. A final blinding flash of light reflects in her eye as the battle reaches its end. Nao clutches her side, a fatal wound bleeding through her uniform. But Shizuka holds her up, begging her companion to stay strong. Through her tears, she realizes her voice can't even reach the dying maid. She laments that their long-awaited reunion has come to this tragic end. Nao looks up, weakly asking if the woman before her is her mother. She recalls Tanaka's journal, which called her mother a master mage. But her question is cut short as she coughs up blood, her life fading. Shizuka can only ask why she would need to know that at a time like this. Nao's eye gleams with fire. She needs to know so she can finally win. Guess dying is just a minor inconvenience for her. Shizuka is stunned, realizing that even Nao fights only for her friends. But Shizuka admits she can't bear it, that Nao refuses to acknowledge her. She relents, agreeing to teach her daughter the true essence of magic. She sees it now. That unwavering will is the very spirit of the hero Tanaka. A strange, insect-like creature takes flight, a silent observer to the chaos. A full minute has passed since she launched her final devastating attack. But she's been using her shadow to absorb her own light, keeping Nao's fatal wound from worsening. She tells Nao her only job now is to ensure a happy ending where she survives. But a memory surfaces, a promise to cast her own daughter aside if she had to fight her. The demonic spear offers a new deal, a sweet promise of love tied to Elpus in the afterlife. But Shizuka silences the voice, unleashing a new power, the thorny vortex of Kundaka. Shizuka descends in her ethereal mermaid form, a being of pure power, but Nao declares she will embrace a lifetime of humble pessimism. Ortho recalls Shizuka's own words, her disdain for mixed bloods like Nao. She roars at the maid not to act like a pathetic, defeated dog. The battle maid unleashes a final, desperate barrage of light magic. Shizuka meets the attack from above, her power absolute and unwavering. Their clash erupts, carving yet another massive crater into the landscape. The floating weapons stand as silent sentinels over the devastation. Guess the property value in this forest just plummeted. From the edge of the blast, Shiruka can only stare at the aftermath. Through her tears, she apologizes to Naoyo, admitting she was useless in the end. A new power awakens, a technique known as the Witch's Twilight. A second chant follows, the silver moth of May's drunkenness. Shizuka is stunned, realizing Nao is somehow casting a new spell. The technique is revealed, the Nilvasm reincarnation formula. Guess we're getting into some high-level magic theory now. Shizuka is caught in a vortex, unable to find her opponent's form. She screams into the chaos, demanding Nao show herself. From the sidelines, Shiruka senses a new magical presence erupting from the ground. But Nao's focus is absolute, her plan reaching its final critical stage. Shiruka stares in disbelief as a new cave opens in the crater wall. The one-armed elf can only clutch her head, this battle defying all logic. From the ground, a new thorny shadow begins to rise. A lesson explains their powers. Geharia defines shadow as a thorn, but Nao defines shadow as herself. Shiruka realizes she's just one step from the truth, but lacks the knowledge of magic and the reincarnated. The two who define shadow now face each other, their shared power leading to a final twilight clash. With a single powerful command, a new magic is summoned to the field. Nao unleashes her ultimate technique, the eternal fall of the Twilight Star. A swirling vortex of cosmic energy consumes the battlefield, a storm of light and darkness. A massive sphere of pure shadow descends, engulfing the entire forest in its wake. Shiruka realizes the horrifying truth. This is a dungeon, a pocket dimension sealing them all inside. Guess leaving is no longer an option. Trapped in this new reality, she can only stare into the darkness, wondering what's happening within. The text describes this as a dungeon, a space cut off from the world. And inside this swirling twilight abyss, Shizuka floats alone. A memory flashes of the hero Tanaka standing before these very gates. The A-ranker can only stare, questioning the nature of this impossible magic. She realizes this is the legendary Dark Star Nebula. But she notices that one of the stars seems different. And then she sees them, the legendary golden pupils of Mazari. Elsewhere, Elpus's gaze hardens, knowing one thing for certain. Shizuka screams that this is all completely and utterly wrong. Guess pocket dimensions don't come with an instruction manual. And from the darkness, a massive hand reaches out to claim her. A massive shadowy foot descends, threatening to crush Shizuka where she stands. She looks up in horror, realizing this giant limb belongs to Nao. The A-ranker is sent flying, completely overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the attack. She lands hard, her mind reeling from this impossible turn of events. Her eye widens, unable to process the power now being wielded against her. From the swirling darkness, a barrage of giant fists and hands closes in. They converge in a single devastating point, crushing her from all sides. The narration explains that even the toughest shell can be shattered by overwhelming force. Guess brute force is a strategy after all. The repeated blows leave her battered and broken, her consciousness fading. Through blood and tears, the invincible A-ranker finally knows true defeat. And in that moment, Shizuka understands the horrifying truth of this space. This entire dimension, this swirling abyss, is Naoyo herself. She sacrificed her own body, redefined her mother's magic, and created this dungeon out of pure rage. Guess going to your happy place looks different for everyone. But Shizuka refuses to yield. unleashing a desperate counterattack into the darkness. Her logic is simple. If this space is now, she just has to keep attacking until it collapses. But from the shadows, a single glowing eye watches her every move. Shizuka declares that the conditions for her own victory have finally been met, but now has a new counter magic, a touch-based attack that bypasses all defenses. She unleashes the devastating Bull's Flame Seal, a torrent of pure unholy fire, and as Shizuka is consumed, now tells her that her true mistake was never believing in her. As a reincarnated, now inherited the powers of both Tanaka and Gaharia, Shizuka realizes she was beaten by pure skill, not by any cheap power-ups. Her shadow punishment was a power built into her very being by her mother, and from her father, she inherited the legendary compass teleportation. She understands now that her own arrogance was the true curse upon her world, a power that redefines the very concept of self and shadow. Combining punishment and space, she created a power all her own. The culmination of her journey, the eternal fall of the Twilight Star. In her final form, the Battle Maid has become a goddess of this new reality. With a cold and steady gaze, she looks down and declares her victory over Shizuka. The A-ranker can only mutter in disbelief, her body and spirit completely broken. Inside the pocket dimension, now stands over her defeated foe, the battle finally at its end. From the sidelines, Shiruka can only call out her name in stunned admiration. The Battle Maid offers a quiet, knowing smile, her victory now absolute. Shizuka admits she can't even move a single finger. Guess that's what you call a total party kill. A memory surfaces of a past failure, apologizing to Ortho and her companions. She recalls apologizing to her sister, Warabi, for the path she was forced to walk. And in the present, the invincible warrior finally admits her defeat. Now looks down, her expression somber, the weight of her victory settling in. But she questions her own heart, wondering what she truly fights for beyond her duty. A memory of Tanaka reveals this wasn't for revenge, but to overcome his own shame. Now looks down, quietly admitting she was finally able to meet her mother. She confesses she only ever saw her once, a single tear falling for that lost time. She looks down at the defeated A-ranker, telling her she can stop acting like a dog now. But now's gaze is still filled with a quiet, unwavering resolve. For the first time, the invincible Shizuka can only weep in defeat. The tears stream down, a testament to her shattered pride and broken will. Her world blurs, the weight of her loss finally crashing down upon her. From across the crater, Shizuka promises to do anything to atone for her disrespect. The once proud warrior now begs for her life. Guess groveling is the new A-rank meta. The one-armed Shiruka runs to now, declaring that they are finally even. The two stand together, Shiruka flustered while Nao remains perfectly calm. Nayo explains that after saying her piece, the A-ranker simply passed out. She asks about Shiruka's arm, but the elf seems more annoyed about being kicked. Shiruka explains she's stopped the bleeding, using magic to control her elven body. But suddenly Nao's body contorts, a final bizarre surge of the liquor's power. And just as quickly, the magic fades, and she collapses to the ground. Her strength gone, she can only whisper Naoyo's name in desperation. She knows her wounds are fatal. Her mother's shadow only delayed the inevitable. In her final moments, she confesses her loyalty to Margaret and her love for Elpus. Her final thoughts drift to the one regret she still holds. Through her tears, she wishes she had the chance to truly know him, to become his knight. From across the crater, Shiruka can only scream her name in despair. But she looks down in awe, her severed arm completely and miraculously restored. A hooded figure reveals they used their own power to forge a new limb from scratch. They stand over Nao, noting her dozens of injuries and vowing to heal them all. The healer is revealed as the sole survivor of Mazari's defeat and Tanaka's former partner. And with them stands a new imposing figure, the S-rank adventurer Alfaldo. Shiruka's blood runs cold. She recognizes that name from a high-priority watch list. Guess the cavalry isn't always friendly. The one-armed elf now stands before two legendary and terrifying figures. The hooded healer places a hand on Shiruka's shoulder, her touch a chilling presence. She asks if the elf's other wounds can be healed as well. The hood comes down, revealing the A-ranker Sherry Sharbeck, the infamous ear-rot collector. Shiruka can only stammer, questioning why her own sister is here. A sudden flash of light erupts before the terrified elf's eyes. She falls back, her mind unable to process this impossible reunion. Alfaldo notes that both A-rank and S-rank adventurers have now gathered. Sherry just laughs, asking Alfaldo if he thinks this is all part of some divine plan. But a chilling truth is revealed. In this world, recovery magic doesn't exist. Guess I need a healer isn't a thing here. The masked S-ranker looks down at the broken elf and asks a simple question. Does she believe in God?